Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the FU podcast. This is episode 215. It is August 6th, 2024, and I have a very special guest, a friend that's near and dear to my heart and private parts.
Yo.
I'm just playing. What's going on, Ross?
What it do?
I see. I had to say private parts, you know, your last name being Bone. And
Yeah, hey, dude, it just works out. That's something I've had since like middle school. Not even middle school, maybe even elementary school, when the kids just kind of started figuring out stuff. And we're like, "Hey, yo!" I was like, "No, please don't." But it just happened that way.
So, how you been, brother?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing well, man.
Love the setup, dude.
Thanks, brother.
This is sexy stuff. Yeah,
I know you kept walking like camera to camera, like, oh my god, I got a boner.
Yeah, and I have one right now. You guys can't see it yet. Is this who I'm looking at? You guys looking at me? Me seeing you? You seeing me? That's them. Okay, cool. Yeah, I have one right now. Don't ask. It's all good. This is sick though. I'm a big fan.
Well,
big
awesome.
fan.
I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you could finally make it in because I know we had you on the phone when we had Jackie in the studio, and unfortunately couldn't see your pretty face. So you know, it's not the same. Now we get to actually see.
I know, right?
Now you get to see the face behind the voice.
Mm-hmm. Very nice setup.
So, where do we begin?
Wherever you want to begin, dog.
All right, let's start with the crazy question.
Okay,
it's not really crazy. What's your favorite color?
Green and black.
Green and black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, fucking camo. Let me
surprise. Yeah.
Fucking surprise.
You know what? Actually, what really got me loving that color, and this is my childhood right here. This is what I grew up on. Okay. For those who did not grow up on Dragon Ball Z, we're gonna talk.
Oh, we had that guy in the studio.
Okay. Oh, who?
Fuck. I got his autograph downstairs, and I made a Dragon Ball Z thing for him.
The voice actors?
Yeah.
Of who? Vegeta, Goku?
No, guy. Fuck. I'm totally
Frieza.
I don't know.
He does a lot of random stuff too to do podcasts.
Huber.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know names. I just know faces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll show you the downstairs the autograph thing.
You're gonna make me come, dude. So far, this has been legit.
Like, my goal was like to get like all these actors and all these different people that are involved in different industries, and then like get their like 5x7 or whatever their profile photo, whatever, and have them autograph it, and then basically do a whole wall. Because I mean, we've been doing this for 3 years, and I was like, dude, we could have had this whole entire house filled with fucking all the guests.
That would be pretty sexy too.
Yeah, and
that
I was
would be
like,
awesome.
And then especially like as you're coming in and seeing all the different people and stuff that have been here, I was like, man, we should have done that. We totally dropped the ball on that.
At the same time, you get guys like me who haven't done this before,
right?
No, and I walk in and see them like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're gonna be like,
what's going on?
Chuck Huber.
Yeah, like who?
Chuck Huber? Yeah, Chuck Huber is.
No,
I think the name just came to me. Hold on. He is American voice actor, various anime, video, most notably Android 17, Pilaf, and from Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
So yeah, he was in the studio. He was really cool.
I want to sniff his seat. Which one did he sit in? which one is it, dude?
I think it was the green one.
I'm getting that later. Okay. If you're watching this, I'm sorry. But the circling back on the question now is the reason why I like green and black is because my favorite character to this day still is Cell in the Cell Saga.
Okay.
So he was a green character with gold stuff every now and then was just covered in black spots. And for some reason, I don't know why, but that color looked so badass to me, that setup. And so I've just liked it ever since.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I just
okay. No, the reason why is like I usually ask this question because depending on your answer, I can tell a lot about somebody's personality by their answer to their choice of color.
Well, Cell was crazy, so that.
Well, it's kind of ironic too that it fits because of like you like to hunt and stuff like that. So, and it's also like the color basically of camo, and outdoors you like to be outdoors. So it's kind of like, in fact, what are you doing these days? Aren't you working outdoors?
I am, yes. Unfortunately, in this Texas heat. Fortunately, dog.
Yeah, like speaking of outdoors.
Yeah. I work outside now at a company called Equipment Share. Fantastic company. It's a tech company pretty much. Well, not a tech company, but it's a construction company.
Right.
And what we do is, I used to work on the engines and all that stuff, like dozers, Sannies, skid steers, 250s, you name it. We worked on it.
So you know how to work on engines?
So far, I'm not crazy enough, but I I'll never forget this tech. His name was Fabian. I love the dude. Wish I talked to him more to this day. But he told me, because I remember when I first got into the shop, he said, you're overthinking it. All you're doing is taking off the bad part and putting it back on with a new part. I was like, you know what, dude? You are so right.
Right.
And, you know, that's how you fix a lot of stuff. It's like you just replace old stuff with the new stuff. So it's not hard. But there are guys out there that can just look at something. If it rattles the wrong way or makes a weird sound, goes, calibrator, da-da-da-da. I was like, how? Yeah, I want to get that way. How?
So I can do that now, but that's because I got a scanner.
And those aren't cheap.
No,
those aren't cheap. Those are like $5,000, dude.
Yeah, the one that I have.
Kudos to you.
Yeah, is and I had one originally. It was I think it was an Autel, and I sold that one, and then I got a better one because of having all the vehicles. Like, I got to know, and then of course having a boat and stuff like that. Like I'm just like, you can't have vehicles without having some kind of scanner.
You can't. And what's weird with boats is it's like a motor that's okay with being with water. Yeah. And that's different. And I don't know how to work on boats. Apparently they're like the same, but they're not the same.
Yeah. So
it's depending on what your skill set is.
Right.
And I would love to go to a trade school to get a degree in like working on engines, because I think that's something that you need to have in today's time. That will never go away.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. So the guy that actually worked on my boat, I don't know if you heard about the tornado that hit Valley View.
Rockwell?
No, the one that hit Valley View right up here, 35, Denton, Sanger, that whole area. So there was I think it was an EF3, if I'm not mistaken, that wiped out Valley View, and then it went down to where the Ray Roberts is. There's a marina out there.
Yeah.
And it like desecrated. I actually went out there last week. There was we were supposed to have a double meteor shower, and so I went out there because I knew that like it used to be pitch black, like, but because of the storm and knocking out basically the whole town, like they have no power still. And so I was like, now there's really no light because nobody can turn their lights on because they got no fucking power out there. So I drove out there, and I saw the exit for the marina, and I saw that it was open. So like I drove in there, and I actually got to see it like firsthand. And I mean, dude, this shit looked like mangled, like just debris everywhere. Like the whole where the marina was that had like where the slips and shit were, like you couldn't even tell it was a marina, dude. You couldn't even you're just like it looked like a bunch of garbage just thrown.
Yeah. But as shitty as this sounds, big companies don't care. They see money.
Well, I was gonna say, like you working in the equipment, I was like, that'd be fucking dollar signs for y'all.
When the hurricane hit down in Houston, this last recent one,
right?
I know for a fact that like 4 of the branches that are the closest to the south, like gave all their man support and like all that stuff, and to keep the public eye looking good, they were like, hey, we're doing a charity event too. It's good for them, but we really know why you're doing it. Okay, it's easy money, right, dude. Yeah, exactly. And then you can fix 50 houses at one day, and keep going. So, but all companies were doing that. We battled with United Rentals, Texas First, Sunbelt, you name it. We compete with those because they don't do the stuff that we do. I can't discuss what we exactly do because it's confidential. But it's a great company. I like it. And right now I am, like I said, circling back to what I was doing earlier, is like I was a tech, but now I moved up to where I'm telematics. Some will say it's not moving up. Some will say I get to be in a AC vehicle a lot more, but I'm still outside. And what we do is we work on the circuit boards and computer boards and our trackers and all that stuff to make sure things are up to date and working accordingly, and where we can give you guys the best service we can from knowing what's going to go happen or what's going on with your engine or what could possibly happen before it happens.
So are you servicing the vehicles that they rent, or like walk me through the process?
Yeah. So for example, like say you have a company, you want to rent a skid steer, like a Takeuchi, Kubota, you name it. We got it pretty much except for Caterpillar. I would love to see some more Caterpillars in our branch. Yeah.
Really?
Caterpillars and Sandys. For some reason, I don't know why we get it, but at the same time.
Isn't their headquarters in Vegas, I think, or something like that?
I think so. Or California.
Yeah.
But they're pricey, but with the fucking shit's going now over there, a lot of people are coming to Texas now. If you're coming here, welcome. You're more than welcome
to Oklahoma.
I love no, don't come there either. But if you come here, leave your ways over there. Come here with a new learning and understanding. But
what didn't work out there was y'all's decision making. So don't make the decisions down here. Let us handle that, because we're clearly better decision makers than y'all are.
And it's funny that you say that, because it makes me so mad Fuck you guys from California.
Well, you're on the right show, bro.
Yeah, see, exactly.
Frustration only.
No, but listen to this.
Yeah.
We're going to circle back to what I do in a second, but this is
we'll squirrel a lot, so I'm glad that you're aware.
Oh yeah, I'm there. That's before I have like a few more drinks, so we'll see.
Oh yeah,
with the,
a little sippity of the syrup,
little sippy bow.
So you got guys out there in California right now that are selling these single-story shitholes for like $1.5 million, right?
Right,
almost $2 million.
Yeah, they
come here, they can buy about 10 acres and like a 2-story house, depending on where you look. You go to Oklahoma, you can buy 100+ acres easily and put a cabin on there and then some.
Right.
Okay. So with that being said, is I don't blame California or New Yorkers too, except New Yorkers are kind of going to shit. They don't have that selling value from my understanding, from what I've seen, but they could actually have a life, which is jealousy. Yeah, I'm not mad at you. I'm just jealous of you guys. Okay, it's nothing personal, but it is personal. Just understand that.
Yeah. What's up, Jackie? She says, "Don't California our Texas," and then she says, "What's up, bitches?"
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
It's funny you came on the show for some comments because we were just talking about you beforehand, and we were like, "Hey, you Jackie, see what she's doing. Tell her to come in the studio."
This is true.
So feel free if you're in the neighborhood, which I know you're not.
How dare you?
I know.
But now we're gonna go back to what I was doing.
Yes, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
So you were talking about like the California, don't California my Texas.
Yeah, don't California my Texas. But then what was I talking about before that? What I was doing for a living. So what we do is we work on everything, like I was saying. We work on dozers, skid steers, excavators, small and large. Our own personal vehicles, we can do that stuff. We you name it, we do it. And the crazy part about that stuff is we're working on stuff that, from my understanding, no one's really, I wouldn't say figured out yet, but it's just like, cool, this is new technology, especially with this AI stuff now.
Oh yeah.
How do you compete with that? You can't.
No, you have to.
Right.
So I've had this argument because I've been doing AI for like 6 years, and so most people are just now getting into it the first year or two, and so I have that advantage. And it's like, and I try to explain to people, it's a tool. It's no different than a paintbrush. It's no different than a fucking computer. It just helps you exponentially, but you still have to be able to be smart enough to figure out, is the answer it's giving you correct?
Yes.
Because a lot of times
it's not.
It's not. Yes.
Because we're not there yet.
Exactly.
You go back to what Elon was saying, is like, we got to be ready for it because it's one day it's going to be like the Terminator. I fully fucking believe that, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's great. You right here. You heard it first. Watch it happen. Okay. And so,
but you know what? Let's kind of dive off that just real fast. The reason why that is because you think about it. If they're using historical data and stuff to create these models, and all we put out in the news is negativity, and all we ever put out on newspaper articles, TVs, and everything else is negativity, they're going to look at that and go, well, why do we need humans? Oh, right. We need power. So once we figure out how to get our own power by humans,
dude, it's like it's like Age of Ultron. Have you watched that one? The event? What? Dude, I'm popping that cherry. Okay. Have you not, like, this was before Marvel went way too woke, which is awesome because the Deadpool, I think, is fixing that back because he's Marvel Jesus. he's fixing the timeline. I'm calling it now too. Is I think he's going to fix all of Marvel because Marvel realized they lost a lot of money that way.
Yeah,
and
that wokeness.
It's Disney too.
So and Ryan Reynolds and Deadpool's like the epitome of like anti-wokeness.
Yeah, so it's perfect. So they did a good job, and I think they're just saying, "Fuck, we got to do this."
Yeah,
it's not wrong. But it's crazy because the technology is wanting to. Every person's thought this, whether it's the company that I work for now or another company. I've heard this even before I worked at Equipment Share. Is people are wanting to have jobs or going on job sites that are even manless, and I don't think that's a good idea because a machine doesn't have feelings and doesn't know when it's like crushing the ribs of a body when it's rolling you over or something. It's like, oh, bumpy road, you know.
Yeah.
So it's just like, that's a little spooky because you have accidents happening normally as it is, not as often because OSHA exists, of course,
right.
But just in general, like even people have accidents all the time. You don't think machines are going to have accidents, but they don't have that conscience. They don't have that recollection.
I wish, knowing God, I if we would have talked about this beforehand, because I have the perfect video clip. When I was at ProMat, they had Boston Dynamics with their robot, and it's showing the automation and showed like the robot system and how like they're picking up packages and it's moving it and all this other shit, right? And I'm literally watching the fucking machine get pissed off, and I'm like going, "Oh,
that's bro! I'm telling you,
it's like a fucking human. Dude, it's getting pissed."
Oh my god, I can go down this rabbit hole forever, and I think AI, which is AKA artificial intelligence, okay. I think it came from space, just like fucking Ultron did and all that stuff. Okay, somebody like as crazy as this sounds, and you're probably looking at me like, dude, you're fucking retarded. I am. I'm a homie with an extra chromie. Okay, it's okay. I fully admit that,
and this is why I love you.
Exactly. See, but with all that stuff, you're telling me that we came up with this magically, dude. 100 years ago, not even 100 years ago. Yeah, 100 years ago, we barely had TVs. If you really think about that stuff, it's like, who came? Who came here? What happened?
Well, what did
they find?
Think about Bluetooth. That technology
that blows my mind.
Like, there's nothing. So, like AI, I can understand because I understand the 1-0 binary code and all that sort of stuff. And then once you figure out that everything is ones and zeros, even us, that you can basically manipulate, and that's why they talk about the whole we're living in a program, basically, because everything is made up of
stuff.
It's like simulation is because everything's made up of ones and zeros. But with the Bluetooth thing, there's no advancement that led to that. You know what I mean? It was like all of a sudden it just appeared one
popped
day.
Up.
It's just like, okay, somebody kind of helped us with that, because there's no fucking way, there's nothing that happened beforehand that led to that.
Well, you know what's crazy is, I'll counter that argument, because there is a way, because the government made it.
Oh yeah,
okay?
Exactly.
So, there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way for the government. Good old Uncle Sam will get what he wants.
Well, back in the day, they used to say the military was 40 years ahead of us, and
they are.
And I honestly would think that they're about 100 to 150 years by now.
It's insane. There are weapons that are created now that's not allowed because it's considered inhumane.
Right.
It's like there's a weapon that I saw that you heard, like, okay, perfect example. There's a weapon that in the new Godzilla called the nitrogen destroyer or oxygen destroyer. Okay. That shit's real.
Wow.
Yeah. It sucks you and it turns you inside out.
Holy shit.
Because your blood cells need oxygen.
Yeah.
So whatever this device or chemical that's in this device does everything from like the micros, like you name it, the device sucks it out. Wow. And it's like an atomic bomb, but doesn't cook you, from my understanding. It just turns you inside out.
Wow.
I think I want to get cooked instead. That's just me though. Okay. I don't know. But that shit's real.
Right.
It's like, okay, what else are they not telling me?
Oh yeah.
Like what else is out there?
So, back in the day, people are like, oh yeah, like you have these ideas and stuff, and like, yeah, that'll never happen. But like now I'm to the point where like there is no idea that can't happen.
Yeah.
Like there's literally no even off the wall cockamamie fucking idea that you come up with, like it can actually exist.
Yeah. There is I wouldn't say a saying or a quote, but there's a thing out there that says if you thought it's happened twice already.
Yeah.
So you can think of the most dumbest things ever, and somebody out there did it.
Yeah.
I want to get fucked by an elephant. Well, it happened twice. Okay? That's the theory. That's the study that they came up with whatever article I was reading way back in the day. That stuck with me because I think of a lot of stupid shit. You guys, the viewers, somebody has done a lot of stupid shit with me. Not with me personally, but done.
Yes. Yeah.
We're there with spirit. We're there in spirit. It's great. It's great stuff. So,
well, that's what I love. Like, I got to the point, like, because I've had all these ideas and stuff. I used to write them down. I used to draw them and stuff. Like, when I was 12, I drew a car that had solar panels for basically the...
I remember you saying something about that last
podcast. Yeah. And it's just like, I've always been able to come up with these ideas and stuff. And of course, like, still to this day, it doesn't fucking exist. And it was funny. I had a meeting earlier today, and I was talking about like when I was at JCPenney, and one of the things that I wrote for them was like a business plan to get into the black and get out of the red and actually start generating money. And did they listen?
No, I think they're going bankrupt, aren't they?
They should have been bankrupt 20 years ago.
Yeah, I can't tell you when the last time I take that back. I actually went into JCPenney's to take a shit. I was on the job site. It was right next to the job site, and I was like, I'm not using the porta potty. I can see JCPenney's. I'm going to use that one.
Yeah, and you know it's clean because ain't nobody going there.
Nobody's there.
Nobody's there. It never
like very fruity, and I was like, "Oh, this is nice. This is what it feels
so
like."
So there you go, audience. If you ever need a restroom, find a JCPenney.
True, no one's there.
Now, whatever you do not go to 7-Eleven. They are the fucking worst bathrooms on God's
disgusting. Disgusting. I've been to a lot of bathrooms in my day because of military and being a blue collar worker now in a sense.
Yeah.
Dude, you are amazed with how some of these guys treat these bathrooms. I don't even want to go to their house. I've never met anybody who's like, yeah, I just took a shit in there. I was like, and I go in there and it's a mess. I'm like, I'm not being your friend anymore, dude.
Yeah.
Don't even touch me. I'm not shaking your hand. I'm sorry. Well, we've been friends for 5 years. Nah, I don't care now. Nope. Nothing.
We can't be friends after that.
No. After that, absolutely not.
So back in the day, I installed all the NEC networks for 7-Eleven in North Texas.
Yeah.
And so that was part of the reason why I knew about like their bathrooms. And like, it wasn't even so much their bathrooms. It's like even where they store like anything. It's just.
I don't think I've ever seen a clean 7-Eleven.
No, exactly. I was like, do they exist?
In the 30 years of life, I've never seen a clean 7-Eleven, a Shell. Shell's another one. Gas is cheap for that, so I like Shell.
It's no wonder like places like Buc-ee's are fucking doing so astronomically well because they actually give a shit.
You take
like
care
hello 7-Eleven, hello Chevron, hello Shell.
Yep.
Pay fucking attention,
dude. It's 100% as crazy as it sounds. I was reading a study, and I'm so happy you brought up Buc-ee's. I'll have to find the article and send it to you. But it's the number one review people want to go to Buc-ee's is clean bathrooms, food.
Yep.
Basic necessities for human life. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a man. Okay. And I am proud to say that I want something clean on my tushy.
Yeah.
I don't want somebody's shit stain or who knows where they've been from the night before. Sitting their pearly whites right there or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it moving? I don't want this. No.
Or like there's missing pieces of the toilet. I've
seen that.
I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be more to this.
Right? If I sit down, am I breaking this? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Right?
Yeah.
Or am I going to fall through a trap door? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Dude, for real. So there are the bathrooms, or not the bathrooms, the gas stations I would recommend is always a Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is number one. I got top 5. Who Dog or Hoogan's or whatever. It's in Waco. It's one. I can't remember. But it's like Pigs in a Blanket. They're known for that stuff, and they have a pretty clean bathroom too. Okay. I learned that through the Army because that's where we would always stop before we hit the Buc-ee's. I don't know why, but we did what we did. Racetrack. No. QT. Racetrack. Yeah. I don't have a 5 now that I think about it. I only have 4.
You only got 4.
I can't count. That's why I'm in the Army. Sorry. Okay. So I only have those 4.
Your finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooga.
That's hilarious.
But that's what I look for now. Like for example, when I went to Beaumont for my work or for work, I wouldn't stop anywhere unless it was a Buc-ee's or a QT. There wasn't a racetrack for some reason, unless I missed it, which is very possible. But I would be in pain before I go to a 7-Eleven, Shell, Chevron. The gas is great. I would hit it for the gas. Wouldn't hit it for anything else, though.
Dude, so speaking of this, since we're on this weird fucking topic, I rode the dart rail once to, I think it was a state fair or something like that. Because I was like, I didn't want to deal with parking in the hood and then coming out my car being on fucking blocks and everything else. So I was like, I'll just take the fucking rail in. And then I realized, I'm like, I gotta pee. And I'm like, wait, they don't have a single fucking bathroom anywhere at any of these stops or along the way, and like we literally ended up I think it was in down like Deep Ellum or some shit. And I was like going, dude. And I like went into a Subway and they're like, no, basically every place was like no public bathrooms. And I'm like, well, what if I buy something? They're like, no, you still can't use our bathroom. I'm like, what the?
I'm going to shit on your desk now. Be ready.
Yeah, I'm
sorry. Like, I gotta do this. You're not getting my money. You're going to get shit.
Like, do you have cameras in the back? No? All right, cool.
All right, bye. What are you doing? Don't worry about it. It's a free country. That's crazy to me.
But it's funny because, like, I actually interviewed with 7-Eleven a couple times, actually. And they gave you, like, a list of, like, 3 or 4 things you could choose as a topic. And it was one of the ones that I chose was, like, the restrooms, bathroom.
I hope he tore them a new one.
Oh, dude.
What episode? I want to watch it. Fuck you, 7-Eleven.
I was like, God, that's like, you guys need the utmost help. And that's actually was to the point where I said, I want to build an app that people can basically review bathrooms.
And they said, we're going to cut this interview short.
Yeah, we're like, because we would be blast on that list.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
And I'm like, well, then you need to fix that problem.
Dude, awful, man. Awful.
But yeah, audience, what do y'all think about that? Like, should there be some kind of a bathroom app, like in case you're like out in the middle of somewhere? Like, perfect example, I was riding the fucking rail and I had no idea. That sounded really fucking bad, by the way.
I'd realize that. It's okay.
And like, you're like, I don't know where I can go. Like, what's around here as far as like restrooms? I know there's like Waze and I know there's like all these navigation apps and shit, but there's nothing for fucking bathrooms.
That might be actually. That sounds pretty legit.
Like, and you can review and rate it. Obviously, you can't take pictures, but I mean, that'd be.
Why is his dick in there? Don't worry about it.
Like all of a sudden, it turns into a porn site.
Why is there a hole in the wall?
This is the weirdest bathroom ever.
You can see me. Yeah, it's interesting. That actually might be a good idea too, because it's bad for the ladies. There are some savages out there.
Oh my god, dude, women have
animals. Okay, those are animals.
I thought men's restrooms were bad until
bro,
my god.
I saw a tampon once sticking on a wall. Like, where did you get that level of commitment to say fuck it? Right there. That was insane to me.
Yeah, so and that kind of makes you wonder.
Animals, like I said.
Animals.
But it's easier for men because we could just, whip it out and raise a leg.
Yeah.
We'll be done. Girls are like, nah, I need to shit. Now there's some animals that are like, nah, I ain't sitting, dog. I gotta pee. This is happening. It's like, damn, bitch. God, it's crazy. But yeah, that would be a pretty good idea, actually, now I think about it, because there's been times when I've been driving like, fuck, I don't even need to go to a gas station to do anything other than piss or shit. That's it.
Yeah.
That's literally it,
Yeah, and in fact, when I went to Tampa with one of my buddies, dude, his fucking bladder is like literally the size of like my fist. And like we had to stop it seemed like every hour or two. And I'm like, oh my God.
Like, one of those guys.
Yeah, I can't stand road trips like that. I'm like, dude, I want to get to my fucking destination, and then I can do all the things that I need to do.
And dude, I'm at that point in my life right now too, where I just I'll save money so I'm not miserable.
Yeah,
and, my dad is super old school. Like, I'm pretty sure he invented old school the way he beats me back in the day. He didn't beat me. If you ever see this, Dad, he just disciplinary action as a father, as he should.
Yeah, that's what's missing with a lot of these kids.
Yes, and he would tell me, you're being dumb, you're wasting money, why would you fly when you could drive? Well, I want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
I love road trips, don't get me wrong.
Right.
However, I will not do a road trip if it's going to be miserable.
Yeah.
Or if it's just miserable.
Yeah.
Whether it's bathrooms with somebody you don't really care for too much, or want to be with like extra family members or something, not immediate family, but extra family members. It's just like, I don't want to do that. I'll fly and I'll meet you there. But I'm the asshole because I want my inner peace.
Right.
I'll be the asshole all day long. No shame in that, dog.
What's the longest road trip you ever went on?
16 hours.
From where to where?
It was from Texas to California. Or not Texas to California.
That's more than 16 hours.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it would be the Texas California one, because we moved from Cali to Texas. See, I'm a Californian as well, but I'm better than you already. There's a difference.
All right, let's walk through that. So you were born in California,
I was born in Ramona, California, yes. And we moved to Texas because my dad got a job promotion at ST Microelectronics. What he does is he's head of HR now for that company. And it's the computer chips, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the mic, if it even has one. I know your computers do, your phone. He manages all of that stuff through Europe, Singapore, China, all that stuff. He's up every morning. When I wake up to go to work at like 5 a.m., he's already on there on meetings with the French and stuff. I'm like, dude, do you even sleep?
Yeah.
So he gets to stay at home now. He doesn't travel a lot like he used to.
Right.
But now he's at staying home doing a lot more meetings, and good for him. He's earned it.
Yeah,
it's really hard. But so the longest trip we did, because we got the promotion at the time, he wasn't head of HR.
How old were you at this time when he got the promotion?
7, and we moved here on my birthday.
Oh wow!
traumatizing.
Happy birthday, motherfucker!
I was
now
crying dude, I was crying the entire time.
Are you serious?
I remember like it was crystal clear, and I've been knocked in the head so many times where I've been having concussions, and this somehow still did not get removed. Thank you, Lord.
Crazy.
But he got a promotion. I remember he sat us down and said, "Hey, we're moving." I was like, "Okay, cool, whatever." I don't know what that means. Oh, we're going to Texas. Being a kid, I'm like, okay, that's somewhere close, right? I know it's down there, but is it like down there? It's down there.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking like, oh, this will be fine. I'll see everybody. And dude, I just saw my grandma from California like probably about a month ago, and that's like the first time I've seen her in 4 years.
Oh my God.
5 years. Yeah, it's not like it used to be.
So you still have family in California?
Yeah, no, that's where my mom's side's from.
And
my dad's side's from Indiana. I have no idea how they met because my mom's from Panama. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he bought her at some point. I don't know. I'm not even joking, you dude. Like, they met in California. She came from Panama to California. I don't know.
Was she FOB?
I have no idea.
And for the audience, if y'all don't know what FOB is, fresh off the boat.
No, my tita though, which it might be because she speaks broken English. She'll say yada yada Spanish, yada yada, and it's different because the Mexicans here that we have in the state is fucking fast, dude. It's the Colombians and the Mexicans that speak super fast Spanish.
Yeah,
but my abuelita, when she speaks it, crystal clear, I can understand it. I can't speak it. I'm white as fuck. Okay? I admit that. I would love to, bring up my other half a lot more. It's too late for me, dog. I'm already set in my ways. My roots are set. I will learn it, but I ain't going out of my way to do so. Yeah. But I can understand a little bit of it. If you slow down, I can puzzle it together.
You want to hear something fucked up?
Yes.
When I was working for AT&T, my territory, what I was in charge of was South America. And I took 4 years of Spanish, don't get me wrong, but poquito español, literally. And then the worst part is one of the territories was Brazil, and they don't speak Spanish.
They Portuguese or some shit like that.
Yeah. So I was like, and it was funny to get on a call because the Portuguese, like, they didn't understand the Spanish speakers.
That's rough.
Yeah, dude, it was like, okay, I was like, can we pick a language that we all can understand?
That's rough.
And so luckily they did actually know English. So we were lucky. Like, I got lucky that they all spoke English.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good because working in the construction field now as it is.
Oh yeah.
It, like, for example, perfect example. Not shit talking the people that I deal with, but oh my God, it's fucking hard, dude. Okay. I was on a job site for 6 hours today. Usually takes 2.
Yeah.
I'm at 6 because I told this guy, hey, I finished the unit that I worked on.
Right.
Don't shut it off.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Do you even know what I'm saying? Yeah. No shut off.
Perfect. Oh, he even repeated it.
Dude, his English was broken, but he understood.
Yeah, he understood the assignment.
Yeah. He still shut the bitch off. Oh, God. I come back. I was like, bro, what'd you do? He goes, oh, I don't know. I was like, all right. Well, do it again. Don't shut it off. Because if you shut it off,
was it a key or was it a switch? Like, how do you turn this?
So it's a scissor lift. So on the scissor lift, there's an e-stop. It's an emergency stop. We call it e-stops.
Yeah.
And there's a basket platform, one where you can control the unit, and there's a ground one. It just kills the unit completely. Now, if you turn the key switch off, the unit is still technically on. It's like an accessory mode in a sense.
Yeah.
Where you can still use it for power and all that stuff. If you were to plug in a drill or anything of that to it. And but no, he just hits e-stop twice. Told him don't do it twice.
The reason why I was gonna say, I was like, man, at one point I'd get some fucking painter's tape or some kind of something and cover that shit. Be like, no, you can't fucking turn it off.
Well, that's the problem. It's like, I wish we could, but they'll find everybody at a job site doesn't want to work. In my opinion. And I'm not talking shit. It just so happens to be some of the Hispanics in the group, and they want to milk the system with the company. Okay, they get paid either way at the end of the day.
Yep.
And I think they fired the dude today.
Oh wow.
Because I told the guy, like, hey, I'm going to add this to the work order so I don't get in trouble.
Yeah. Why? They're like, why something that takes an hour to taking 6 hours?
6 hours, and why? And it took 6 hours and it didn't get done.
Yeah.
Why? You know.
Yeah.
And so I unplugged it and undid the e-stop again. And I stayed back and watched him, and I told him, don't do it. He came up there and just did it and sat on the chair. He didn't want to go back to work.
Yeah.
On a, you know,
dude, I'm surprised you didn't bust your phone out and fucking just record.
Now that I think about it, I should have done that and add that to the work order.
Yep.
But I let the boss know, and I took the text in the box, boss saying I'll check cameras, yada yada, and they added that to the work order.
Yeah.
And they called him in the office right when I was leaving.
Oh,
yeah.
Good.
Or I guess the little shack, not the office, but at a construction.
Or makeshift.
Yeah. And you know,
the trailer.
Yeah, right. And here's what these companies do. And it's wrong, but it's a genius move, and I would do that if I ever own a construction company.
What's that?
These guys are 100% illegal. Okay, they play dumb all you want, and they want cash under the table.
Of course,
the company will use it as a tax write-off for employment and pay them a set salary under the table, instead of if you were a citizen, who has to go through the system, and do all the paperwork and training. Like, oh, good, okay, cool. Well, fuck, and now he's in the records. You know.
Yeah.
You got big companies now that'll do like.
Well, yeah, because you got a social security number, and that's tied to taxes and tax information, and they're going to deduct from that, and it's all that shit.
Exactly, less work, but more money in their pocket.
So that means tells me that they have 2 books.
They do, and so
and there's a company that just got busted for that in San Antonio,
dude. It happens. It's just.
All right, I'm going to advise you: do not talk anymore about this.
I'm going to get arrested.
No, it's not you. It's the federales that.
It's bad, dude. It's bad.
Well, and the shitty thing is that is the one industry that is ripe with illegal work, basically.
Yeah,
they
and restaurants too.
Yeah,
you see that a lot in restaurants too with kitchens. I remember working at a restaurant too, and they were like, "No,
no green card.
No, I got nothing, dog. I'm here working for cash." I'm like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?" You know, and these guys can cook too. They're really they fucking cook some good shit.
Oh yeah.
But you know, they got an extra $10 in their pocket that I don't got, and I'm a little salty about that. I was like, "What the fuck? We're slaving away." But yeah, it's interesting, and you think nobody does it? Every company does it to some extent.
Oh yeah.
And they just don't get caught, whether it's because they know people or they got blackmail. It's a lot of stuff. You think somebody's done it already, especially with how many now are coming over the border. Where do you think these guys are going to go? They need work.
Yeah,
they need work. They have to work. They don't want to live on the street.
Shit, I'll put them to work here, man. I need fucking tons of work.
And that's crazy. They'll do it for cheap.
I know.
They'll do it for cheap. It's a shitty thing to do to these guys, but at the same time, like, you didn't follow the rules.
Yep.
You're not a U.S. citizen. You technically don't have any rights.
Yeah.
I'll play that card all day long.
And
you're going to report me? Cool. Let me call ICE.
Yep.
What are you going to do?
Yep.
They want to stay here. They don't want to go back home.
Right.
There's so much. They think they have the saying by like, I'm going to report you. And then, you know, the company's like, I got 5 legs already ahead of you. What are you going to do? Like, fuck, I'm stuck.
Yep.
You know, that's why they don't say shit.
Yep.
It's a shitty thing, but at the same time, it's like, damn, business is dark and twisted, but smart at the same time.
Well, and so that's one of the things that I like, because I've worked for big corporations, I've worked for small corporations, and I've noticed that fundamentally, every company I've ever worked for, like, there's some way, shape, or form that they are cheating the system. And it's like, it blows my mind, especially when you're working for a multi-trillion-dollar company.
Yeah.
You like see stuff and you're like going, like, perfect example, like one of my buddies was talking about, one of the things that I worked on, and you know, they basically were saying, they were giving these hyperinflated numbers, and I'm going, there's no fucking way in hell we're going to reach these numbers that the financial analysts and all this shit supposedly said we were going to hit. I'm like, and then of course there was this data architect guy, and him and I, like, we were friends, like, we were cool. He's out of Brazil. He's very smart and stuff, but he kept telling leadership and all these higher ups that he could do something that he couldn't. And I knew he couldn't, but he thought he could. And I'm like going, you may understand data and architecture, you know, data scientists and all that shit, but I was like, but I understand business. And I'm like, I know what can and can't work. And so, like, I fought with him. I even fought with leadership. And, like, literally, if my boy Eric was listening right now, he came in because he lives, like, in Corinth. We actually used to ride share together.
Oh, okay.
So it was kind of cool. Like, we split the cost of, you know, the commute and everything else and gas and yada yada yada. So it saved me a shit ton of money. Plus we got to ride an HOV lane, so then we saved money all the way around.
Saved money while spending money. It worked out.
But yeah, like he literally was coming to find me because we had to work on a project together or whatever, and then he like literally heard me yelling at my supervisor, and he like turned around and he's like, yep, not getting involved in this. But yeah, like I'm just like, when it comes to business, like I'm gonna tell you whether you're right or wrong, like, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit, because like if you fail and I didn't tell you, then I look responsible because I knew something that could have saved that failure. And so that's basically what I did. And I was trying to explain to her, I go, what he's telling you is never going to happen. Like, he's basically blowing smoke up your ass and yada, yada, yada. Well, come to find out, the reason why they hyperinflated everything is so that they could sell and offload the company.
Yeah, those numbers never existed.
I was like, and it was funny because it took me talking to another CEO of a company to explain what was going on for him to go, oh, dude, they do that shit all the time. And I'm like, but I work in real. I was like, I don't work in hypothetical land. He goes, nope. Dude, he goes, they do it all the time, because he goes, here's the deal. And he broke it down. He goes, if you project that you're going to do 50 million, let's say, use that as an example, and you hit 28 million. Yeah, you didn't hit 50 million, but in reality, they knew that you were probably slated to do 10 million. But because you had that 50 million and you wanted to
mindset,
that mindset, you're fucking full balls to the wall to try to achieve that, knowing full well that there's no fucking way in hell that you're going to be able
to the people.
Yeah, so lie to the people. They work harder. Yep. And then they hit 28 million, which is way above
what you projected.
Yeah, well, what the actual numbers, which would have been like 15 million. So it's almost double that. So it's like, you see the mentality, and he basically explained it to me. He goes, and then it made perfect sense. Perfect sense. If you say the goal's 15 million, then they're going to work up until 15 million. If you tell them 50 million, they're going to go, oh, fuck. And that's exactly what happened.
And a lot of companies, from my understanding too, do stuff like that before they decide to pull the plug on who they're going to let go or whatever they want to see, because they want to see who's the working class and who's just here for the ride.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of companies do that, especially when they want to go public. For example, like I know of companies that were going public, they fired everybody.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, if you want it, reapply. And then they did the rehiring process.
The new company or the old company?
Same company.
Oh, okay.
So the same company will file for bankruptcy or whatever you want to call it, or sell it out, right?
Yeah.
And the new company will take over that same company just with their name on it.
Right.
Happens a lot in rental industries. Okay. For example, Texas or Rental One, I think is now Texas First, got bought out by Texas First, something like that. And that's what they did, from my understanding, because I had a buddy who was a wash bay guy over there in my unit.
Well, there's a difference between acquisition and a merger.
Yeah.
And it just depends on what the terminology is and like what happened.
Air quotes.
Air quotes.
Yeah.
Because it's funny you mentioned that, because I literally had this conversation today with one of our new sales hires. He came from one of our competitors, and he was basically talking about all the problems that the company has faced, the old company that we work for, all the problems that they're facing. And so one of the first questions I asked, I go, were they acquired by a investment firm or some kind of investment company? He goes, yeah. And he told me that the company. I go, dude, based on everything you told me, I was like, I knew for a fact that they got acquired by somebody. And I go, here's the problem. And this is anybody that's in business and stuff like this. Like, if you don't have your foundation, then it doesn't matter who acquires you, and it doesn't matter how many investors you get or how big you get.
They're going to get you.
It's a whole house of cards falling down. If you have no foundation, it doesn't matter how many billions, because this company is getting funneled billions of dollars. But the problem is they don't have a foundation. So they're losing customers, clients. They went from like 150 million in a year to like 60.
Oh God!
Yeah, like literally the next year.
That's insane.
And
what company is this?
It's a caster company.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're competitors, and it's funny because I found out also that company They basically have us, the company I work for, in their scope, basically, like in their crosshairs.
Raggy.
Yeah, so like
that's also called a hostile business takeover. If you won't budge, they're still going to get you somehow. I don't know how they do it, but it happens all the time.
When you have bottomless pockets like that, that means if you feel threatened by your competitor, you can just throw money at it. But here's the deal. I've worked for companies that have been acquired by other companies, and I've seen the level of fuckery that happens. Like, to your point, they clean house so it looks good on the books, that their operating expenses, their EBITDA is low, and therefore the value of the company is higher. In fact, one of the big companies, the $1 trillion company that I was referring to earlier, they literally like got rid of their whole entire Miami office because they were like, that's going to save us like $500,000, and then we don't have to pay for office space, we don't have to pay for all the supplies, we don't have to pay for the employees, we don't have to pay for all this shit. And so, like, I've seen it, I've experienced it, and it's crazy.
Well,
it's
I think that's going to happen again here soon. Have you been watching the market?
Bro, I literally pulled out all my fucking money a week ago out of all my investment. And, like, here's the fucked up part. So, long story short, I don't know if you saw my post about, like, me trading in the stock market. And
I've seen it. I haven't seen your recent one. I saw your one recently with wheels on it. It had wheels on it. You just posted it on Instagram or something like that. It looked like you were fixing like wheels of some sort.
Oh no, that was today.
Oh
yeah, that was our biggest client, or actually not our biggest client. One of our big clients. They basically were. That was the one that I was telling you about that needed a photo shoot.
Gotcha.
They needed all the products redone, and they gave me 2 days time.
Good luck, buddy.
They're like, you did such a great job with those last 3. Now we need 42 more. I was like, what
do I do? Cool.
So literally right now, and then I realized like they finally wheeled in 2 carts. That's how many fucking wheels and shit.
Fucking 2 carts full of wheels.
And wheels and
caveman the wheels. What is so different about a wheel?
Oh, dude, there's so many.
Good lord.
There's material. There's weight handling. There's like whether it's inside or outside, whether it's got heat, whether like we have over almost 10,000 products like that.
Oh shit! In wheels
and casters.
What the?
And that's all we sell. And here's the crazy part: we're just now getting into healthcare and into medical. So those 10,000 wheels, none of them have anything to do with medical or healthcare or anything, and like that's a whole nother 10,000.
That makes fucking no sense.
So that's where we are now, and that's why the big push and why I'm like just pulling my hair out of my head, because I'm one person running an entire marketing department.
Dude, they can't expect you to do all that crazy shit.
And
I mean, they clearly do because
because we've been doing it for 2.5 years.
Stop picking on my boy, dog. One human being,
right? Yeah, and the worst part is like they are just, they know that I can do it, so therefore they're not going to hire other people, and they're not going to hire me help. And I'm like, do you understand what burnout is? Do you understand how that works? Oh, and here's the other flip side of that. So I'm also on the board of directors for a company called MHI. So MHI is Material Handling Industries.
Mm-hmm.
So think of any product ever made goes through some kind of material handling. Like Amazon had to touch it, box it, build it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So those are all has to do with material handling. And so I'm on the board of directors for what's called ICWM, which is international, God damn, I just blanked out. International Casters, Wheels, Manufacturing.
Okay.
So basically what ICWM is, it's all the executives of every single wheel caster manufacturer that all meet up, and under the MHI umbrella, we all meet up. It's all executives and stuff like that, and we all get to dictate and make decisions for the entire industry.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of really cool. Think of the electronics, right? Like UL, if you see that UL sticker on, especially in your field, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So UL is a group that basically makes the rules and regulations for electricity and stuff like that. And when you get something that's UL approved, it goes through a certain process, right, to prove that you're not going to get electrocuted or whatever. So we do the same thing for wheels, because to your point, there's so many different wheels. There's so many manufacturers of wheels. Like, how do you know that something you got from China is gonna work compared to something like we would manufacture?
Give
like,
it to me. I will find out.
Oh, and I am like
if it's gonna work or not.
I am the destroyer of all things. And it's funny because one of the posts that I had, I don't know if you've ever seen a Crazy Cart.
Hold on, Devin is looking real. He is my dad. He didn't tell you, but he is my dad. Okay? I'm a back up my dad. So.
What's up, Molly? How's my favorite daughter doing?
Hey, yo, what?
It's a long story. I'll tell you later.
Giggity. But yeah, dude, it's crazy with all that stuff out there. How companies can get around a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
that is just like whether it's making a good product for not cheap,
right,
or making a shitty product for cheap.
Well, the newest thing that I'm running into is because of China.
My dad.
He's my dad.
Young lady, that is daddy to you, okay? Not dad. Okay? Fix your shit. I'm going to get in trouble, dude. I'm going to start roasting. Not roasting. I'm being respectful, ma'am. But I'm just going to be just like, I don't know. These people are going to be like, man, fuck this dude. Find him.
No, Molly's she's awesome. She's a smart ass too. So
perfect.
Yes,
we need more of those in the world.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Everybody's too sensitive now.
Exactly,
too sensitive.
And that's what I love about like my group of friends and stuff. It's like even Jackie, who you talk to or whatever. Yeah. It's like we're all a bunch of smart asses. We're all about like just live life, have fun, make as many fucking memories as you can along the way.
Yeah.
And then fuck all the drama, fuck all the bullshit. Like cut off the people that you have to avoid the unnecessary drama.
Yeah.
And even if it's fucking family, trust me, I've had to do it.
Dude, you have to. You got to take care of yourself. I saw this it was what was it? It was on TikTok, and it was an Indian guy. He was like a guru, and the lady goes, "Yeah, something about like how long is it? Oh, when is a good time to cut out a bad relationship in a family or something like that?" And the guru guy was like, "Well, when is enough poison that you drink to realize you're drinking poison?" I was like, "Dude, that He didn't say it like that. I mean, he said it like that, but he said it better,
right?"
And I was like, "Oh my god, you're right." I'll just drive over there. Bring it.
Come on down, Molly. We got a couple chairs for you. Come on down.
Dos.
We got one for you, one for Jackie, one for whoever the hell else decides to show up.
Yo.
Hey, you know that Patrick would flip the fuck out if Molly showed up. So Patrick's her technical dad. Biological.
Nice. You're gonna go see Daddy. Who's Daddy? Don't worry about it.
No, it was funny. So when Patrick was on the podcast, it would like get under his skin and stuff when she would message and shit like that.
That's awesome. How do I scroll with this futuristic mouse?
Just swipe down.
Swipe down. Okay, she's laughing. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thought I was crying at first. I was like, oh no.
Oh no, we upset her.
Oh no. Not like I care. But times are weird, man. Everybody's too sensitive, and
what do you think the cause? Like, what do you think everybody's so sensitive and so
they're bitches? That's why. Simple. Dude. Oh my god, we want to go? We want to open a can of worms?
Let's do it.
We'll open it.
Let's go.
You guys fucking suck.
I am
not all of you, but sometimes like the younger crowd that gets like so butthurt over the littlest things.
Yeah,
it's dumb. Like I get it. There's you gotta have a level of respect. If I'm cool with you, I'll shoot the shit with you. But if I like, for example, if I just met you and said fuck you, what are you gonna do? You're gonna want to kick my teeth in, right?
Right.
You just don't do that, Yeah. There's some guys that just aren't like that because they're so old school. They're like, oh, back in my day, we were shitting bricks. I'm like, congratulations, because where did that get you? Nowhere. That's why you're here unloading boxes for a living at age 72. Congrats. So there's I'm 40. We're solid. The photo she has right now doesn't look like she's 40. She looks like she's like fucking 19 or 20.
She got that baby face. Hey, be glad 40 has still got that baby face.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Whatever regiment, whatever routine you're doing, keep doing it.
Share it with the public. Put it on here so we can buy some products. I'll do it. You sold it for me. But no, everybody's just like these younger kids. Like, I love them. Don't get me wrong, but some of them just suck, dude.
Yeah,
they just suck. It's like, why? Like, why are you so? And it could be. I do think, just like, for example, pit bulls. You know, they're all bad dogs. No, it's who had them. You know, it goes back to the parenting. It really does. I really think it does. Because my dad would fucking backhand me. So would my mom. But that's just because my mom's Hispanic. And that's the Hispanic culture.
I'm surprised they didn't show the chocolates at you.
She did. I'll circle back to this, but you want to hear a crazy story about a church time?
Yeah.
So back in my younger days, I was a smart ass. Still am.
I was going to say, like, your younger days, motherfucker, you still are. That's what I love about you.
And so I remember we were arguing in the car on the way back home from church. Okay. And me being the young thug that I am, she said something and I was just popping off, kept popping back off. We were going back and forth to the point where she got so mad at me. I was going up the stairs. She threw a heel at me from church. I ducked, turned around, and it stuck in the wall. Okay? She Colin Kaepernick that fucking thing. She fucking slung it and then took a knee. Because by the time I turned around, she popped up right here. I was like, oh my God. And she beat the living shit out of me on the stairs, dude. I will never forget that. There was 2 ass kickings I've gotten in my life, and that was in 3rd grade from her, and then that time right there. I think what set her off edge was like, that's very Christian-like of you. And then she was like, by the time I turned around, she was right here looking for death. Straight for the jugular. I was like, this is my fault. The Lord said you should have known better, and congrats.
You fucked around and found out.
Now you're gonna die. Like, oh great. Grounded for a week with bruises. I'll never forget that, dude. And that's just the Hispanic culture, you know.
Yeah.
We're big on family, but they do not tolerate disrespect.
Yeah.
I don't care how old you are. I know for a fact if I'm 50 still and my mom's still alive, she'll still slap me across the face if I say something stupid or out of line. I know that for a fact. My grandma will still do it. My grandma that was just here, she like wallowed her way like so fast to me and like pointed at me. I was like, I'm about to die right now too. I ain't ready. You know, and she's sweet. She's old and tiny and sweet. You know, but you know, there's a side, you know, to everybody you don't want to see.
Yeah.
And you just gotta respect the culture and respect them, I guess, in a sense. I don't know.
Yeah, see, like ruling in fear, like I get it. Like there's discipline, right?
I like this guy. Who is he? Whoever you want to be, whoever you want me to be, I'll be it. But yeah, I'm a good time. Come and watch. I'll keep you guys entertained, whether it's stupid or logical. Either way.
Well, no, and I knew you'd be a great guest, and I knew like you'd be awesome on the show, and I was like, man, just trying to get you here because you're like everywhere, like you said, like you're Beaumont, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere. That's why I was like, you know, I wanted to ask like where as far as you've traveled, but that was because basically, obviously, you lived, born in California, and moved down here. So
the longest trip I did, this is what went off the tangent. This is the question. I remember it now.
Yep, I'm bringing you back.
Yeah, you circled me back.
I did,
thank you, sir. So it was from California. I was on my birthday. I was crying the whole way. I'll never forget that. We were celebrating my birthday, and then everybody was like, "Hey, bye." I was like, "What? You're not coming with?" No, you know. And so they did that, and so I'll never forget that one. And then the second longest was when we had to take care of my grandpa on my dad's side. We called him Grandpa Tom, and this dude whoever studies science or physical health. What's the school that studies these guys? Like study autopsies and all that stuff.
Oh, like
he's cremated now, but look at his medical history. This dude survived like I think 8 or 9 strokes and 10 to 12 heart attacks.
Wow.
Don't know how. I remember having a phone call with my dad on the way. We were going to a store, like Kroger's. Going all the way to Kroger's, he got a phone call from the home nurse that was taking care of my grandpa.
Yeah.
He had a heart attack while eating his dinner. She called dad because he did not want to go to the hospital. And apparently this happens all the time. Like I was freaking out as a kid.
Yeah.
My dad goes, "Let the man eat," and she's like, "What?"
Oh,
goes, "Just let him eat." And she goes, I don't know what to do. He just had a heart attack." He goes, "That's his 9th one. He'll be fine." You know. And even my grandpa was like, "Leave it alone. I want to eat."
Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because like my uncle was Navy SEAL, and then he was also a sheriff.
That's hot.
So he was a badass, right?
Yeah. Billy Badass over here.
Billy Badass, and he joked around like a few times about like my grandma. He was like, she's gonna outlive us all, and he ended up passing away almost like. So he passed away actually, ironically, right before 9/11. In fact, I was supposed to be a pallbearer at his funeral. And the only reason why I wasn't, obviously, because I was here. It was during testing, like during all the finals and shit.
Yeah.
And so, like, everybody, all my friends, like, started freaking the fuck out. They were like calling me, and like my phone literally was blowing up. And so, like, that was a bad pun.
Jesus, I just caught that.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
And so, like,
you didn't say that in September.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Yeah. But like all of a sudden I get all these phone calls, and I finally like answer it, and it was the girl that one of my ex-girlfriends, and she was like do you hear are you okay? Like, what's going, like, she's like, I know you had a flight to New York, like are you okay, yada yada. And I was like, yeah, my flight's not for like another hour or two or something like that. And she's like, you need to turn on the news. And I go, well, what channel? She's like, any fucking channel, all of them. She literally goes, all of them.
Yeah, that'll do it. I was like, oh, that could have been me. Thank you. That was not me.
Yes. And I was like going, oh,
spooky, dude.
My God.
Spooky. You hear a lot of stories like that too. Is like the what ifs.
Yeah.
Like, for example,
like what if I didn't, come home
dude,
and didn't take the finals?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Or like for example, you get pissed at this stuff, but you look it back, you never know what the Lord's doing in the background. You really don't.
Yeah.
And like, for example, like, there's some fat bitch or somebody died on 9/11 in that plane that took up 2 seats, and the person's like, damn it, you took my seat. And he's like, thank you. You just, as dark and twisted as that is, there's gotta people that come back home like, you know what, I'm glad you took my seat, bro. Thank you. It's just, you gotta look back at it. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole, because I think that was an internal job.
I believe so, because you know what I remember, and I will never forget this till the day I'm dead, is the day before 9/11 happened. Rumsfeld came on the air and said we can't account for 11 trillion with a T dollars. And then coincidentally, that was the building that, and then all of a sudden you never heard about this debt this money that we can't find.
Well, the reason why I like Trump a lot too is, let the hate comments come in for that. I will proudly take them. He wants to open up. I was like the kindergartner. Oh yeah, congratulations. I was too. I think. I don't know. I don't know what was I. What was I?
I was 21.
Oh yeah, I was still. I remember coming home. It was no, not kindergarten. Maybe elementary school. No, because
2011.
2011, no, but I'm just saying, she's like, I'm 30. I'm looking up at the list now. Okay, cool. I'm 32, so that means we're in the same grade. Okay, so that would have been happening because I remember biking home, and my mom was folding laundry, and the news was on, and she was just like pale as a ghost. And my mom's dark. My mom's pretty dark, and she made paper look white, or make paper look dark. That's how, like, she saw a ghost when this happened. She's like, holy crap.
Yeah.
So it's scary to see what I think. Well, it's not scary anymore. It's like, it doesn't surprise me now in today's time that what our own government would do to us.
Well, it's funny. It's like, because I had a conversation, it was a very awkward conversation, because I was like, I'm one of those people that I believe the data, and I construct my own story. I don't listen to narratives of newscasters. I have at my own press credentials and stuff like that. So like, I look at the story, and then I look behind the story, and then I look at follow the money, because that's always usually one of the biggest tall tale signs. And that's why I brought up the whole literally the day before 9/11 happened, that whole treasury missing. Yeah, that's
what it was with me saying about Trump. Trump wanted to declassify that stuff and prove a point, because when 9/11 happened, he wanted to investigate it himself and fund it. And it said nothing's making sense.
No.
I'm a multi-billionaire, and I build buildings because I need them.
Yeah, and there's historical data where planes have bigger planes have
with all the fuel and stuff.
Yep.
They didn't even melt the beams, but all of a sudden these beams melted, and then it collapsed from the top.
Free fall speed too, with no resistance.
I'm telling you, man. And then if there's some footage that comes out too, where it shows you at different angles where it looks like an explosion from the inside, and
you see the burst. You see the burst, pop,
like,
pop,
what?
pop, and it's like going, that's a demo sign. Like, that's literally
spooky dog, spooky.
Well, if you didn't know that was the Twin Towers, and you just looked at it face value at what was happening and all the pops and all the windows blowing out, and they say, oh, it's because of the pancake. You went pancake.
No.
I'm like going, yeah, it pancaked because something helped it. Something destroyed the floor below it that allowed that to fall and
let
destroyed
the gravity
that.
do the thing.
Yeah,
the weakest points to keep it going. Yeah, it's.
So since we're getting down this rabbit hole, what do you think about the whole Hawaii thing and the color blue?
I think you need to paint your fucking roofs blue. Because Biden's an idiot.
So you know what's funny
I think
about?
He let it slip on accident because he's old as fuck and has dementia.
What do you let slip? I missed it.
Did you not see the interview?
No, what happened?
Dude, they fucking have him on a hot mic going like talking to some senator. I don't know who it was because the senator's back was like, he was like, "Hey guys, and that's why the Hawaii was terrible, but this is why we got to paint the roofs blue." Anyway, and he walks off and starts talking about other stuff.
Damn.
Like what? Like look it up real quick. Can you look it up on the TV to see what I'm talking about? You got. I mean, it was. I was like, what? and that's the thing is like the evil that's in the world right now within our own government. It's not even. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. I'm not suicidal. I'm happy with my life. If I'm dead, you heard it first here. Okay, I'm not suicidal or sad. But it's spooky with how some of this stuff is. It's definitely like a Hunger Games situation. Have you seen all that stuff?
What do you mean? Seen what?
Just have you watched the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Where it's like, of course, the rich versus the poor, and then those who want to make it got to fight for their life. You know, they're Hollywood right there, right?
Right.
Whatever I say. And then did you see that like that Grammys thing or what? I don't even know what it is. I don't even watch it because it's such a waste of time. But some stupid influencer, TikToker was like, "Let them eat cake." I was like, "Bitch, do you know where that's from? It's from the Queen of England, or not England. Where was this? Oh, I can't remember where she was from, but it was some queen who was letting the people starve. They kicked in the door, hung her, then behead her. That's how much they hated this bitch. And her words were just, "Oh, let them eat cake. You know, sucks to suck. I'm better than you." It's like, dude, history repeats itself. And you decided to quote Queen Elizabeth. I think
it only repeats yourself. It repeats itself if you never learn from the previous, and that's a lot of these problems with millennials and shit like that. They don't learn from their mistakes, basically.
Yeah.
So then they repeat them.
Why did I say Queen Elizabeth like a fucking retard? Sorry, I'm talking to myself now too. I do that a lot too. Sorry.
It's all good.
Queen. Oh, did you find it?
I don't know.
This is it. Listen. Says it to this fucker right here.
This weekend, gotta keep pushing military stuff and all this stuff. So I told them.
See, they're trying to shut him up because he's off his meds. They're trying to pull him away from the group.
We'll see it.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. It's inaudible. Well, this was after the State of the Union.
Yeah, I don't think this one's it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Biden about blue roofs. Do the blue roof. Yeah, that been blue roof. Oh, that might be it. That one too. And see, this is this crazy part that people that drives me nuts with people now. Is that everybody has a cell phone now. Everything's going to be recorded, documented.
Yeah.
And yet the media still wants to lie to us like, "Oh, he never said that," or "Oh, no, he never did this." It's like, dude, it's on film.
Well, that
How
was.
do you lie about that?
That was so when I was telling you that awkward conversation that I was in a car on the way to the airport to go to basically take my flight to take the tests and all that sort of stuff. He was from Lockheed Martin. And so he's very, like, obviously Lockheed Martin is military complex, basically industrial complex type thing. So he was like, when I was talking about like the 9/11 and stuff like that, and I was like, dude, it just doesn't make sense. I was like, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm not saying, I was like, just there's things that don't add up, like the Building 7 just falling without even being hit by a fucking plane. Like, that's some horse shit.
What it was on the same lot, and they wanted to get whatever money they can get out of it. Guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. Like, no, the guy took out a fucking insurance policy and doubled it, like, the day before or some shit like that. I was like, wait, how is that not insurance fraud?
Okay, so it was the princess of a queen in the French in the 18th century. The peasants couldn't have bread.
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so she was like, let them eat cake instead while she was having a party.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Being dramatic because she ain't gonna fucking give them cake. You know how that was.
Yeah.
I don't know how they got wind of that, and they were pissed about that statement. They kicked in the door and beheaded her. So this chick did the exact same thing when she made it to the Grammy, and she was like, let them eat cake. Bro, they tore her a new one.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen her on TikTok anymore. I think she got rid of her stuff. She tried to come out with an apology, and people were like saying, nah, fuck you, dog. Is this it?
Nah, I couldn't find it, so I'm just turning
I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Right,
it's spooky, though, dude. He's like talking about some senator, I think, it might have been Hawaii, trying to rebuild Hawaii. He's like, you got to do the house in blue next time, and we'll talk. But it's weird because Oprah's house didn't get burnt, or Vacation Home, and a few other celebs didn't get, I don't know. Yeah. Fell off a coconut tree. Yeah. Fuck that bitch too. I do not like Kamala. Did you see the fucking? See
what?
I gotta get more whiskey for this conversation. The VP nomination for.
I don't like any politicians. Like,
oh yeah, we said that. I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, I was like, I totally anti all politicians.
I like the ones that aren't part of the system, like Reagan, Trump. They're just actors. You hate that I said I like Trump. Yeah. I know, but it's okay. I still love you. That's okay. Yeah, it's different, man.
I grew up, so understand, like, I grew up listening to Howard Stern, and Trump was on Howard Stern as like, Howard Stern has like sideshow freaks, right?
Yeah.
He had Trump, and he also had the owner of the National Enquirer, who also, by the way, has so much dirt on Trump that if he ever decides to bury Trump, he could. One person.
Well, people don't understand that. Everybody's young ones, right?
Yeah.
Like what's going to happen to me? Like, let's say in 30 years, I decided I want to be running for politics. Mm-hmm. They're going to dig me up when I was at 20, 25.
Yeah.
They will. But I'm looking at them straight like, dude, I was young.
Yeah.
Dumb. Mm-hmm. And full of cum, okay? That's what's gonna happen. That's literally what I'm gonna say. Is like, dude, I was a young dude. I'm a dude. What do you expect?
The problem that I have with Trump is when somebody speaks, I don't listen to just the words but I listen beyond that. And like with him, it's always an attack. It's never like, to me, if you're gonna talk to me,
I didn't like that either.
Come with solutions and don't come with me with problems. And that's like all the politicians. I'm like, never once have I heard, here's a solution. Like, here's what I'm going to do. Like, oh, I would have done better. Like, that's Trump's analogy, right? Oh, I would have done that better. I would have negotiated less to get our Evan Gershwitz, who was a news reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and like doing that trade swap. He's like, I would have done better, and it wouldn't have cost us as much, and yada yada. Like,
I mean, I could believe that though, because he did prove a point when he was in for 4 years. He did a phenomenal job.
He didn't release any prisoners, none.
Well, so here's my argument with all this stuff, and
I was there for one of the other prison exchange releases.
You were there?
Yeah, it was one of the Marines that was not the one that recent. There was another one.
Oh, okay.
That Biden had released, and this guy.
Were you there documenting it for journalism?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I had press credentials and all that stuff, and I was there filming it, and I was actually outside. Reed, I forget his first. Trevor Reed, I think it is.
I couldn't tell you. I'm only tracking the one.
Okay, so that was it was a big, huge thing, and Biden was actually one of the ones that got him released. So that was one of the things. Like,
could have been saving face though.
Well, no, I mean, he's legitimate. I mean, obviously he did it again, so it's not like it was a one-time thing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know enough about it to comment on it, but I'll definitely do some homework now.
Yeah, dude, look it up because this is not the first prisoner exchange. Obviously, actually, this is the third. Now that I think about it, because then you think about that girl who got
the basketball player,
yeah, the WNBA. She was number
Dyke or something like that. That everyone was freaking out about. I was like,
yeah, they exchanged for a fucking serial. One of the largest gun runners in the world.
Fucked up on that one.
Yeah, huge.
But
yeah,
everybody was mad because it's like, oh, she's a gay basketball player. We should have done our men first. yes, I understand the frustration.
Yeah.
But you're missing the point. It's still an American citizen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She may, from what I've heard, she says, damn America, death to America too as well.
Yeah, she's one of the people that took a knee and all that
you
sort of stuff.
probably shouldn't do that as well, but that's the beauty about this country. You have a right to do so.
Yeah, you have a right to be an asshole.
But when you decide to go against I wouldn't say the hand that feeds you, but really takes care of you in the fame and fortune that you say that, oh, I am deprived of because of my skin and I'm gay. No, you're clearly not, because you're making millions as a female basketball player.
Well, I would say millions, but
she's almost there. She got a lot of publicity now after that release.
Well, like that girl who God, I'm gonna totally I don't know enough about the WNBA, but that one girl who is the superstar. She's the Michael Jordan of the WNBA. The I forget her name.
Oh, the tall black one?
No, the white girl.
No idea then.
She it went full circle with the news cycle because she only makes $78,000 a year, and they're going, she's the number one fucking WNBA star of all time, and
you better come back.
You better be here.
I'll be back.
Yeah, so she only makes $78,000 a year, and she's one of the top players in and that's what they were saying. Okay, so the NBA makes millions of dollars, and they make
millions.
78,000 for their top player. What the fuck?
I don't know, man, because I remember reading an article that said that she was, and I think it was because of the release, the publicity she was getting. And of course, that's any publicity, good or bad, is good publicity. Really think about remember when Hannah Montana went fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, or Miley Cyrus, whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah.
And it was she's expressing herself. Well, she fucking skyrocketed for 2 years.
I love Miley.
Yeah, I smell a fart. I'm not gonna lie. She's skin and bones, but I'll still suck one out. But again, this just goes back to what I'm saying. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna do something serious in the next 20 years, and they're gonna come back and find me saying, "Hey, I want to suck my fart out." I was well, dude, I'm a kid.
Yeah.
But
okay, so giving you the highest paid WNBA players. Jackie Young of the Las Vegas Aces makes $252,420. She's the highest paid number one.
Okay.
So yeah, there's nobody making millions.
No way.
There's nobody making
that article's fucking whack then.
Yeah. Yeah, so $252,000 a year is the highest paid.
It was probably one of those one-sided articles where I saw that.
But to your point,
I ran with it a little bit.
To your point, if she has endorsements and she has sponsorships, then yes.
Yeah, because she's looking as the nation's hero now. You beat Russia as a gay black basketball player. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's here's a Nike deal. It's
right.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was starved for 3 days. Thanks. Okay, cool.
Just do it. Remember.
Just do it. Right? Exactly. And so it's just all right. So it makes you look back again. Is this stuff set up?
So I'm glad you brought that up. So what do you think about, because I don't know if you follow Cat Williams. He literally went off on this interview and was basically talking about how these celebrities and shit have the hazing situation where you'll see them wear a woman's
dress. Yes. He's going to be dead soon.
Yeah.
He's speaking straight facts.
And then you look at the rise of some of these people that literally came from nowhere, and then all of a sudden they're
she's I had to do some investigating. I'm back. What'd you investigate? Who fucked up? Your dog get in the trash?
Right?
Who did it? But yeah, no, he's spilling a lot of dirt.
Yeah.
That he and I feel for him, but I don't, because he was part of the problem way back in the day when he wanted to have that taste of fame. I would argue maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Because just like every politician, same thing with celebrities, they're all fake and they want to get to make the money and they'll play the part.
Right.
And
actually, Ice Cube, if you go start watching some of his newest videos, he literally basically said almost identical, but he went into more detail, so spooky. He started his own basically basketball league, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because of NBA and the power that they have and the influence they have, they're basically trying to run him out. So he's basically saying, I'm not part of the Illuminati. I
go against the machine.
Yep.
Go against the hand that feeds you or fed you to get you to where you're at.
Right.
3 things are going to happen to you. And this is, I think, what happened to Trump. And if you look at it, this happens to everybody who decides to wake up at some point,
right?
Realized they were wrong.
Did you
felt guilty?
Yeah.
And then they want to try to fix their wrongs, but in reality, you can but can't do that. Not with the system or the machine. They'll ruin your name.
Yeah.
They'll try to put you in prison.
Yep.
And they'll try to kill you.
Look at Julian Assange. Yeah. And so my dad and I had this argument. My dad's like, he's a fucking traitor. He's this, that. And I go, no. All he did was took information and he broadcast. He's a journalist.
He should.
He didn't make up the information. All he did was give the information a platform.
Dude, and that's the scary part is I don't think people understand it. You have foreigners coming here saying, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
You not see the writing on the wall? I left my country to come here to escape what's trying to come here.
Yeah.
It's in the Oval Office now.
Well, and that's the problem is we the people, we've given the government too much power. And I think I think the whole thing needs to be scrapped and then started from scratch. And I think there needs to be regulation on how many terms people and how many years people can
There needs
serve.
to be term limits and age limits.
And age limits, yes. I'm like,
Nancy
there's
Pelosi
no
should not still be in there.
And well, not only that, if you look at her, because I obviously follow the trademark, like the stock markets. If you look at some of her trades and shit like that, you're like going, this bitch has insider information. She's got more stocks and owns more and makes more money than any of us. Like
that should be illegal.
Exactly. And I go, there's no fucking way that people that work for the government and are making, $100,000, $200,000 a year should be making hundreds of millions of dollars because they're in a position where they know what's going on in the companies. They know what's going on in the structures. They know companies that are going to fall apart. They know companies that are going to, launch a new product and their, sales are going to go exponentially. Yeah, I think the whole thing is fucking flawed, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we've given
everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
You name it, good or bad, it will eventually get to you. And that's the thing that I don't think people understand is you got a lot of people that are like saying, when's the time to use the guns? When's the time to use the revolution? Yada, it's time. It's time.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to make the first move.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
No, and that's.
But even like, what is the first move? Because you can't just, you got to have strategy. You got to have, got to be thought out.
You're not wrong with the strategy part, but like some of the stuff.
You can't just go all willy-nilly.
No, but if you look at it, like some of the stuff, for example, Biden's done and Bush even has done, and you name it, Republican or Democrat has done, it is treasonous affairs in some extent. And it's still saying in our great nation, our founding fathers says so it should be executed publicly by hanging.
Yeah. So
what not been fixed yet?
What about the whole invading the Capitol building? That's treasonous. There's no way you can dice that without being like
you can. There's a lot of evidence going back towards that showing that it was peaceful. First and foremost. Second, they were let in. Plenty of video evidence. Hold on. Plenty of video evidence of people being let in by security, aka hidden FBI agents in the crowd. Mm-hmm. And then thirdly, the fact that they were told to go home and they went home. But you have same thing happening with Planned Parenthood.
What?
Planned Parenthood just raided the Capitol for abortion as well. The pro-abortion thing or something got signed saying.
I haven't heard about this.
Yeah, it was probably about a month ago. They did that along with Palestinian protesters. They did the same thing. Same thing about like gay rights, but they were being more fighting or I guess whatever it was.
Okay, just FYI, when you make a case for something and you say other people did it too, doesn't make it right. Just so you
No, I agree.
That means
doesn't make it right.
4 wrongs don't make a right. Just FYI.
No, I agree. But
just because other people did it doesn't make your case for it's okay for you as president to do it.
But this is where it goes down the rabbit holes, like saying, like you were just saying earlier.
How many people died though? So
how many people died, and and
how many officers died during that? So that's
when is it a good time? Exactly. So you got to think. You got to make your best judgment wherever it is. I don't think personally any of those things are.
Well, now you're contradicting yourself. Now you're saying like it should be treasonous if you do go against the government, go against.
No.
But that's exactly what he did.
Well, you got.
Which one is it? You can't have both.
You got to go with what we were founded on. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't just come in now and say, "Hey, this isn't it."
Well,
there's a lot of evidence that shows that we were corrupt.
Do you know about Project 2025?
I've heard about that. That's been debunked already. Even Trump came out saying like, dude, I don't know who made that. Just like left, there's crazy people on the left. We got crazy people on the right too, and they put my name on it. I never agreed to that. I never signed it. There's video evidence of him saying that.
But he lies all the time. You can't believe a fucking word that guy says. I hate to say it. I would believe most politics over anything he says. You know about WikiLeaks? He's like, I don't know nothing about WikiLeaks. I'm not friends. Like I don't. But then there's 7 videos or 10 videos of him praising WikiLeaks in the beginning, going, "Oh, WikiLeaks, like it's great, like it's amazing. They're gonna release all of Hillary Clinton's fucking emails, and like I stand for WikiLeaks and yada yada." And then now he's like, "I've never heard of WikiLeaks. I don't know anything about WikiLeaks." That one. The problem is like he's so full of shit, and I see right through it. Every fucking thing he says.
All politicians now are like that, and I think
it's like every time he talks, they literally have to document how many times he lied. Like it's 30, 40, 50. Like when somebody lies that much, they believe their own lies. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the left lies to the people all the time too. And this is the crazy part too. Is like
all
I used to
of
think
them.
Democratic. Like I would vote for them at that time, but now like maybe it's just getting. Maybe it's just a thing that happens when guys get older. Just like
Ross. Okay, don't be like everybody else on social media.
I don't want to be.
You don't have to choose a side. Just because somebody says Trump or whatever, whoever is bad, you can have 2 bad choices.
No, I agree.
You can have 3 bad choices.
I agree, but
the problem is, this is where I have a problem. Is you look at how many millions and billions of people there are, and this is the best we can get. Like, really? I could do fucking circles around all these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I don't know.
But of course, I'd be shot in 5 minutes because I would piss everybody off. And I don't care.
It'd be worth it though. You were saving it for the people.
I would, but like the thing is like I look at it as a business. I look at it as an opportunity. I look at it as, to me,
well, the fact that politicians get rich off this stuff needs to stop. And what won me over with Trump a little bit is he didn't take a dime, from my understanding, when he was in for 4 years. He funded himself.
That's also been debunked. That's been debunked.
Really?
It has, yeah.
I need to look that up.
You need to, because that has been debunked.
I don't know. I've heard it hasn't, though. That's the problem. See, for me, here's how I hold on. Here's how I vote for my guys.
Okay.
This is what I do. This is what I try to do, at least. I try to go biblically. I understand not everybody's biblical.
What?
Biblically. Okay. To where it holds true to whether you want to say love, righteousness, yada yada.
Oh wait, which Bible though? See, it's like I could do this all day long.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. I
love debating. Just FYI, like don't take
right there with me, dude. I'm not.
Don't get offended by anything I say or do.
And this is healthy, and this is why I think this needs to happen a lot more.
It does,
because this is
not
how
angry about it.
Yes, this is how people get. You could get angry, but we could still be friends at the end of it.
Exactly.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because we have character. Mm-hmm. A lot of these people don't anymore.
Right.
And they get butthurt and they get rational to violence because you go against what I think or believe, left or right.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly the left. I haven't seen it a lot on the right, but I know for a fact it's there. I'm not ignorant enough to say, oh, it doesn't exist. Like some of these people do say, no, right, we're peaceful. No. Y'all cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs too. I get it. Okay. But you gotta have these healthy debates, because once we stop talking and stop having these healthy debates, that's when I think as a nation we start becoming doomed, and that's when we're easier to be manipulated by the government or a foreign entity. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they're too dumb to think for themselves and they don't want to debate because their butt hurt.
Well, I hate to agree with them, but yes, a majority of the population is completely redunculously dumb.
Pretty dumb.
And I'm just like, in it.
For those who are watching, we're not talking about you, but if you fit in that category,
if the shoe fits,
stop being dumb.
Stop being dumb. And this is what frustrates me to all get out, is because I'm like, we have no fucking excuse to be stupid. You literally
have so much technology money.
You have 7 billion libraries right here, and you don't even have to fucking. Yeah. You can go in your underwear,
dude. You can do a lot of shit figured out on that phone.
And that's the thing, is like, even with AI, it's like you have a mountain of information that we never had before. Like, you can access anything if you're not sure about something, and if you want to know something, you want to expand your knowledge on something, you can look at it. But I'm gonna sidestep with that.
Okay.
Because I worked in the industry and I know how algorithms work. So to your point, the reason why you didn't know about all the stuff that I had mentioned a few minutes ago is because you're getting served stuff that fits your narrative. So,
but this goes back to also what you were saying. It was like, well, it's rigged, because I remember I physically tested this theory. Well, yeah, that's fair too. But like so for example,
yeah.
Here's what's waking me up more to realizing that not only as a nation we're corrupt, but Trump might not be a bad guy. Is he's doing something right? Where just like Reagan or Teddy Roosevelt, who was a Democrat, they tried to kill him. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's clearly doing
JFK.
something right.
Yeah.
Even better example.
Yeah,
he's clearly doing something right to where the shadow government or the dark side of the government says, no, the people do not need to know this, or do not deserve to have this, which is completely wrong in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But the fact that everybody hates him and wants to shut him up only tells me that he's doing something right, to where it's like, why are they wanting to do this? Why? Like, why? And I tested this theory. I saw somebody post saying, if you look up on Google after July 13th and 14th, the assassination attempt of Trump was not even mentioned in Google. It was assassination attempt of something else, some other president who never even was shot at. It's like, you cover stuff up, and that's again, that goes back to what I was saying. Is like they hide a lot of the stuff that he wants to say and try to feed you stuff that's like, hey, he said this, but he really never did. So I don't know. I'm just going off of other people that do the homework that I could argue to say that I trust.
Well, the thing is until you see the video clips, and then you got to also be on the ability to understand, is it AI generated? Is this a real video footage?
You can tell though, with AI is not that good yet.
No, I know. I can.
Oh yeah, I can tell 100%. Like, I have a buddy at work. He's like looking at, like, he showed me these photos of these two chicks. Like, it was like Megan Fox and like the girl who played Black Widow in Avengers. What's her name?
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. What's her name? Scarlett.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's a photo of them on the beach together, wearing like tooth floss bikinis, like hugging each other. He goes, dude, they finally hooked. Look at him. I was like, dude, that's so AI. He goes, no, it's not. And he's an older guy, so he doesn't understand anything. Right. But he
doesn't understand anything.
So it's
fucking
like,
old people.
Yeah, you fucking suck. Revoke your licenses. You guys don't deserve to drive. That's another topic. But the photos were completely glossy. There's too much light reflection. It was too clean. I was like, dude, look at that. That is not natural.
Right.
That is not. He goes, nope. Them titties are real. I was like, no, dog. I mean, they might be, but
real fake.
Not in this photo. Yeah, exactly. Not in this photo. So it's crazy. And like, if you look at some of the AI videos too of somebody else talking, you can tell because it's not syncing up correctly. It's not there yet. But
although deep fakes,
it's getting there, and it's spooky.
Yeah,
because who says that they can't use that on us? Saying, "Hey, you said this.
Yep,
you're now labeled."
We have video proof.
Yeah. Everything needs evidence now in this country, right?
Well, here's the fucked up. Here's the scary. Let's play this out.
Can I have another drink before we get into this?
Yeah,
this is getting me going. Oh God, I'm so
go ahead,
hard right now.
I love it. No, and that's the thing is, you think about it, we're giving them all of our information. We're giving them our biometric data whenever we use the phone. We're giving the facial recognition, and we're giving them all of the photos for them to be able to use to figure out and to make whatever AI version of us.
Did you hear about how the Super Bowl this year is going to have facial recognition with your tickets? Did you hear about that article?
No, I haven't heard about that.
Dude, look that one up. That one's spooky too. In order to get your ticket, you have to have like some sort of your fucking face has to be recognized. It's kind of a long read, so I just kind of skimmed through it. So I might have been a little bit more like, oh my God. But it was still like enough to be like, dude, that's kind of spooky. And the same with Costco. Did you see the new whole Costco thing?
No, what happened with Costco?
Costco now won't let you use your family's membership. Or like, for example, let's say me and you, like as she said, Dad, you're my dad, right? Okay. I'm of age. I'm 19, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm considered an adult now. Therefore, I have to get my own membership.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, Costco says, no, you're an adult. You got to do it now. You can't be under your dad anymore. So they now have you make your own stuff. You have to have a face recognition. You scan it. It matches it on the screen, whoever's at the door, and they let you in. I've never been to a Costco before, but if that fucking starts happening, that's spooky. And again, this goes back down the rabbit hole to those Christians out there with me. Okay. Revelations, the mark of the beast. No one's going to be able to buy or sell unless you take the mark. Mm-hmm. Okay. They won't even let you in the fucking building. This is what I tell everybody. These are and the devil is so good when it comes to this stuff. He's very sneaky. Mm-hmm. He's the master of manipulation and tricksters and lies. Okay.
Yeah.
And he tricks people to get, as my mom would always say it, he tricks people to the point where it's like you're like the frog. You're in the pot.
Yep.
You just turn on the heat and you don't even know you're cooking yet.
Yep. To
the point where you don't even recognize you're sinning anymore.
Well, it goes back to almost the poison analogy too, where it's like you don't realize you're drinking the poison until all of a sudden you're sick.
Yep.
By then it's probably too late because it's already gone through your system.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. Costco is fucking wilding.
They're wilding out.
I'm gonna still get a membership though because I want to see this. Not gonna lie.
You know what's fucked up is I've had a Costco membership for like 4 years and I've yet to go in there one day.
Really? My dad has a Sam's.
I have a Sam's Club and I go there all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like, I bought one thing there probably in the last 6 years and I've had a fucking Costco card for 4 years.
And that's what I fear about before I do it. I feel like it's overrated.
And in my thing too, it's overrated. And
she's like, you're not missing anything.
And the other thing is like, they're not convenient. Like whereas Sam's Club and stuff, it's always in an area that's convenient. I could go in and go out.
Near the house.
Or it's near a Walmart.
Yeah.
Or it's near other fucking establishments where Costco is like, we're going to go out here in a field. And I'm like going, but I'm never going to that field.
Yeah, why? Like, why? I'm not going to go.
Why? I don't want to go all the way to fuck over there to save 5 cents on my gas. Fuck that. I'll use my gas buddy card and go fucking wherever I want and get 20 cents off a gallon.
Well, that's the thing too, is like people don't understand how to like use these cards, these rebates, or these fucking percentages for the quarter. And they're just hurting themselves, dude. Like I took a Dave Ramsey class and dude's phenomenal. He helped me save thousands of dollars. But
that's why you're a penny pitcher. I get it now.
I'm a Jew. I'm sorry. I'm joking, people who are Jewish out there. But I will pick up a penny if I see it on the ground. I was at the racetrack the other day and I was buying like the fucking breakfast sandwich. It was like the double decker or whatever the fuck it's called. Mm-hmm. And there's like 3 pennies that this Latino guy dropped in front. And he was like, whatever. And I'm like, I'm not ashamed to pick that shit up. That'll add up in the future, dog. It's a fucking drink right there, homie. So, the Sun one in South Lake is fucking insane every day.
Yeah,
I didn't even know there was one over here.
At South Lake. There is one.
Where were we at right now? This is
Louisville. There's one in Louisville, but it's like right off of 121. It's
on the other side. Yeah,
that's why
behind the BJ's, right?
Yeah.
That's
then like I never go to that area. I never go to that little corner. Like I'm always either up on that ramp 121 to go towards Arlington or wherever, or to go towards Frisco. So I'm like I'm never in that little corridor. So I'm like.
Doesn't work out.
It doesn't work out for me.
Cancel your shit, dog. Save some money. I don't know how much it charges, but
it's like $60 a year or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I think I just let it lapse because I was like, dude, I never fucking use that thing. But my Sam's Club,
but as soon as you cancel it, you're like, I need to fucking go to Costco. Fuck.
Well, the whole fucked up thing is
it happens all the time.
I needed one of those battery backups, for like computers and shit.
Yeah.
Because I have like all of this technical shit here, so I was like, I need this stuff to operate on a battery, especially the internet, in case power goes out, I still have internet. Because things like security camera, thermostat, all that shit runs obviously on internet. And if you don't have internet, you don't got any of that shit.
Yeah.
So that was one of the main reasons why I renewed my Costco card. And then I get in and I ask him, I say, hey, where's this battery thing that you have on sale? Oh, we're out of it. And I'm
Thanks,
like,
dude.
Yeah, I'm like, I just paid $60 for fucking membership so that I could save $20 on this fucking battery backup. But I needed...
That's the nature of the beast, dog.
I needed like 3 or 4 of them. So it was like, it was going to basically pay for itself. But
Miss Molly, you're not wrong. This room is legit.
Yeah, Andy, my buddy, comes over here. He's like, dude, you're fucking keeping the power company in business.
Oh, you alone. Just right now, keep the grid going, dog. Good job.
Keeping that grid alive.
Keep it doing. Keep it going. But it's weird how they want to get you, but then when they get you, they're like, sorry, dude.
Sorry, much luck.
Yeah. And like I would go back to what I was saying, like Dave Ramsey, like I learned a lot from him. I was able to save a lot of money. However, I do not agree with his credit card stuff.
What about?
He thinks credit cards are from the devil himself, pretty much. Like he hates them, he cuts them up.
I never ever. Yeah,
I like them because of the points you can get from them and the rewards and the quarterly bonuses, depending on what card it is. However, not everybody should have a credit card.
Well, okay, so smart people
do not go crazy on credit cards.
Well, they don't get credit cards because they have a firm belief if you can't afford it, you don't need to be buying it. And rich people know that if you can afford it twice, then you can buy it.
I've heard that, buy it twice, but I haven't heard rich people credit card. I've seen a lot of rich people use credit cards for credit.
Most rich people don't need credit because they're.
I couldn't name one. Name one. Name them.
Yes, Molly. We know somebody near and dear that lives off of credit cards and shit. And like, I don't own a credit card. I've never owned. I've owned like one or two, but I am a firm believer in.
No, sir.
Like, I don't like debt. Period.
No, I'm right there with you, dog.
So like, the only debt that I have like right now is the house, and then I'm still paying on the Mercedes.
But Ramsey says that's good debt. Anything with house and property is good debt.
Right.
So that's fine.
But car,
not so much. Not so much.
But all the other ones are paid off, and like I've got the titles and all that sort of shit. Well, I still need to get the titles.
But here's the fucky part that what ruins with people is like you got guys like yourself who can afford 7 cars. You're so cool. And there's a kid out there who thinks he's fucking Mr. Know-It-All at age 18 or 19, right? Yeah. Oh, I got approved for $50,000 on a credit card. That doesn't mean put $50,000 on the fucking credit card.
No, 10%.
So who do you blame? Do you blame the kid, or do you blame the system that's trying to fuck the kid because he's like, you're young and dumb?
Actually, I blame neither one of those.
Who do you blame?
I blame our education system for not educating kids and people in general how to balance and how to budget themselves. And
I will hop on that train with you too.
Yeah,
I'll blame that.
I think
as well,
because I learned a lot the hard way. I found out that my parents actually took out a college loan under my social security number, and I didn't realize this. So like I basically was funding my own college, and I was like going, and then when my dad didn't pay or whatever, then it affected my credit. And anybody that knows about student loans, they fuck you 10 ways from Sunday.
Dude,
so if you don't pay on that, it's worse than not paying on anything else.
Yep.
And so like I learned the hard way what credit was. I learned the hard way of like when I bought an M3 convertible, like when my parents like were completely against it, and I waited till my dad went out of town and I went and bought this M3.
Oh, poor thing. Hot topic hits near and dear. It's okay. We were dumb ones too.
Every once in a while we hit near and dear to heart. That's what our goal is, to try to, relate to everybody and all people. But yeah, my firm belief is if you can't afford it, obviously twice, then you should be buying it.
Well, my logic that helped me out quite a bit as well is that mentality as well. I've heard that too. But if you have enough to put at least half of it down right now, you'll be fine next pay period. But you got to be responsible. Doesn't mean go, okay, cool, I put half down, I still owe $500 on it, I'm gonna go out like 3 nights at the club this weekend and have fun. No, let's be smart.
Well, and I think the biggest mentality that I've seen through a lot of people that have financial fuck ups, if you will, that I've seen, that there's a pattern.
Say that louder, Devin.
There's a problem that I see. No, it's what I call financial fuck ups, and that's people that are cashing checks that have never been written. And what I mean by that is they think in their head, I'm getting paid next Friday, and they know in their head that they're going to get, let's say, $3,000 for that paycheck or whatever. They go, okay, well, I can spend $1,500 now, and then I'll still be cool by when that check hits for that. I still have $1,500 to pay my rent and pay this and pay that. But then they don't realize all of the other things that may hit, or all the other things
happen.
Yeah, like, oh, you got to go out of town, or oh, you got to do this, or oh, you got a flat tire, oh, your pump in your pool went out, oh, your AC went out, oh, you need, like, people don't think about that, and they don't save a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
And so I learned at a very young age, like when I worked for Sam's Club. Actually, ironically, we were talking about
right? Full circle.
At 18, I worked for Sam's Club, actually here in Louisville. And every paycheck I saved half, I put towards the stock. So every paycheck, half of that, half a share, I would purchase, right?
Yeah.
So every other paycheck, I had a full share. And the reason why I did that is because the company matched. So
was it a 401k?
Yeah, it was like a 401k. It was a profit sharing type thing.
Okay.
And so what I did is I did that, and people were like, "Oh, you're taking less home, blah blah blah." And then when I left that company, I'm the last one laughing because I'm like, I just walked away with $10,000.
Yeah,
and you walked away with nothing.
Yeah. A lot of these people don't understand that stuff. So what happened?
But that's what I'm saying. It's like it's the education. I feel like there needs to be an actual legitimate education on financial freedom.
This goes
so like Dave Ramsey.
Yeah, but this goes back to what you were saying earlier. There's no excuse to be dumb anymore because you got it in the palm of your hand. It just sits in your fucking pocket or on the dresser.
Yeah.
Like for me, when I'm bored, get curious or whatever I want to do of learning of something, I will look some random shit up.
Yeah.
Like for example, the Argentina lake duck has the penis the size of its own body. Why do I know that? Because I got bored one night and could not sleep. Okay? It's shit like that, dude. And stuff like that just sticks with people. You're going to remember this, and the viewers are going to remember this. Like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? And they're going to look it up and like, holy shit, he's not wrong.
Yeah,
no, it's just little stuff like that.
And I'm like that. Like, I'm constantly, like, I've always, like, I feel like you should always be learning. And, like, every single day. And I'll even ask people, like, hey, what'd you learn today? Like, what did you, or like, they'll tell me about some horrific situation they were in. Okay, what did you learn from that? Because that tells me what kind of person and what kind of character they are, is how they process. Do they process it as I failed and I quit? Do they process that as I failed and I don't know why? Or do they process it, I failed, but this is the lesson I learned so that I won't repeat that failure? Because then if that's the case, it's not a failure. It's a learning
experience.
It's a learning opportunity, a learning experience. And that's the mentality that's missing. And I don't know if that can be taught. But
it's too sheltered now, if that makes sense.
Well, I think what it is, to your point, is the parents of this generation, they were taught to basically not say no, and that everybody deserves an award.
The parents wants to be friends instead of being a parent. That's the problem.
Thank you. Exactly. Instead of teaching them, and so perfect example. So I've dated a lot of girls with a lot of kids, right? So I've raised.
You're a better man than I am, dude. I don't date no fuck trophies,
bro. I have raised half of fucking North Texas. But anyway,
damn.
No, I'm just
thoughts out there.
But the thing is like, in all of those kids that have grown up, like,
never have you ever in the last 15 years.
Wait, you've never asked me that shit. What? In my whole 15 years or whatever of knowing you, never have you ever. Wait, what have I never? Hey, you got to give me context.
Yeah, are you talking about the Argentina lake duck?
Yeah, are you talking about ducks, or what are we talking about?
Penis or what?
Did you get excited about giant duck penises?
Apparently, China says they're really good. Oh man. The fact that we don't get flagged is crazy sometimes.
Oh, I know. I love it.
I do too.
And the best thing I love is that the fact we're called the FU podcast, and literally the FU is in the logo. And it's like, we've 3 years still flying under the radar.
Stop it.
Stop it.
But dude, so going back to what you were saying, it does go back to the system and the parenting, and again,
stop being friends, and
they want to like I was saying, like, everybody wants to be friends instead of parents now these days. But I do believe at the same time is these younger kids don't fear authority, whether it's kids or parents, and then it escalates to school teachers, and then law enforcement, and then this is why you have, I hate to say it, the African American community all shot up all the time.
Wait, all shot up? What do you mean? Like shot up heroin?
No, shot up with the cops and stuff. They don't know how to listen. The absence of parenting, the absence of a father figure. And it goes back to, again, the system, because I believe the system wants to keep them low.
Yep.
And that you can't do that. You just can't, just because it's the party that calls out racism is the one that's really racist still. If that makes sense, because they just want the vote. And then after that, it's like, back burner for the next 4 years.
And this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. It's like, I will believe politicians and stuff when they actually start presenting solutions. Like, to me, present a business plan, because I'm business minded. Like, tell me, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to do it. Don't tell me you're going to build a wall, and don't tell me you're going to fix immigration without telling me how, who, what, when, where, how, and the best one, why. Why are you going to fix it? Because is it going to benefit you politically? Is it going to benefit you monetarily? Is like,
well, you got to admit, we do have a border problem.
Oh yeah, of course,
100%.
Of course,
and Trump has provided all those questions or answers to those questions. But here's what I think.
Are you the fucking spokesperson for Trump?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I'm gonna check your underwear later. It's fucking Trump underwear.
Stop! It's a thong. Don't look.
JT all over
it. Smells Trump on the G-string spot. It smells like success or frustration. I don't know which one it is.
So does it have like a toupee where your balls?
That's a good one. But damn it, dude! I forgot what I was gonna say now after that one. That was a good one.
Got him. Timestamp.
Yeah, right. Remember this one.
Remember this one.
So he's proven that he can do what he wanted to say, right, and do. But I don't think, and this goes back to what my mom says, because my mom asked the question. Well, he said he was going to drain the swamp. He was going to do this, and this. Why didn't he do it?
Yeah.
Well, here's my theory after reading some articles and all that stuff, and other people have kind of came to the same conclusion. I don't think he realized how much he bit off before he could chew it. I think he went in there with the correct mentality, thinking, I'm going to do this, and then realized, holy shit, there are family members, friends that I will have to fuck over if I do this, that might fuck me over if I do this. I'm going to try.
And you know why?
And then he realized he couldn't do it because it was too big.
You know why?
I think it can.
You know why he failed?
No, don't start this shit.
Oh, I will. Come on. I've already answered this question about 10 minutes ago.
Why do you think he failed?
Because he had no business plan. He had no plan. Plans don't fail.
Oh, he had a
plan. Hold on. Plans don't fail. People fail. He failed.
Yeah. No.
He didn't. What was his plan?
I don't think he failed.
Tell me his plan.
I think the people that he relied on.
You
failed.
are his ally. Like, you're his.
I'm not his ally. His plan was to just get the dirt off. Like, for example, perfect example.
What was his plan? Walk me through this plan.
I don't know it. Damn it! I don't know it.
That's my
point. I'm not speaking on.
Nobody knows. That's my.
But you got a bunch of witnesses and other people that know. Brother, get the popcorn. It's gonna get real.
Oh yeah, get that popcorn out, y'all.
you got a bunch of people that were not even on his side coming on his side saying, "Dude, no, this is the plan. This is what was gonna happen." Yada yada. Right? They can't be at liberty to discuss it, which I get it. You know, hush hush, secret stuff. But I think what happened was he had a plan, and the people that were in that plan did not want to follow through with it, so he couldn't trust them. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing.
It's like me and you having a plan.
If you make your plan public, there's nobody that's gonna... You're going to have more people on board because you have an actual fucking plan.
The people, but not the people who have the power to
to
change anything, like politicians.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever been in a development cycle? Have you ever launched a product? Have you ever launched any type of, or worked with a company that launched something?
I have not, no.
Okay, the reason why, because
I'm retarded.
No. You'll have a very different perspective because you'll understand. It's one thing to come up with an idea. It's one thing to say something, right? Like, I'm going to make a very bold statement. But if you don't have the knowledge and the wherewithal on how to execute that plan, and no, granted, I've worked for some of the biggest companies, that one of which had Ron Johnson, who came from Apple, which is a very successful company. And he came into another company that I worked for, and he came in with all these ambitious ideas and everything. But the thing was, he didn't know how to execute.
To my cooks in the kitchen, the plans never get done. No, it's because they don't speak English. They don't understand. That's why they can't get anything done. I'm sorry, that was bad. I'm sorry. So this is what happens. This is the stuff. I'm too witty coming back, and it gets me in trouble.
Nah, it never gets you.
It gets me in trouble. It gets me in trouble. But no, the plan. But who are you to say that I have to share my plan with you? You know,
well,
why do we have to? Why do we demand our fucking president to share our plan with us?
Because otherwise, I'm not going to believe you. Otherwise,
you're not wrong.
Blowing smoke up everybody's ass, and all you have is ideas with no way to implement. So that's the key. Is if you have ideas, that's great. But if you have no ways to implement and execute, and you can't verbalize what that execution process is, you're never going to get in alignment. But you're never going to, because here's the thing. If he had a plan to, let's fix homeless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, he can go to all of his rich buddies, and he can go to, like, Mr. Beast or whatever that's already trying.
Ooh, did you hear what happened to him?
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get it.
Holy shit.
We'll get into that rabbit hole because I had a feeling, because I kind of new to following Mr. Beast. I like his philanthropy. I think he got, and this is just coming from me because I've been in his shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got too big too fast. He didn't have he did not have the foundation in place. He did not have the correct people in place.
Well, this goes back to loyalty too.
Yeah. Well,
there are a lot of people out there that don't have the same loyalty that me and you would have.
Right.
You know, and God forbid this never happens, but I know for a fact for me, I can't speak for you, but I trust you enough to say that I don't think you would do this to me.
Right.
If someone says, hey, I'll give you $1 billion, throw Devin on the bus. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I ain't going to do that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. Because you know why? I can't take it with me when I'm dead and gone.
Right.
But I can still live on with the memory through you or through other people, how they would see us. You know what I mean?
Well, and that mentality and what you just said right there is so powerful. And like that, I think that's a majority of what's wrong with even political and a lot of people.
They don't think like that.
Is they're so money hungry that they will rob, pillage.
It's not
our word just to get ahead.
It's not only that, it's just selfishness. It's like, what can I do to get ahead against my fellow man?
Yeah.
It's like, why do we got to get ahead of each other? You know, your story is different from my story, just like my story is different from your story.
And so, like, to your perfect example, I've realized, like, now in my older age that all the stuff that used to, like,
good night, Miss Molly. I hope you come back. We might be up still.
Molly, you launched a site. I would like to see that. I'll holler at you offline after a while.
OnlyFans. Who's Natalie? Oh, hello, Miss Natalie. Welcome, newbie.
Oh, that's.
Oh wait, I read that because I said my awful comment. I'm so sorry.
That's my my lady. She's out there. The one that I was telling you about earlier.
Exotic animal transporter.
Yes, she's somewhere in Georgia, Florida.
Can I say what I said to you?
What? Go ahead.
Can I? No, you know what I said to you earlier. Can I say what I said?
We said a lot of things. I don't know.
We did.
I don't.
About
Yeah.
Okay. So from not only my experience but fellow friends of exotic animals, you are the exotic animal. Okay, y'all fuck like wombats. Y'all are crazy as hell. Okay, so congrats to Devin for finding an exotic animal tamer handler thing. She brings the tiger home, dog. Okay, that's what it is.
I put that tiger in a cage.
She goes around. Okay, congrats. Wait, so I haven't met her yet, have I?
I don't think.
I don't think so either.
No.
The only one I remember meeting was that Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs Asian one.
Oh my!
We talked about that one in the last one.
Ooh, yeah, and it was funny because I had a couple of friends that I've been friends with for like 20 years on the boat on Sunday. Oh yeah, you say you're giving me shit about it.
Fucking invite, nerd.
I'll be glad you didn't come.
Oh, was it a shit show? I thrive in the shithole, so I want to see this.
So here's the deal. So like I went to start, like we were grilling, chilling, like we had first grill I went to fire up, it was brand new, right? Opened it up and like none of the fucking coils and shit, like for the propane, were in it.
She goes, Lord, don't get me started on her. Oh
shit,
you got some dirt.
Oh, savagery. Oh god, stab-a-tree. Yeah, fuck.
Savage tree. I see what you did. This sabotage.
Stab-a-tree. Yeah. But yeah, so like we went and got my other grill, came back out, and then we grilled out on the beach or whatever. And then as we were going to leave, I went to back out and there was a fucking boat behind me. So like I killed it, turned the ignition off, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm waiting for the guy to leave. And then when I went to try to start it again, it wouldn't start.
Oh no.
And so we tried, giving it full throttle, tried. And then
Hurry the fuck up, dude. Yeah, all those comments. Oh no.
Both batteries went completely fucking dead. And I'm like going, oh fuck, we're stuck. Out on, luckily it was less than a quarter mile from my slip. But yeah, one of my friends, Billy, she brought up the whole savagery thing, and I was like, oh god, that fucking name. I was like, if there was moments in my life I wish I could delete, that would be one of them.
Really? It was that bad?
It was that bad, dude. Like, I'd never been a prisoner in my own house, and she literally...
Choice words is what I have for them. Them? Oh, Kayla. I see the Kayla.
Oh,
who's Kayla?
Oh, or Kayla. Yeah, Kayla was one I dated for like 3.5 years.
It's always the long, hot ones that fucking get that going on. You know what it is?
Yeah.
Maybe I need to see a therapist. I don't know.
Nah. You're talking to one right now. How you doing, bro?
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm jotting down notes.
Bad bitch, as in like she was bad, or as in like no, she was mean. She's bad.
Yeah. So each one, like, they have their own flaws and their own specialness. Let's just put it that way.
And that's women for you.
Like, Sav was basically all out for herself. She didn't give a fuck about anybody.
I could have told you that from working at Marty B's.
Yeah, when she was like basically siding with Manny of all fucking people over me, I was like, literally, bitch, you can live with him. Like, bye, get out of the house. Like, literally, I came home so many nights. Like, I literally in that front room, like, I barricaded myself in there, and she would beat down the fucking door trying to.
Did you not call the cops?
Oh, dude, I fucking recorded it all. Oh yeah, and like I called the cops one time where she threw a cup bigger than this that was filled, and she threw it, hit me in the chest, and then of course the lid flew off and exploded all over the place. And then she like came at me and shit, and like fucking trying to claw me and shit. I ended up backhanding her because I was like, you fucking already assaulted me.
It's 2024 now. My hands are bisexual and ready to eat for everyone. I'll fuck you up. I don't care what you
like.
got.
Yeah, when you come at me
insane.
And you've already thrown something at me, I'm like, I'm defending myself at this point.
That's insane, dude.
And so like I went boom, like to block her, like fucking trying to like claw my fucking eyes out or whatever, and fucking ended up hitting her or whatever.
Hey, that's smart what she said you did. Facebook Live and that shit.
Oh yeah, and I Facebook Live
see that stuff. Something were to go wrong.
See the real 100%.
Side.
Yeah,
100%. That's smart. That's genius.
Yeah, like there was literally like she barricaded me, blocked me in my own driveway, and like she stood in front of the vehicle, and like literally I was like,
I remember that.
Remember, I emptied my fucking wallet. I was like,
oh fuck! So I did witness that then too.
Yeah,
that was that night.
No, that was a different time. Like this is.
Oh my god, there was more than one.
Multiple. Like that's why I'm not exaggerating when I've said like I felt like a prisoner in my own fucking house.
Who was she? Taiwanese?
Something
something with the knees, Chinese, Vietnamese, Taiwanese.
Thai.
With the E.
Thai.
Crazy bitches.
Thailand, yeah.
Crazy.
Not Taiwan, Thailand, yeah.
Crazy. She was fucking.
Yeah, she was fucking batshit. It's like, and here's the fucked up part. So like many years have passed. Like, I actually kept in contact with her brother. Her brother was really cool. Worked for Apple.
Who gives a shit? You burned that bridge, dog.
Well, no, he reached out to me a couple times.
Fuck that nerd. I wouldn't do shit after what her sister did. I was like, dude, like you're cool, but like you fucked up the whole family tree for me, man.
Oh no, here's the fucked up part. I loved her whole entire family, including her mom, including her dad, including her.
It was one of those.
Like everybody. Here's the fucked up part. I literally, when I met the entire family, I go, did I get the dysfunctional one?
That happened, dude.
I literally was going, I got the black sheep. Like what?
That happened.
They're all normal except for her. I go, even her mom, even her dad. I'm like going, they're all fucking normal. Like they're all like,
yeah,
I could kick it with them. And then her brother, like, we just hit it off. Like he was into like creative. Like he was photographer. He was a photographer for 311. The group,
Okay,
yeah. So like he's very creative and he worked for Apple and stuff like that. So like we had automatically a common bond because like we're both in the creative space and we're both like doing photography.
She said your red flag is taking women back. It's okay. I do the same thing.
Hey, I never took her back.
Oh,
Yeah, Sav, I was like, once I was done.
flag on the play. He's challenging you, Miss Molly.
Yeah, once I went to jail because of her ass. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I gotta tell you my story, but you tell me yours first.
I had to hire a lawyer, the whole 9 yards, and like literally the lawyer was like, it's gonna cost you $10,000. And I'm like going, I didn't even fucking do anything. And so, long story short, the district attorney and all that sort of shit, they ended up dropping the charge because they were like, there's no evidence. Like the evidence points the opposite direction. Like, you know, he wasn't the one that was the aggressor. He wasn't the one that started it. He was the one.
Got video evidence.
I was the one that called the fucking 911. Why would I call 911 on my motherfucking self?
So this is what happens quite a bit with law enforcement. And I said this to a cop who pulled me over once, and he was like, you know, that's a fair statement. I'm gonna let you go. I'm surprised I didn't get the shit beat out of me. He pulled me over. You know why I pulled you over? I was like, yeah, because you're bored. You know, I'm just shooting shit. Being a smart ass, and my friend at the time was like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Right.
And you know, I'm just, you know me, dude. I'm just always a smart ass, and that's how I develop friendships. Like, this dude, I can fuck with him, you know? And so yada yada, and he was stating the laws, and I was like, no, this is not what it's supposed to say. And mind you, before my dad went to ST Electronics, I'm pretty sure he was trying to be a lawyer because he had a lot of law books in his office growing up, and I would read that growing up. So of course, laws and things change over time. So I was reading those, and that was way back when he was younger, you know. So I don't know if it does changes or not, but I would quote this stuff back with that officer, yada yada. And he goes, well, why are you always questioning? It's like, because your job is to enforce the law, not know the law. Therefore, you are failing at your job because you don't know it. So therefore, how can you enforce it? And he kind of paused and looked at me, and adrenaline's going to this point. I was like, yeah, I fucking got you, dude. And I'm like, oh my God, he's going to pull me out of the car, you know?
He's going to pull me out and beat my ass.
Yeah, and my buddy's looking at me like, you stupid motherfucker. I was like, and he goes, you know what? That's fair. And I'm going to go home and do homework now from that. But here's your warning. Don't do this again. Have a good day. I was like, oh my God, I survived. I was very surprised about that.
But Molly, you throwing shade over there? Anyway, go ahead.
Hoping someone would laugh at that comment. Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Which comment? One of how many, or the?
I could name a few, but I'll keep it to myself. She said, "Oh yeah, one out of how many?"
Ooh, some dirt.
No, I mean I'm really good at a lot of things. One thing I will be very aware of and cognizant of is I suck at picking my partner. And you know what? And I finally come like, you gotta like you reflect as you get older. You'll do this too.
And I've made the same mistake, and this is what I will tell my friends now that are younger. I'm like, hey, it ain't golden, dude. Nor will it ever be golden. Respect yourself more, man. Women, and see, that's the thing is too, and my aunt is a great example of this. Mm-hmm. She loves to have power. However, she likes to test the boundaries, and she wants to find a man who will not let her have those said power trips or boundaries. He sets the tone.
So she's a toddler. That's what toddlers do.
Yeah, no.
They see what they can get away with, and then they know their boundaries.
I'm not going to throw shit on my aunt. I don't know how she is now, but I remember her telling me that back when I first started dating.
Right.
You know, and sometimes people can't help that stuff. You know.
Yeah.
And I get that, but now women either two things they want to have happen. They want to either be dominated or they want to be the dominee. If that's the dominant, is that the word? Look that up, chat. I don't know. Point is they either want to be in control or they want to be controlled.
Right.
And as crazy as it sounds, or misogynistic as it sounds, women out there, no matter what social media says, they need a man to lead, to take hold of the relationship, whether it's financially, physically, spiritually, mentally, you name it. Our job is to lead. Well, it doesn't mean put the woman on the back burner like, I'm not going to listen to you because you got a punani. No. I'm going to consider your thoughts, consider your judgment, consider your opinion.
And then throw it all in the garbage.
And then throw it away. Yeah, exactly.
Then wad it up.
And then wad it up and be like, you stupid bitch, go cook me a sandwich. How dare you forget your place, peasant. I'm kidding. And, but no, we're supposed to, you know, take them seriously.
So what about like the girls that like they want to change, like they want to fix you, right? And this is the problem that I run into, because girls like they like the fact that they can fix their man, right? Like they feel like a sense of accomplishment that they were able to fix their man. But when you meet people like me, like
it's not fix your man, it's controlling your man.
Yeah, exactly.
You go in a relationship You don't think I'm going to date somebody who I don't know everything about already, or keep dating you?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to fix you. I know what I signed up for.
Right.
Well, I would love for you to change.
Right.
But it's not my place to do so. That's between you.
But
and
if you
the Lord
love somebody,
you
why would you want them to change?
Because you don't really love somebody then.
Well, but you just said that you.
Well, I mean, depending on the change for better. Like if I have a girl who's shooting up heroin, but she fucking gives great head and cuddles phenomenally, of course I want you to stop shooting up heroin.
Hashtag priorities.
Yeah, right. Get your shit together, But like, there's like certain stuff that can be changed, that needs to be changed. But like, if you're going for personality wise, like I dated a girl that couldn't stand the way I fucking made jokes because it was too dark. I'm not changing that.
Yeah.
That's who I am. Military made me that way. I'm not going to fucking change that shit. And I was like this even before I went in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you can either stay with me and be happy that you have me, or you can pack your shit. I was born without you, and I'm pretty sure I'll die without you too. That's how you got to look at it. Shitty as that sounds.
I know, and that's kind of...
You got to, man. Just like, yeah, with everything... Like, don't get me wrong. I would love all the flashy lights, bling, gizmos, and gadgets, but I was born without it. Can't take it with me when I die.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So like that's where I'm at right now. Like all these material things and everything else. Like when I was younger, like it was like a race to who has the most wins, right?
And that's what's wrong with society. Everybody wants it now, and they want to make it a race.
And then now it's come to the point where
you pin people against each other, saying, "I gotta beat this guy." It's like, dude, I don't even fucking know you.
What? Well, and so I learned in third grade not to ever be in competition with somebody else. And I'll give you an exact example, and this will probably help a lot of people in the audience, because you never, ever, 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 and this also applies to business too, never be in competition with somebody else. And in business sense, never be in competition with your competitor. And I can give you countless of examples, but like I'm going to give you where it all started in my third grade. So there was a guy named Brandon Jackson, and he was like, everybody like gave him accolades and stuff because he was just brilliant, right? And so like my goal was like, I got to beat this guy. Like I got to build a better project. I got to get higher scores. I got to get better grades. And that's great to have like an ability or a goal. Motivation, right? A goal. But then what I realized is once I did the project, and once I got a higher grade than him, and then once I got first place in like the art show and yada yada yada, then I realized I no longer had motivation because I already met my goal and surpassed it. Right.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, now what? And that's when I realized, I'm like, when you have the goal of beating somebody, or you have the goal of being better than your competitor in business or whatever, you're going to set yourself up for failure, because if you do, hopefully you surpass that, then what? So that's when I realized is like, you've got to be in competition with yourself, because then you're constantly raising the bar and you're like, okay, I achieved this. Now let's see if I can achieve that. And it's like, if you're in competition with yourself, you'll look back and go, oh, fuck, my competitor is like way the fuck down there. Yeah. Like, and then you don't become concerned about your competition. You become hyper focused on yourself and your abilities, and then you begin to hone in on your strengths, and then you start to build your weaknesses.
And that's what goes back to what you were saying, is like, if you focus on yourself, you can develop those skills. But if you're too busy focusing on that stuff, comparison is a thief of all joy, man. That's biblical too.
Yeah,
whether you believe it or not. It
is.
Like you start getting that. So I call it lustful desires. Lust doesn't have to always be sexual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lust could be like, I'm fawning over or loving the idea that this could be me, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's different aspects. Like, I'm jealous that you have this and I don't.
Right.
You know? And that kills people. That eats them out from the inside out. You know, it's not healthy to have. And I've had to wake myself up to that too, where I've had to snap myself out of the reality of like, dude, this isn't my story, you know, and I gotta accept that. It's a hard pill to swallow sometimes,
right?
But in reality, is like, the end of the day is like, dude, you bleed red just like I do. You're gonna die just like I do. Can you take that with you? No. Okay, then what are you doing on this world to make a difference, or be spiritually inclined, or mentally or physically? Where's your peace at? So you got to figure that shit out.
I think, and this is one of the main reasons why I started the podcast, was because it's not about who you are. It's not about like what you've done, but it's about the legacy you leave behind. And like, here's the thing: like, if you look at your grandparents and then their grandparents, you don't really know much about your parents, your grandparents' parents, or even their parents. And the thing is because there's no record, right? There's no, you don't know what they sounded like. You don't know what they looked like. You have no idea. But the thing with the podcast is once we're dead and gone and the world moves on, like your kids, your kids' kids, your kids' kids' kids, all of them can see it and they can hear it. They can see your ideas. They can hear your ideas. So you are actually living and you're creating a legacy.
And it's cool to think about it like that too, because then even yourself too is like you're still always developing and growing until you're dead. I'll argue that till the day you're dead and gone and I'm dead and gone. You're going to constantly be learning. It might not be like book learning, but you're learning how to handle situations or how to deal with certain things differently. You're still learning and growing. And then you can go back and look at these podcasts and realize, wow, my opinion was so skewed, or my opinion isn't still too far off, or, you know, you could see yourself grow.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And that's something that's pretty cool to look back on. That's why I've always fawned over the doing a podcast or having my own setup, because I never thought like this when I was, dude, you saw me when I was a bartender, or not, you're not even a bartender, server when I worked with you. I was just a goofy kid. I was trying to bust a nut 24/7 all the time, you know? I didn't give a shit about politics. I didn't give a shit about whatever it is. It meant about having fun, going out and just relaxing and hanging out with the guys. And if Punani came, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just like you grow up, you know?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's like when you grow up, you realize like this is who I'm going to be and this is who I want to like learn, or this is what I want to pass on to whoever's willing to listen and accept it, you know?
Right.
She laughing that I said I was going to bust a nut. Dirty human beings. That's the same with partners. You should encourage them and challenge things together. Correct.
So Natalie, one of the things that I was gonna, I'm glad you read that, and I'm glad you brought that up. One of the things that I instill in people and also in businesses that, like, you know, the tide or the rising water raises all boats. So that means, like,
what if that boat has a hole in it though, and you just fucking sink?
Well, then that sounds like a them problem.
Fuck you, you're drowning, nerd.
Well, then you throw out a life jacket and say, or a fucking.
Nah, they drowning, dog. I ain't fucking risking my piece for that shit.
But no, and that's the mentality a lot of people, and I've seen this unfold many times, and I can tell the value of a person by how they react and act certain ways and stuff like that. But like when times are good, like you want to bring others up. Unless you're selfish, then you only care about yourself.
Yeah.
But that's why I was saying about like the rising tides lift all boats, is because like my friends and my family, like the people that are close to me, like if there's an opportunity for me to elevate them, then I am fucking all for it. And then on the flip side of that, I have a lot of friends that actually bring me business and stuff. And then for me to appreciate what they've done, like I give them a percentage. And like, granted, there's no contract or anything that says I have to give them anything, but I just do it because if I'm
your word,
because if I'm going to be successful, I want them to be successing. You know what I mean? I'm like, if you're giving me this business, I want to thank you.
Jesus, Devin can fill holes. Nothing is sinking. Is it your holes? Dirty.
All of them.
Oh my God. Naughty girl.
So yes, you were right about your earlier statement.
Oh shit. Videos are gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's enough for me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm reading through the comments. They're coming in a little bit slower before they pop up. So I'm just like looking on the screen at the same time while I'm seeing. I was trying to fix a homie for 3 fucking years. It's never going to happen. Exactly. No, see, and that's where it goes back to what we were saying, is like what Miss Molly was saying, is that you could try. You can lead a horse to water.
Yes.
You can't force it to drink though.
Exactly.
So when is it enough to draw the line and then you're the asshole, right? Oh, he gave up on me after 4 fucking years. No, bitch. I fucking tried after the first year and I stayed with you thinking you would change or get fixed, and you didn't. You still just decided to do dick and heroin instead.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, is it something when you're in a relationship?
She's like, no, that's actually disgusting. thinking about Dad, aka Dad.
Dad.
Yeah, she
filling holes.
Oh,
Nothing is sinking.
giggity goo.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
All right.
No, but I was just like curious. So, like, you know, you mentioned about like, hold on, now I gotta scroll. We got more comments. Hold on. You were trying to change homie for 3 years. It's never gonna happen. So, like, what? Let's walk through this because we've all done it. We've all tried to help or change somebody. But what was it that you were trying to change, and like, what was the result that you were looking to happen that obviously didn't happen? Because I know, like, with one of the people that she mentioned, was like communicating, right, and like being heard and being understood. Not only being heard, but like being understood. Like, like perfect example. Like when we had our discussion earlier, right? You had your side, I had my side.
Yeah.
We like. But the thing is, at the end of the day, I still heard what you said. Like, I didn't shut you down. I didn't like shut you up.
You didn't get butthurt and walk.
I didn't get butthurt. I didn't get angry and storm
yeah.
out. Like, and that's the thing that was missing in that relationship. It was like, let's talk it out. Like, let's work it out. I want to see your side, but I also want you to respect my side. Like, I also want, if I'm giving you that respect, it should be mutual. Like, I feel like that person should be mutually respecting what I have to say, and like, let's elaborate. But the thing was, it was like not that way. It was like only her side mattered, and only anything that's
called princess treatment. She got treated as a princess growing up, and now she expects that everywhere she goes.
Yeah,
and I would much rather date a girl with daddy issues than princess treatment.
Well, and that goes back to what I realized as I got older, what is really important, and that's the humility and humbleness of like somebody that is not about themselves, not self-centered, not egotistical, not doing things that just help them, but being humble and wanting to contribute to society and wanting to do to be the example that everybody else should be.
Yeah. So with that, you were asking me what my experience was with that.
If you've ever had anybody like you dated that you tried to change, and what was the change you were looking to do, and how did that? What ended up happening?
I got one relationship,
and it can be on the flip side too. Was there somebody that tried to change you? And so, like, this goes for the audience too.
That's what I was thinking. The relationship I was thinking, it was a little bit of both.
Okay,
he was trying to change me, and I was trying to change her. So
let's talk about that, because that's a good dichotomy.
It's really interesting. This girl still means well, but I think she was also young and dumb. This out of names, I won't name her name out of respect.
Yeah, names aren't
fucking Megan. Okay? It's
always a fucking Megan.
Yeah, her name is actually Megan. I'm not gonna say her last name so people don't creep on her.
Yeah.
But we were going through a rough patch, and I brought her flowers to her dorm at UNT. This bitch called the cops on me for bringing her flowers, trying to be a gentleman.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I was never so confused and angry and sad at the same time. It was really weird because, like, don't bitches in the movies, they love this shit. I'm wrong. Come back, yada yada. No, this bitch called the cops on me, and she said, "Oh, it was the front desk." Yeah. Well, in her defense, it could have been, maybe I wasn't there, but what happened was I think her name was Amy. I can't remember. Her friend, her sorority sister that was there at that time, was working at the front desk and was able to unlock her room for me so I could put the flowers on her bed or some shit like that. Well, it never even got to that point. Somehow the word got out, and they just said, "Fuck this, dude. I'm calling the cops." I was like, dude, I'm fucking nothing but skin and bone at that time. Like, what am I going to do? I ain't going to do fucking shit, And the cops walked me off the premises, and they said, "Hey, you're being charged with trespassing."
They trespassed you.
Yeah, they trespassed.
Criminal trespassing.
Yeah, they sent it in the mail. This was at UNT, by the way. Fuck UNT, because you guys are liberal fucks.
I hate that.
Okay. Yeah, and you guys are dirty now. Fry Street used to be cool. Now it's where the losers go. Don't be a loser, okay? Fuck Fry Street. And so they sent it in the mail. And my mom hid it from my dad because she found it. She thought I beat somebody up because she knew me like how you know me. I'll still fight somebody, and she knew I was going to the bars and stuff like that, and I would be in trouble every now and then, but it was nothing crazy. And she's like, "Who the fuck did you fuck up?" She didn't say it like that, but she said it like, who'd you beat up? I was like, I didn't beat up nobody. I got nothing. I was never there. At the time I was embarrassed,
Yeah.
because like I didn't want to tell her like, oh, I was being a fucking sweetheart.
So, it's funny you mentioned that. So like I actually had this conversation with Natalie not too long ago. I go, every time I've done something nice and like gone out of my way for somebody, to your point, like you just did, right?
Mm-hmm.
It always, I'm talking almost 100% backfires. So like when I hear like what you just said, I'm like, do you understand, like as a man, when every time you go out of your way to do something nice and go out of your way to be different than the next guy, and it backfires, it makes you not want to do it.
It makes you cold-hearted, and this
it sucks.
And what's sad is it's a vicious cycle, and you have to break the traditional curses or the vicious cycle. Don't let it affect you. You know what I mean? Because we create hoes by being men who want to fuck all the time, and then women create heartbreakers because we got our hearts broken because they didn't want nothing to do with the nice guy and they wanted to fuck the dude who was being an asshole to create hoes. It's a vicious cycle, dude.
Yeah.
We were both in the wrong, and it's just, where do we draw the line, and who's going to be man enough or woman enough to say, you know what, it's not going to be me. I'm going to stop it here.
Yeah.
And I could sleep at night.
Right.
So, being a young, dumb kid at that time, I was fucking devastated. I was like, oh, this bitch broke my heart, and it was bad. I was at Marty's at that time too. I was fucking sad, dude. I was fucking depressed. I was doing shit I shouldn't be doing, cocaine, and dude, it was fucking crazy. You got a lot of it. Man,
I heard
when Manny was there. Yeah, it was bad, dude. It was bad.
I heard that there was like bus boys and shit that like wouldn't even work. Like their parents wouldn't even let them work at Marty's because of the drugs.
Goes back to parenting, dude. They got bus boys there that parents knew they were on that shit.
Yep.
They were just like, we shouldn't work today. No, I beat the shit out of my kid.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
At least tell me so we can share. I don't know, But it's so she called the cops on me after that, and she still claims to this very day that, no, I've never called the cops. Whatever. You're nowhere until hell freezes over. You were never convincing me you did that. Because you were sucking dick on the side, I guarantee. Alpha fees, all y'all are hoes. Thank you for your business, but all y'all are hoes. Every single one of them, dude. A wiener has been in or on around them. I promise you. Don't waste your time. If you are in college right now and you're seeing this and you think you see an alpha fee and she's like, oh, she's precious. I'm such a saint. No. She's been filled like a fucking Twinkie. Don't do it, dog. Okay? It's bad. And that's the problem, is I was settling for shit. And it was a constant lie in that relationship, whether it's I was lying to her trying to be the man she wanted me to be, or her lying to me trying to be the woman that I wanted her to be. But it was never like that. You know what I mean?
So I'm going to tie everything that we've talked about so far all together.
Butt stuff.
Listen to this. So I'm going to tie the government, I'm going to tie the relationships, and I'm going to tie the police, and I'm going to tie everything and make it go all it wouldn't be full circle.
Surprising if I was being spied on already too by that time, because that's when I was like in my wake up stages of government. I'm going to sign up and see if it's really like this.
Well, it all goes to accountability, and that's what is the fundamental thing that is missing from parents, from kids, from adults, to government, to police, to every facet, is nobody wants to be accountable for their actions.
Oh yeah.
And to me, like, if somebody comes up to me and tells me they're sorry, doesn't mean shit to me. But if they come to me and tell me I'm sorry for X, Y, and Z,
explained it instead of just saying sorry.
And then also says, and this is how I'm going to course correct, or this is how I'm going to pivot and fix the situation, that to me speaks volumes, because it shows that not only do you recognize that there was an issue, but now you've offered a solution to the problem, which tells me you've thought not only about the issue, but how to resolve the issue. And I go, that's one of the fundamental things that's missing from a lot of people, female, male, police, government. Like, the thing is like, just be accountable for your shit and like own up to it. And then if you do fuck up, offer a solution.
And that's what would fuck a lot of people up, especially men in today's time, is men can't say no. And we are...
Oh, man, I'm really good at it.
No, I thought so. I was too. But if you got yourself like a busty Berlin or blonde and brunette saying, hey, I'm sorry, let me suck it for you real quick. Or like, am I really that mad? I don't think so, you know? And that was my problem with her, is she was a young college fucking student. I was right there with her at NCTC, and we were just fucking horn dogs. We really were. And every time we got in a fight, we wouldn't talk for like a day, and then the next day it was like passionate.
Pound town.
Dude, it really was. And it's like, all right, we're back to square one. We didn't really learn. We didn't grow. You can't.
But that goes back to what you were talking about with the lust thing, because you're basically you were lusting for her, she was lusting for you, and that's why things didn't work out, because y'all literally have one common thing, and that's just fucking.
Well, I think what happened with us was we fell in love with the idea of how we wanted stuff to work out,
right?
But not the person.
So, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's one of the things, like doing that whole soul searching and stuff like that, I realized is like I fell in love with the idea of and the capability of that person, but not necessarily where that person is in life and what that person's doing. And instead, I was always looking to the future, like I do with business, when I do with everything else. Is like I always look ahead, and I'm always like 5-10 years ahead, and I'm always. But the thing is like, just because I see that potential in people doesn't mean they see that potential in themselves.
Oh, Miss Molly agreed. She goes, accountability is major. Agreed. Oh, I see the paragraphs up top now. Finally, what's going on?
Yeah. I was gonna address that. I told her, I was like, hold on, I'll get to it in a second.
He was a real piece of shit trying to change him. Honestly, as a person. I'm not going to spill your tea out. Can everybody see this, or can everybody?
No, I already told her I was going to talk about it. I'm putting it up. Yeah. So he was a real piece of shit trying to change him, honestly, as a person, everything. The way he talked to me, the way he was not communicative, wait, it's missing some.
I was reading the old messages I can into, and he was calling me all sorts of names, and he was communicative. It was just terrible. What? He was or was not?
I know, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like you said, he was not communicative. But okay, so what she's saying, like
maybe certain aspects of it all.
To me, it sounds like the only time he communicated was like negatively, calling her names and stuff like that. When he was Okay, so what she's saying is he wasn't communicative, but when he was, it was all hate.
Spurts. She just said spurts, little lash outs. Yeah, sweetie, that's something that every man does, unfortunately, and I'm guilty of it. It's not an excuse. It's not a good thing, but you got to find yourself a man who really can step back and walk away from an argument or relationship just to cool down. And I've had to do that a few times, and then some of these bitches will be like, "Oh, you don't care. How could you walk away?" No, listen, I am respecting you enough and this relationship. I have to walk away because I'm not thinking clearly right now.
So to your point, I actually lost a relationship that was like would have been amazing, but I basically like got out of the situation, came back to my house, tried to calm things down, but I never really looked at it as her perspective of like me running away from the problem and just leaving the situation instead of resolving it. And so now I've learned. Let me
stop you there real quick. When you were running away, her saying we're running away, did you actually run away? Not like run away, like, I'm running away, I'm moving out. But did you like never come back and address the situation after you cooled off?
Well, I tried to, but because I left and went to my house and then went to my safe place.
Hey, we all need it, dog. As crazy as it sounds, we all need it. That's why we have man caves.
Exactly.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, my whole house is man cave. But yeah,
women are crazy. We have to have a whole new room. You have a house. Let us have something, damn it. Sorry.
But yeah, so I realized that was a flaw that was something I shouldn't have done. I should have walked out of the room, like you said, go out of the room or go outside, take a deep breath, just calm things down, think about it rationally. I'm a lot more calm now than I was then. Back then I was fucking high sprung because I was always
older. When we get older, we age.
Well, the thing is I've always been in a high stress and high production type position, whereas now I'm realizing the important things in life, and then that's time. It's all of these material shit and all this stuff doesn't matter to me anymore. It's it's what matters to me is time, memories, experiences, and stuff like that.
Well, that's the only thing that's not being made more is time. And Lord willing, knock on wood. Where's wood? I need wood before I say this comment. Right
table.
Okay. The time I have with you today is phenomenal. but I'm not guaranteed tomorrow. Neither are you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And we got to go off this last podcast.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
It'd be a shitty way to go. I don't want to go that way. You know. But it's you gotta. People don't understand that anymore. Is that they don't value or respect other people and their time.
So to me, like in my age now and everything else, is like time is the most valuable commodity. It can't be replaced, it can't be duplicated, and once it happens, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I'm like, that to me is the most important thing ever in anything, in any capacity, even more than money. Money can be reprinted, money can be redistributed, money like doesn't matter anymore. Like to me, it's like it's the time, because I realize the more I put on my plate, the less time I have to actually have a life. The more it's like, if your life is spent working and your life is, then you really don't have you don't really have a life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, and you're missing out on those experiences. You're missing out on those memories because you're trying to build a life, but not realizing that you're actually
missing out on yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, there was a meme that I saw. It was like this guy chasing money, right? And it was literally like the money was blowing off a cliff, and it's like shows him younger, right? And he's chasing after this money.
I've seen that.
And it shows him
saw that.
older, and he's still chasing that money. And then it shows him like super old,
almost in the grave, and the money's still there.
Yeah. And it's just like, and it really puts perspective to things. It's like you sit there your entire life chasing money and chasing like these dreams and chasing all this shit, but at the end of the day, you can't take it with you. You can't do it.
That's what I'm saying, like, dude, you can't.
And even if you did take it with you, it's not valuable.
Still staying there. Yeah. Everyone needs an outlet, and that's a stress reliever. You just have to find what works for you. Yeah, mine was cocaine and hookers. Okay, so find a healthy outlet.
Yes, healthy is the key.
That's the key word, is healthy. Yeah. Okay, I never did hookers. Okay, it was fucking whores at the bar. Okay, but point is, you know, you gotta have. She's not wrong. You gotta have an outlet. You gotta have a healthy one. And like for me now, mine's. I don't play any music, but I like listening to music. I like it outside. I like being outdoors. I like camping. I like hunting. I like fishing. You name it, I'll do it outside. That's my outlet, because you get to get away from false reality, social media. You get to go back to your roots, I would argue, and that depending on where you think or what you believe in and all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so let me ask you this: is it that, or is it because you feel grounded, because you become like one with nature, and you're becoming one with the elements? You're coming one with like earth, wind, fire. Basically, you're because to your point, like one of the best things. So we did a movie out in Arkansas, out at, I think it was Lone Pine. It's a fucking amazing place. Like you'd absolutely love it. But basically, you have no cell service, and so like you completely unplug. And it was such a great experience, because we're no longer focusing on the outside world.
We're this up real quick.
No, you're good. You're now focusing on the world around you. You know what I mean? Instead of the outer world. And that's my biggest issue that I have with a lot of people, like that I'll take out on the lake and stuff like that. They'll be sitting there like trying to Snapchat and trying to Facebook and all this shit. And I'm like going, enjoy the company you're with. Those people, they're not with you. They're not experiencing this.
Well, I respect the flex. They're trying to flex. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it. I've done that, and I probably still will do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to dedicate my whole day being on the phone.
Right.
I hate, and I'm guilty of this too. This is live and learn, where I have 50 things in my story. It's like, who's fucking watching that? No one. They're just fucking clicking through to get through the bullshit. Right. I'll put saying, hey, I'm on a boat. But then after that, you're not going to see me post anymore unless it's something crazy like tits are out or something. You know, not gonna lie.
Important.
Yeah, something important. I'm here for the people, damn it. And you know what I mean? So it's just like people don't know how to hang up and hang out and live in the moment.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what you were saying, is like, do you go back to being grounded?
But hold on, there's a catch to this. So that's the reason why I'm bringing it up. So there's a flip side to this. So as you get older, the only thing you have left are those memories, and are those photos, and are those videos. So yes, to your point, they're not important at that time, because you should be experiencing and having those memories with those people rather than the people that aren't physically there. But at the same time, the catch is when you get older and you want to, like, didn't I do this? Did I remember this? And then, like, oh, you can pull up the video, and then it's like, it's almost like you're reliving that experience.
Yeah, but there's an extent to that. There should be a limit to that. Like, for example, I don't need 50 videos on my phone of me doing body shots or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once was enough.
Right.
I can say, hey, I did it on this time. Everything else could be just mental memory. And like, hey, look, I have proof that I did it once. What makes you think I wouldn't do it again?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so when you go to like these places, like you see on Snapchat or Instagram now, they just random people just at a club partying, drinking. They're not really happy. I mean, they're happy probably on the first few posts, but after that, there's like, oh, I'm here for make people jealous. Yeah, look at my tits. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, dude, like, I'm good. Like, you're not making me want to go out there. Have fun blowing money or somebody else's money. It ain't mine.
Yeah.
Have fun doing that. You know?
Let's elaborate on that, because like when I see a girl that does that, I'm like, A, she needs attention, which that I'm already out on that, because a girl that needs attention of others means that she's self insecure, which means she needs people to make her feel better about herself by
something you can't fix. You just put a dick in it, dog. That's it.
But the problem is she's going to continue to need that. She doesn't understand the difference between good attention and bad attention.
You're not dating her. You're just fucking.
But I ain't just fucking no more.
We'll see. Okay, well, then that's where you got to figure out. You just got to find it. So here's my thing, and this got me in trouble, and I'm going to say it again and see if it gets me in trouble. So I'm all for women empowerment. Okay? You want to have your body, your choice, by all means. But don't be mad if I'm going to Krispy Kreme it and want nothing to do with you afterwards. It's your body, your choice. Don't try to fucking suck me down with you. You know what I mean? And
that goes with communication.
It does. And I wasn't done yet.
Okay.
It goes to communication, and it goes to what you were thinking. And this goes back to what you're saying. Oh, I could fix him. I'm going to change.
Yeah.
But I'm not willing to change my political, religious, or whatever views you want to do, because don't get me wrong, there's a difference between a hoe or a girl who wants to have fun.
A thought.
There you go. And a woman who wants to be a housewife and understands the value of being pure and, righteous, or whatever you want to look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has a past. It's how you change for that. We're not supposed to look at the past. However, but you're still taking 2 dicks on a Sunday and expect to find a good traditional man, sweetie, let me tell you something. Not happening. You're just going to be another Twinkie. That's it. Accept it. You're going to be 40 with 50 cats. That's it. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just help fucking send it out and follow him. Don't be mad at me. And that's what people don't understand, is there's consequences to everything that you do and say, whether it's past or not. Right.
Right.
And so,
but that goes back to what I was saying earlier about learning from your mistakes, learning and being wiser and taking something that was a failure, but turning it into, because you were provided information and you were provided a solution. It's no longer a failure. It's an opportunity to grow.
But people don't grow anymore. That's the problem.
Exactly.
People don't want to grow. They don't want to be corrected. It's considered hate speech if I'm correcting you, or you hate me as a person for telling me how to live my life.
Right.
And they don't understand the repercussions of that later, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be young forever.
Right.
If you are so blessed to live to age 90, what are you going to tell your grandkids? Oh, I was a hoe on OnlyFans? Cool. Congratulations, mom or grandma. You were a fucking meat sack. And that's all you provided for everybody. What'd you do with the money that you made? Oh, bought your riches that you can't take with you when you're dead and gone?
Yeah, and that's
okay. Congratulations.
And that's the thing, is we live in this artificial society of like, it's likes and follows. Like, that's literally what we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, as much as I own a marketing company and
how many of you are there? Sorry, sweet, I'm a one of a kind. Booyah. But it's like you were saying. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So yeah, like I was just saying, like it's like we live in this. It's funny because we talk about artificial intelligence and stuff, but like at the end of the day, like everybody's artificial, especially like the females. Like look at their fake eyelashes,
dude, and that's
fake
the thing.
boobs, fake everything else. It's like, oh, so your outside now matches your inside. Oh, that's cool.
And I exactly. And I'm every man. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna say you're not guilty of this, you're a fucking liar. Okay. I'm guilty of that, where I've looked at women online and lustfully, I'm like, oh my God, why can't I find a girl like this? Why can't my girl be like this? Why can't my wife be like this? You know?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, that's not reality. And everything's edited. And, you know, I get that, you know, sometimes you get the blessings, you know, of a fucking Greek goddess. But at the end of the day, it's like, it goes for personality because that's not what ages unless you have dementia. I'm sorry. Okay. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I'll play the fucking game. You want to have entitlement, like, hey, it's my body, my choice. Don't be mad when you get dicked down 50 times in a week and then you can't find a fucking husband. I'm sorry. Vice versa with dudes. You want to be a fucking man whore and get your dick wet, get ready for the consequences. Your wife most likely will not be a traditional woman. It'll be somebody that you had to settle with because she decided to settle with you, and now you guys are going to learn together the hard way on how to live life happily ever after. And let me tell you something, it's not happily ever after, because when he realizes that you've been dicked down 752,000 times and you, sir, have a creepy Carly from Vegas, it's not going to look good on the resume for the kiddos. Okay. So it goes back to everything you do has consequences. There's repercussions. Doesn't mean you live balls to the wall. However, have fun and I guess live balls to the wall, but don't be an idiot at the same time. You know, it's a vicious circle of life, dude.
Yeah.
And everybody experiences it, but it's how you grow from it and learn from it. Like you were saying, did you learn? Did you change?
Yeah.
No? Okay, congratulations. You're going to be 80 still doing the same shit. You'd be that old creepy guy or creepy woman in the corner at the bar saying, I'm going to get some pussy today from a 19-year-old. No, sir. You're going to be fucking arrested because you're creepy as fuck. Sorry. You know, you got to grow up. You have to at some times.
Yeah.
And people just don't realize that yet. And sometimes I'm guilty of that. There's times where I'm like in the verge of like, I want to go to a bar. I want to go fucking party and throw ones and do blow off of some fucking stripper's ass.
I mean, I'm right there with you. I kind of want to
see exactly.
I just once.
Yeah. The urge is still
a line there. Off a stripper's ass crack like that. Just fucking awesome.
Yeah. It's a fun thing to do, sir. I'm sorry to tell you.
Just so you can say, mark that off my bucket list.
I will share a story, and sorry for future relatives or in my future self who might see this. They'd be like, why did I tell this? But understand this is a different time that I'm living in now from my future self or whatever.
So don't hold this against him.
Don't hold it against me. Don't sue me. Don't do nothing. I didn't do nothing illegal except for the drugs. That's different. So it was my sister's, I think, 21st birthday. And if you don't know my sister's gay.
Oh, I didn't know.
She wanted to go to a strip club.
Uh-huh.
She's the dyke. She's not a hot gay. I love you, Sierra, but kudos to you. You do you. Okay.
It was funny because I was going to bring that up when you were talking about relationships and stuff and how like the man, like the dominant, like the man takes charge. But even in lesbian like type relationships, there's still always the alpha figure.
So again, you're gonna, I don't know about you in general, but I know whoever sees this in the future is not going to like me saying this, but being on the same team, it's not natural. It's not. And with that being said, whether you believe it or not, you guys are created to have a role, male or female, and you guys are meant to complete each other, not be the same. Can't fucking put the same puzzle piece together, okay? And women will say we don't need men, and men say we don't need women. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit all the way till the day I die, okay? And that's because we are created differently to fit each other's goals and structures in life. And so that's why you see so many unsuccessful same-sex relationships, because they're trying to play a role that is not biologically designed in them. But I was born this way. Okay, cool. Sure you were. But this goes back to the science now. I don't care how your feelings are. It goes back to a science. Okay? I don't care what you say as a man. Your job is to lead and be a role model for those around you and help others. Your job as a woman is to be supportive and help those around you as well and love on your man. If you can't do these roles together, What makes you think you're going to find the same thing in the same sex when they're looking for the exact same thing that you're trying to look for, but you can't feel, and then she can't or he can't feel because you guys are the same? And people don't understand that. And it goes back to whether you want to think of it religiously, politically, or biblically, or spiritually, whatever you name it. But people just don't understand the science of it all. It's in our DNA. It's in our chromosome. They prove it, and yet you don't see this on the fucking news.
Well, because if you study history, it's actually heterosexual and homosexual has been around for.
Oh yeah, the Greeks did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Greeks did it all the time. The what's that 113 movie?
113.
Not the Trojans, the Roman warriors, 103 or some shit like that.
311. There was a
Spartans. That's it. The Spartans used to fuck each other because it believed it would help create a stronger bond with their brethren, so they could fight harder in battle.
Yeah.
Nah, y'all just gay. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that's what no one knew what to call it.
No. What it was is they took the term "I got your back" literal.
Damn. That's dirty. Damn.
I didn't say it was right. I just said they just took it a little too literal.
You're not wrong, sir. And yeah, but
yeah, going back to what you're saying, like I disagree with what you're saying about like to an extent, like because yes, biologically you're partially correct. Like a male gravitates to female, female gravitates to a male. However, there are men that are not wired like you and I that do manly things and understand what it takes to be a man, because either they don't have it in their psyche or in their psychological. It's a psychological thing.
I'll argue that, and here's why.
Go ahead.
You got so many young kids now that are coming out of the woodwork saying they're trans or gay. That never happened back then. I think it goes back to being
it did
fed, not no way near as
did.
Bullshit. No way near as much as it is now.
Okay, not on the scale, yes. But you got to think about it, because we are now in a nation of, like, at the end of the day, does it affect you or me? No.
That's where I agree. I'm right there with you. It's like at the end of the day,
but that's why it's no longer the stigma has worn off, unless you're Arabic or Middle Eastern.
Yeah, they throw you off the roof. So you Palestinians that are protesting for gays for Palestine, go do that in Palestine.
Yeah,
go knock on a Palestinian's home here in America and see how they treat you. Promise you probably will either have a black eye or a missing limb, or probably get thrown off a roof and be like, wow, I didn't know it was so great here in America. Realize where you're protesting, y'all. Just letting y'all know. Anyway.
But I do have a lot of friends that are gay, lesbian, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That are very close, that I've had for 15, 20 years or whatever. And I can literally look at the dichotomy of the relationship and say, yes, she may not be a male, but if she had the male chromosomes, that's the only thing she's missing, because everything else, her logic, her thinking, her presence is that of a alpha and that of a male figure.
Yeah, no.
Even though she doesn't have a penis.
Yeah, no. And this goes back to what you were saying. This is where I think about it. It does not affect me.
Yeah.
I do not lose sleep over it. It does not help me gain anything out of this.
Right.
What bugs me, though, is now they try to push it on the kids.
Well, yeah, no, that
is not okay. When you have gays even coming out saying, hey, we should not be putting this on our babies like this. This needs to be when they are of age, realizing what they want to be and who they are. That's when it's okay to introduce it, not middle school, elementary, or even high school, in my opinion, because you're still a young mind, easy to be manipulated and developed.
Yeah, okay? Like you don't have a developed mind.
Well, dude, I remember I was in fucking, again, it could be the autism that was kicking in, but I remember used to chasing kids on the playground being a dinosaur when I was a kid, playing tag like that. You're telling me I'm fucking mentally fit to make a decision? Hey, I want to cut off my wiener because I feel like today I want to put on a dress.
No, and I agree 100% I agree 100% with you that, like, no, kids should not be making that decision. And if they want to go that route, then they can wait till they're an adult and they can legally, and I think it, once again, because I said originally that it's a psychological thing, I think that they need to be psychologically evaluated. Just similar.
No, it's been proven that psychologically is a better wording than what I would even argue the right's trying to say it, saying it's a mental disorder. Yes, it can be that harsh to say, but at the same time, it might not be. It might just be like, hey, something's imbalance, whether it's my hormones or
let me ask you this,
depression and all that stuff.
What's your favorite car?
Favorite car?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I know this is completely unrelated, but I'll relate it.
No, you're good. Dude, I got to think about it now.
Sorry, I went left fucking
No, you're
field.
good. I like trucks. I like a lot of trucks. I like
Okay.
I don't dude, I got a lot.
Okay, what's your favorite truck if you like trucks?
I like the GMC what's it called? Sierra. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not my favorite. What's the Denali? That's what
Denali.
it is.
Okay.
GMC Denali. Fucking sexy, straight nut every time I see one. I'm like, great.
So I love fast cars. I have a truck, obviously, but I personally love fast cars. So I'm gonna choose a fast car over a truck, and you're gonna choose a truck over, because why? Because that's something you gravitate to.
Yeah.
And it's something, but there's no difference in that between a female that gravitates to a female because that's what she likes and that's what she's into.
Yeah, no,
like
no,
me,
I'm not saying
like
it's wrong.
Fat girls need loving. That's just not my MO. Like
Bro, let me tell you this.
And I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate, and I know
No, you're good. Fat girls need loving too. You big woman out there, what's up? How you doing? I had me and my buddy Taylor. Not
Taylor from Marty's. Yeah. Oh,
we had a thing.
Whoa, what?
No, not me and him.
Okay. I was like, whoa.
No, we had a thing with him and J Moss that their frat did. By the record, for the record,
yeah,
I was never in a fraternity. I was not gay, and I did not hate my life. I could make friends outside. I didn't need to pay for friends for those who were in a fraternity and sorority.
Ooh, I got a good story about
get fucked, nerds. Okay, so I did join the military though. So what does that also say about me? A little spooky. But
you're confused.
Yeah,
anyway,
so
it is a psyche veil.
I probably do, dude. At this rate, I probably do. On Friday we had a Fat Girl Friday. Saturday we had a Saggy Saturday, and a Sunday we had a Sad Girl Sunday. We had a bad weekend. At least somebody got laid out of the three of us throughout the whole week. I was actually an innocent soul, but I was here to cheer people on like the good supportive friend I was. Why are you laughing, dog? I'm innocent. I'm the victim, damn it.
Oh, everybody.
Them big bitches loved me for some reason. But going back to what you were saying, I don't think it's wrong. I mean,
yeah, who are we to dictate what's wrong and right?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
and this goes back
that's why that's why I brought up the truck and the car situation, because it's like, but that's what you like and that's what you gravitate to. So I can't hate on you because you like trucks. Yeah, and I like sports cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
to each their own. But this goes back to where it's a tough, and I don't know enough to comment on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes back to religious or political views again.
Yeah.
To where it doesn't affect everyone's bathroom, television, music, etc. But I do agree with the figure it out when you're 18. Well, no, exactly. It goes back to what she was saying. Is like at age 18, you're legally able to sign up and die for your country.
Yeah.
But you can't go to a bar. You can't buy a gun. You can't rent a car. You can't buy a house. I mean, technically, I guess you can because you're technically an adult. But there's a lot of things you can't do. And then you're telling me a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old can chop off his wiener and say, "Hey, give me." No,
I think everybody except for mentally special people agree with you on that facet of things.
But what's crazy is you're starting to see a lot more people coming out of the woodwork saying, "No, that kid has a right. Fuck you. I'm the parent.
Yeah,
I'm the parent till he's or she's 18. Yeah, I'm telling you what that fucking kid's doing.
As a legal guardian, which that is your title.
Yeah,
you are legally responsible for the upbringing of your child. Now, granted, this is coming from somebody that doesn't have his own kids.
I don't have kids either, so
I've raised enough kids that I know that at the end of the day, if something happens to those kids, I am even whether or not I'm their father or not is irrelevant. I am still legally responsible for them. If they're under my roof,
yeah,
I am fucking legally responsible.
If that kid shoots up a school,
yes,
you're responsible.
They're coming to my house.
Did you see what happened to that kid that shot up the last school or something like that?
Yes.
Where the parents were like, hey, you had the gun. It's your fault.
I actually started a Facebook group.
She's like, you've raised me. Ooh, what's your thoughts on this subject? Not a Devonism. Is that a new religion that I need to know about?
No, I would like to know what she said about that. Not a Devonism, because yeah. So anyway, yeah, we need context, Molly. Sorry, appreciate the comment, but we need context. You gotta put a little more information so that we know what we're talking about. Because we squirreled 12 times since
squirrel. It's good character development, is what I always say. It's good character development. And you know where I got that from?
What's that?
Was my old drill sergeant pushing my shit in 24/7 because I was just being a smart ass all the damn time, along with every other fucking soldier that was there.
Dude, I can't. When I found out that you were going into the service,
I told nobody, and everybody freaked out when I came back. They're like, I thought he was dead. And like nope. I got my shit together. I came back out.
So, like, let's walk me through that experience. Like, wait to switch subjects and everything, but like, I want to like know more about it. It's like, obviously, I haven't seen you since then, and I know like our times hanging out at the strip club and everything else. Which that was some experience.
It still can happen. It's okay. So, like, what exactly are you wanting to know?
What got you into the service? What made you decide? Like, walk me through the whole.
So
that was like left field. Like,
when I randomly just joined, right?
Yeah.
So I know I didn't tell nobody. Nobody knew about it other than my family and immediate, like close like friends, which is like 2 people. Like I grew up with in 2nd grade or 3rd grade. So I came to the conclusion after working at Marty's that I needed to find a career path or a trade school. I needed to figure something out.
Something that wasn't restaurant bar related.
You know, and then like, I make my money, then I blow it the next day because I went out with everybody.
Or that night.
Yeah, or exactly. And
that was the worst.
It's a great life to do. I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, it's like, fuck, dude, I'm going to be like this forever. I don't want that, you know?
Yeah.
And that was my wake up call too, was like at Marty's, don't get me wrong, Marty's is a great dude or a great establishment, however, right?
Yeah.
But you had some older servers that should not be serving anymore. They're like, oh, this is my life. And they're like 40 or 50 and like, yep, I live in an apartment. I'm happy with my life. It's like, dude, there's nothing wrong with that. But like, come on, man. You didn't want a house. You didn't want nothing else.
Yeah.
And so I'm not like bashing anybody who, lived that lifestyle, but that wasn't for me. And so for me, I wanted to do.
So what was the lifestyle that you envisioned that obviously that didn't coincide with?
I was young and dumb, and I thought I'd be happily married with like 4 kids by 21, 22.
Hey, I did the same thing, bro. I bought this house when I was 24.
Yeah.
Because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna plan ahead. I'm gonna buy a big house.
Yeah.
That way I can have a family and everything else. And here we are, 20 years later.
Fucking women.
Still no family. Still no kids running around.
Hey, it's okay. We're not all called to that, and that was a tough pill to swallow. I learned that again. I don't know where you are religiously and all that stuff, but I learned that in a Bible study a while back that not everybody's called to be married.
Yeah.
And so what happens is I think everybody's pressured now in today's time to, hey, you got to get married or you're fucking a loser. It's like, no, I don't need to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be miserable for the rest of my life, nor am I going to put my spouse through that because that's not who she's supposed to marry, Well,
and my thought process on that is like, I haven't been married in 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Why fuck up a good thing? Like,
yeah, see, you're happy with who
I'm happy with what I have and what I've done and what I've accomplished and everything else. I'm like, why do I need to take, like, there's no, for a guy, there's literally no incentive.
There's no.
So what? I can risk
benefits.
losing everything that I've built for the last 20 plus years.
Well, this is where prenups come involved, and then of course you're the fucking asshole for bringing up prenups. And I can't tell you how many dates I've fucking ruined because I said, "How do you feel about prenups?" And they're like, "I don't know." I was like, "That tells me you're a little sussy baka right there. You're sussy. I don't like that. That means you're gonna take half my shit down the road.
Yep,
not doing it. Sorry."
Yeah.
And we stopped dating. I was like, okay, cool. More power to you. Go find you a sucker. Ain't gonna be me, but go find you one.
Yep.
And finding a woman who will do a prenup is a real MVP. And here's why: because she realizes that she could still survive without you.
Yeah.
And that tells me a lot about her personality, because she doesn't need you. She wants you.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's the key.
And that turns me on quite a bit, because I like a woman who wants. I don't need her. She don't need me.
That's
you know what I mean?
Exactly it. Like, I feel like as a relationship, they should be two independent people that are coming together. So that means either one of them can live on their own, but they choose, not because they need you to support them financially or whatever. They can do all those things on their own, but they want, not need to be with you.
And that's what love is. Love is a choice.
Yeah.
I have to choose every day to wake up to that person after 5 kids with a fucking fun bag. You know, you name it. Vice versa with me, with the beer belly in the future. I'm sure I'll fucking have one. I don't know.
Hey, it happens. The best of us, bro.
You know what I mean? It's like love is a choice. You got to remember who you married and who you fell in love with, and that's why personality is a big thing. But we're gonna go back to why I joined the military.
Yes, go back.
Was because I just wanted to have something different, and so I tried to go to school. Did not work out.
School, like what kind of school?
NCTC. Just try to get some basics out of the way, and it was just I didn't have the money for it. My parents were big on age 18, you're getting out, or you got to figure yourself out. And I was telling them, and I tell them this to this very day, is like, you know, times are different. Back then you could do it. Now you can't. No way in hell now you can.
Well, and that's what I'm realizing. A lot of younger generation, if you look at like them buying RVs and stuff like that and doing the whole nomad life and stuff like that, it's because they realize they can't ever afford a house.
Yeah. I would much rather buy property and then put an RV on it and live out of the RV while I have property.
Yeah.
And then build a home from scratch. And that's what I used to do as well before I went to Equipment Share, was building DQs and slotchkeys with my buddy. I did all that stuff. I was a carpenter, or framing, I should say.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's fun. I miss it. I just, as you saw, the murder shack is what you called it at the property. I built that with my dad this last weekend for deer hunting, and it was pretty cool.
You need one of these.
I got me a Milwaukee. What is that? Snap-on? What is that?
It's a skill.
Skill? I don't know. I'm not familiar with skill.
Skill's pretty.
Did you get it at that Harbor Freight?
No, what this thing does, it fucking nails, like framing and shit. It actually nails instead of a hammer.
What?
Yeah.
Sounds like another
I know,
drill.
so fucking random.
No, it's all good. I'm gonna have to look into that one.
Yeah, so it's in it. Fucking, I think it rotates and shit.
Oh, that's solid.
Yeah,
that's dick solid right there. So we say to my unit every time when something's really cool, it's like, that's dick solid right there. And so I, like I was saying, I wanted to figure out something, and then I tried school. School wasn't it.
So what were you like when you went to school? Like, what was your vision as far as like going to school? Like, what were you looking to obtain? What were you looking to do? Like, what was the catalyst for?
So I'm very artsy. Not in like a weird gay way or anything like that, but I like designing. I like doing cool stuff. I like building stuff. I play with my hands. I'm a tinkerer.
Yeah.
So I had the vision of me being an architectural designer.
Okay.
I really wanted to build homes. I really wanted to build properties, establishments, restaurants, hotels, you name it. I wanted to do it, build it, come up with the blueprints for it. Well, that's a lot of math, and I'm fucking retarded, as you guys have seen already the last 3 hours. Okay. So math still isn't really my strong.
Math was not mathing with you.
Yeah, math wasn't mathing with me. But as an adult now, you know, when my frontal lobe's been developed, I can actually do math a lot more now. But back then I was like, Timmy, you know, I couldn't do it. So
it's funny you say that.
I tried, dude. I really tried.
So, like, I was always anti-math. Like, I fucking fought tooth and nail as a kid. Like, I fucking hated math. Like, and it wasn't so much like once I got into geometry and cosine and cotangent and fucking all that shit, I was like, this is so fucking stupid. Or like hypothetical bullshit. Like, I'm like,
you'll never use this in the future. Then
I'm like X, Y, Z. I'm like, no, I like fuck this stuff. I'm never gonna use this shit. Blah blah blah. But then,
she said preach. You said preach because we hate math.
No, she said that earlier.
Oh,
that was an earlier comment.
Why did that just pop up over here now?
She said that at 10:05. It's 10:09. So she said that 4 minutes ago.
My bad.
No, you got to look at the timestamps. It's kind of confusing because
sometimes
there is a delay, but we don't know like how big the delay is on their end, depending on their connection speed and all that sort of stuff.
Gotcha. So
that's why when they comment,
parties.
That's why when they comment, I tell them to like, hey, give us a little more detail so that we know what you're
Makes sense.
Like when she said the Devonism thing, and then she went back and elaborated that, about the truck versus the car. And so, like, now it makes sense what she was talking about, the Devonism. Like, I come up with a scenario that explains the situation without explaining the situation. You know what I mean? Like, just giving something that's similar.
Yeah, but what's weird here is Miss Fisher just popped up.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't see that. See, there she goes. Now, hey, y'all stay where y'all are at, because now you guys are coming through right away.
Yeah, they're coming in hot.
It's okay. I'll stop commenting to make it easier. No, it's okay. You can keep commenting. Miss Fisher, I think you should keep your stuff and I keep my stuff. Amen. But it's the coming home to the person that snuggles at night, partner for life. It's the commitment, the work on life, and the work through like that. Or like with. Yeah. What about the butt stuff though?
Oh yeah.
That fixes a lot of things.
It does.
Yes, it really does. It really does. But no, she's not. They're both not wrong. Yeah, it's just like realizing that you gotta come home to who you want to grow old with.
And that's the thing. At the end of the day,
nobody has that anymore.
And you think about it, like, to me, I look at it. Okay, if you close your eyes, can you picture that person sitting on a rocking chair on the porch of a beach house or whatever kind of house that you want? But can you picture yourself being content and just with that person? And then that should tell you, like, whether or not you should be with that person. Like, if you can see yourself with them in 30, 40 years when, like, everything, the dust is settled, so to speak, like, you are no longer, like, in that rat race of, like, I got to finish first, I got to collect money, I got to do all this stuff. Whenever everything is, like, kind of the rat race is ended, kind of thing. I don't know any other way to say it, but, like, I think who you envision yourself being on that porch with when, like, and, like, let's just say there's nobody else around, like, that person. And what I always, this is my advice to anybody that's getting in a relationship: go somebody with that person for 2 weeks to a place you both have never been.
That's how you become on First 48, dog. No way.
Well, I mean, if the warning signs are there, then yeah, don't even fucking go that route. But if you think that person is a long-term person, go on a vacation with them. Go to somewhere where neither one of y'all have been to, and then you can feed off each other and you can understand how you're both in a strange environment and how you handle it and how you work together. That tells a lot about that relationship.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I've been on some trips where, like, I fucking wanted to jump off the boat.
Yeah, I need to get my passport. I've been traveling a lot and I'd like to go abroad, but things are too sketchy now. Being an American, just to go overseas, is just like, I might die on this trip, but fuck it, right?
Yeah. Molly says, facts. I was with Reagan and I would ask myself if I could see myself with him for my life, and the answer was no. Homie had to go.
Hey, there you go. Hey, at least you figured out before it was too late and you got a ring on your finger, and then you guys got stuck splitting stuff up.
Yeah.
So there's always pros and cons to everything, how you look at it. And that goes back to, again, like I was saying, like why I joined the military.
Yeah, go back.
Because I saw the pros of joining after I've already experienced all the fucking cons that happened in my life. And it wasn't like nothing bad or dramatic. I never went to rehab or anything crazy, right? But it got to the point where my parents were like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I told you had 3 options. Work, you're doing it. Go to school, you tried it. Military. Other than that, get the fuck out. I was like, damn. All right, fine. I'll try that.
Tough love.
Bro, I fucking wouldn't change it for the world now. And I did all 3 of those things and realized military was it. I liked it. I still love it. I like it a lot. I get out in February. I was active for 3 years, and then I went National Guard active reserve-ish. I don't fucking know what it is because it keeps changing because everyone wants to be politically correct now. And so that's where I'm at now, which is why I'm able to do this and be home with y'all. And I like it. I like it a lot. I get to be myself and still do Army and do the cool guy shit. And instead of being voluntold a lot more, you get to volunteer for a lot more shit. And I like that because not only the benefits, I've been in for 6 years.
Oh, wow. It's been that long?
Yeah, I got in at the beginning of 2025 or the end of 2024.
Wait, it's 2024 now. It ain't.
Or, fuck.
You got me all sorts of like, it ain't even 2025, homie. Are you trying to predict the future now?
Ooga. It's another 6 years. No, I got in 2000 and end of 2018 or the beginning of 2019. That's what it was. Okay. And so I realized that I wanted a future and I wanted to have more benefits and all that stuff. And
so let me ask you, what did you do as in the Army? Because you kind of, hit on like what your vision was. Like, did your vision change? Did you do something in the military that like coincided or influenced or helped your vision, or did your vision completely change?
I was with a bunch of dudes for like 16 weeks because it was the new extended cycle. So a lot of testosterone was developed. And I realized I was pretty good at kicking indoors and wanted to fuck people up.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done that. I trained like it was fucking my life or death, because it is.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at now. I was like, I would love to do shit like that. But now it hasn't changed how I thought about life or anything else. It's just, it changed the fact that now that I'm only getting older, with me being in for about 6 years now, it was kind of like off the record tryouts for platoons. And so they wanted to see who they're going to send to air assault or airborne and all those like pretty cool schools. So they do platoon versus platoon, whether either at Fort Benning or the fuck it's named now, because the hippies got all fucking happy about it, or like my unit, the 100 or not the 100, Charlie Company 3144 down in Seagoville, they would do certain events where it's like, hey, how bad do you want it, or how good was your PT score? And I got hurt trying out versus platoon at Benning because there was 4 openings for air assault and airborne. And I remember we were climbing the rope and I just said, fuck it. I looked down, I was like, oh, I'll be fine. And I let go thinking I'd get ahead. Bro, I heard my back snap and I was like, I might have done something up. And sure enough, over time now, it just gotten worse to where I did a PT test, and it's called the sprint drag carry. And you put like a
40-pound bag or something?
Not necessarily. It's a weighted sled because it's simulating as a fallen comrade. You're supposed to drag them to point A to point B for cover.
Right.
So the new PT test is phenomenal. I hate it, but it's more realistic, which is what you need to have for our soldiers now.
Right.
Compared to just push-ups and sit-ups. That was it. It's like, okay, cool. Anybody can fucking do that,
Well, how much like technology has gone? Like we talked about AI and stuff like that. Is there any type of like VR or any type of real case scenarios where like they actually, strap on fucking VR headsets or something?
Yes.
Where you're
not VR headsets, but I can't remember what it's called, but to do qualifying range, you got to do a virtual range setup first, and then the next day you go on the range and qual.
Okay.
So, and it's usually like an active shooter scenario and all that stuff and things of that nature. And, you get to do some pretty cool badass drills. But at the end of the day, it's still like kind of like, okay, cool. I prefer old school where I could do it, not because of a trigger that's, not realistic.
Yeah.
To where there's no recoil, no nothing, I can't adjust accordingly.
Right.
There's pros and cons to both sides. But yes, AI and virtual technology now is becoming more of a thing, especially with this new MOS. I don't know when it's taking place. I can't remember what it's called, but it's for drones. And you're literally on a virtual headset and you're driving the drone.
Yeah.
Now, which is pretty Billy badass in my opinion, because you don't got to do shit. I got to press a button to blow something up.
I got 3 drones right now. One of them's a FPV. It's same goggles you're talking about, and it's like it goes 140 miles an hour. Yeah.
So, have you seen the Ukraine videos of these guys fucked up by these drones? It's spooky where our future's going.
If you think about like how much military spends on bomb, like on.
Oh, dude, this is the future of war.
It's like literally they bought $180 or $200 drone and they strapped a whole bunch of C4 and shit to it or whatever, and they just detonate it. It's like so brilliant, and it's so like you can get exactly where you need it and then detonate it.
Yeah,
like,
no,
this absolutely brilliant.
This is the future of warfare, I would argue, because technology just keeps developing.
Yeah.
And rumor has it, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard people talk about it. Counter drone measures is just taking your team to a skeet shooting range and learning how to skeet shoot with a shotgun so you can shoot a drone down.
Dude, I am a badass shot on skeet.
I'm just saying, dude, that's your way to counter it.
Yeah.
Treat it like a sporting clay, except this clay blows up in your face,
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, cool, I could do that. Good night, Miss Molly. It was nice meeting you too, ma'am.
Good night, Molly. Good night, my favorite daughter.
I forgot about that one. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, like it's very, very fascinating because couple of the companies that I've worked with exclusively was the Air Force, the Army, and I got to fly F-16 simulator. In fact,
they let you fly
like with no pilot license. They're like, "Oh, you fly drones? You can fly an F-16." But no, it was really cool because I got to do the refueling. I got to fly through inclement weather, and it was really cool. And I was like, I literally asked the Air Force, I was like, "Can I buy this and take it home? Because like this is so fucking badass."
I'm sure they would let you, but that shit's fucking expensive. It's like
yeah, oh yeah,
$10 million for a simulation. It's crazy.
But yeah,
I don't know how much it is really, but it's fucking up there.
But I did work with the Army several times. So I've worked with different military branches, and I obviously I'm in the tech field, so I get to see some of the cool stuff that they got coming out. And
that's pretty dick solid because we rely on you guys a lot, along with like, believe it or not, artillery, which is king of battle. We're queen of battle because we're infantry, and then we rely on air support a lot of the times. If we're in a fucking shithole situation, those are the two things we were relying on. Yeah. Three things: technology that you guys come up with or patent. Well, I guess we'll fall into air assault or not air assault. What was it saying? Air Force.
And
then queen of battle, artillery. That's the fucking guys we rely on. If we're in a fucking pickle, that's where it's at. I haven't seen any action. I would love to, not gonna lie. But I'm kind of content right now. I'm okay with not needing to,
Yeah, because it's gonna change you, man. It's gonna
it does.
Yeah,
I've seen. I had a buddy who went, and when he came back home, he was not the same.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what my worry was, especially with you. And I don't know if you know this or not. You remember Caleb?
Yeah, a little bit.
From Hillside?
The guy we fucking ruined at the strip club.
Yes. Yeah. So he still keeps in contact with me and stuff. In fact, he actually I shot his proposal. He proposed to his fiance. I shot the photos and actually Natalie was with me. She did the video while I did the photography. And he ended up getting married. And
what's his last name? In fact, no idea he got married.
In fact, I wish he was fucking tuning in tonight. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be pretty badass.
THOMA.
Is this his Instagram?
Thoman.
What's his Instagram?
Oh, fuck, I don't know, bro. I'm not a fucking stalker.
No, I'm a fucking stalker. I'll fucking tell you yours right now.
Shit, I got two different numbers for him, motherfucker. I'm gonna message him right now. Be like, "Hey, you wake, motherfucker! I'm about to send you a link. Get on there.
Get on.
We're gonna have a fucking reunion,
dude. That would be pretty badass if you can get both of us on here on a Tuesday at some point.
So I think he went into the Marines.
Better man than I am. I'll give you that right now. Them guys treat them boys like dog shit. More power to
them. He ended up getting stationed in Japan, and so one of the few places that I haven't been was Asia, and I've traveled everywhere else in the world, and so I was like, dude, stay there long enough so I can get there. Mm-hmm. He used to send me photos and shit, and I was like, dude, I'm so fucking jealous. Like the cherry blossoms and stuff like that.
Dude, it's a different world.
It's so beautiful. World. And I was just like, man, he was over there in Japan for forever. But anyway, he ended up getting married and all that sort of stuff. And
good for him.
He reached out to me because he was looking to build a website with him and his wife.
What does she do?
Basically, I guess they were starting a t-shirt business where they basically have people that need different shirt designs and stuff like that, and he prints them and stuff like that. And so I used my AI website builder stuff, and I built him a website in 15 minutes. And then I told him, I was like, hey, look, I'm completely swamped with work and everything else. I was like, here's what your website can look like, but I don't have the time or energy to build it completely out and then put all the SKUs and I told him, I go, and I looked at his inventory and stuff like that. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna be real with you. I go, you need to have more inventory. I was like, you can't just put 4 products up and expect you to sell. You got to have variety. You got to have you got to figure out.
You don't want to flood the market or public with too much shit where they had to choose. You want to keep it simple for
you pick
the first beginning, I guess I should say, or the first few quarters.
But you also got to follow the trends too. It's very much you got to follow it like the Hawk Tour, right? Spin on that thing. Can you imagine if he fucking made some shirts like that? He'd fucking go ham. But
at the same time, I think he's trying to think of I want to be different. You know, everybody else did that. Everybody did that. I saw fucking 50 shirts right now.
Yeah, so
I'm scrolling through Instagram. Like, what the fuck?
But no, he wanted, to your point, like he did want to be different by doing like fitness type shirts. So not necessarily for like the buff people that are in shape, but also for like the heavier set people
that are in shape. That just got a little bread on their.
They're a shape. It's round.
Yeah.
But
hey, there you go. It's a good shape.
But he wanted to like have workout attire that's not like snug and but basically they can still work out and they can still like get in shape but not feel intimidated by all the gym rats and stuff that like that's their fucking dedication in their life.
Welcome back, Miss Molly. Fuck those people at the pool, but you're with better company now. It just popped up now. She got good service.
Well, you got to go to the pool.
The pool at almost 11 o'clock.
You got to go to the pool in order to sleep. I'm so confused.
No. There's people at the pool. Is what she's saying. I'm guessing she's in an apartment complex.
Oh, so your apartment must be close to the pool.
But my thing is like, what are these fuckers doing? Are they young? Good for them if they can do that and wake up. Like, right, we're gonna have to probably cut it here soon in the next 30 minutes because I gotta be up at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Actually, yeah, if you want at any time.
No. I'm gonna knock out. I'm gonna do a solid 4 because Mama didn't raise no bitch. We're gonna keep going.
All right, brother.
Keep going.
All right. So the military, you did that. You said you were part of the infantry. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So like, walk me like what a day in a life and like what you did. You said you got your dick handed in.
Yeah, I got my shit pushed in. So that's where it goes back to what my drill sergeant said. Every time somebody fucked up, and it could be just like you looked at them the wrong, or like you stepped wrong on the sidewalk, or hey, you didn't mop the rain while it was raining correctly.
Right.
That's how much they fucked with us at Fort Benning before people started getting all butthurt saying, "Oh, they're bullying us." Yeah. He said, "Don't worry, privates. We're building character." So. That's stuck with me now. No matter if it's positive or negative, I'm like, it's all right. Builds character, And that's how I use now to counter everything. And I just tell myself that and all that stuff. But I was at Fort Benning for that fucking extended week cycle. I can't remember what the fuck it was called because it was so stupid. And then it happened during COVID too. So I got stuck there for an extra month.
Oh, shit.
Because they withheld our graduation and they were trying to figure out, is this going to be crazy? And this will be for another topic, but I think it was a biological sense of warfare that China released, and nobody wants to take credit for it. Even China doesn't want to because it's.
Are you talking about COVID?
Yeah.
No, I agree 100%. Like when they talked about
that is by definition in the book biological warfare.
Yeah, yeah, which is also a war crime.
Yep.
Which because of all the trade and all the once again it goes back to the dollars, it goes back to the business, and it goes back to how much money. And how many businesses and how many companies would be affected if we actually put them on trial for war crimes. But to your point, I agree 110%. It was no fucking bats from the bullshit story they tried to sell. I'm like,
dude, the evidence,
are you fucking serious right now?
The evidence that even MSNBC put out, and they're just so ignorant to the fact that they're like, no, it's just like it baffles me to the fact that they. But this goes the government, think we're that fucking stupid to not think for ourselves and read the writing on the walls.
But that's why. But this is also the catalyst of why people don't respect authority, because authority is fucking lied to us. Like, why would you respect and why would you listen to somebody that's continually lied to us? Like, if you want us to listen to you, be transparent. Stop fucking lying. Have some accountability. Hold people accountable. Don't just try to sweep shit under the rug and say, oh, it was a wildfire. Oh, it was some bats in a fucking soup market. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, just stop treating us like we're fucking idiots. Because
and that's
we will go collect the evidence and we will prove you fucking wrong. So going back to what you said about earlier, about those parents that supplied the gun, they were called the Crumleys.
Yes.
And I started a Facebook page because I when I first gathered the story, I go, there's more to this, and this story is going to be huge. So actually, I created a Facebook group called Convict the Crumleys. And this, ironically, this is before they even went on the run. You remember when they went on the run and all that?
Yeah, they were
shit?
gone for like a month or some shit like that.
Yeah, so like my page or whatever that I started, it like started.
It just shows you that they were fucking guilty. They knew what was fucking going on.
Oh yeah, like
they gave the kid the gun because like, oh, go handle your bullies.
And I'm like, and I rarely start a page or a group or anything, but I knew there was something off about this particular case. I knew this was going to set a precedent. I knew that there was more to that story. And so like I started that group, and sure enough, like they ran, and then they went and extracted all that money, and then they did all of the things that a innocent person would not do.
Don't you just love being right and predicting this?
Oh,
shit?
dude,
it's writing on the
it's
walls.
So fucking amazing. Like it's so awesome. It's just like I wish I like had the time and energy to do it on other bigger things, like the whole Trump is shooting. I don't know what I can say and can't
That'll
say.
be another time, but dude, there's so much more evidence now too.
Oh yeah,
they're even saying like now they've even come out saying that there's no way this kid was a lone gunman, and there's no way this kid had the $4 million that were magically funded into his bank account and transferred out. Did you hear about that one yet?
Oh yeah.
So I was
they found multiple millions of dollars in offshore accounts that were encrypted. Which I was like going, okay, there's so much. And then did you know about the BlackRock, right? He was in that BlackRock video.
Yeah. I think I told you that last time.
Yeah.
I was telling you about BlackRock and Crawford or whatever the fuck that thing is, while they shut the system down to get their money back after they bet on Trump's estate.
Oh, yeah.
He was going to die. And then he fucking died like, oh, I got to get our money back. Oh, it was a fluke error. You're a multi-billion-dollar company. You don't make fluke errors, dog.
Yeah, and even if you do make an error, you got to be like me and just fucking roll with it. Like you got to take your losses, take your L. Like to me,
I would respect that more, and they would hide a lot more in plain sight if they did not try to get that money back.
Oh
if they did,
made it way too obvious.
Yes,
yeah.
They did what you said they would do.
Take the
loss.
Yep.
They'd be like, okay, cool, that was irrelevant. But the fact is, like 2 days after the assassination attempt, they wanted to shut down the system to get their money back to make sure it didn't get transactioned.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, sussy baka, dog. Don't be a sussy baka.
Well, and that's why I always say, like, just follow the money. Like that's at the end of the day, that's where everything, all of this lies. Is like just follow the money. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Molly said, I want to give you information about the dinner. Ooh, what's the dinner?
Oh, she texted me. Apparently, she had dinner with her father and
real daddy.
Yeah, real daddy.
Uh-oh.
How'd that go? Not artificial daddy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like I said, I can't wait to hear that story.
Let's hear it. Hurry up. Type that keyboard. I want to see smoke coming.
No, I think she wants to tell me off the air.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
She doesn't want to make it. She doesn't want to be publicly known.
Not yet.
Not out to the ether.
Okay. Call after this. Oh, boo! Because I'm going to be gone, nerd. That's fine. It's okay. I respect the boundaries. I'll hold it against you though, but I respect it. That's how I do it.
But yeah, I think honestly, I think the biggest challenge and the biggest problem with everything that's going on is the lack of transparency, the lack of accountability, and that's why I have no faith and no belief in the government and everything else because of the lack of transparency. Like, you want me to be transparent, right? Like with my taxes, you want me to be transparent with my purchases,
but politicians cannot be transparent.
Yeah, but you're going to tell me once I give you my money, you're not going to tell me where it goes?
Well, this goes back to 9/11 where they lost $1 trillion of taxes, right?
Yeah.
And then you just name it. Say, okay, for example, Ukraine. We did the same exact fucking thing with Iran. Mm-hmm. And look what happened a few years later. We went to fucking war with them for oil. Yeah. No, dude.
It was weapons of mass destruction.
Was that?
Yeah. That was the one that
we didn't find.
Yeah. We didn't find.
Okay, sorry. That the fact that we didn't find anything, but we found all your oil in the process and realized that we're gonna want this, and this. Like, dude, get fucked, dude. We're not. And you know what's crazy is it takes somebody to be in the government to wake up and realize that the government sucks. And sometimes it doesn't take somebody. You're so blessed to see the writing on the walls. That I was like, no. It took me to join the military and be like, dude, this is sketch. I thought America was fucking screaming eagles, proud. Dude, I was a proud fucking American.
Until you realize.
And I'm still a proud American, but the old way, not this new fucking corrupt bullshit way. And it's scary because what they do to their own parties, whether it's Republican or Democrat or whatever they want to do, what the fuck are they going to do to small people like us?
Well, the way I look at it,
they don't give a shit.
If they couldn't,
they don't give a shit at all.
If they can't protect one person, how are they going to protect an entire country? That's the way I look at it. Like, point blank, like if they can't protect with as many people that were on hand and as many security and everything else and protocols.
Thank you, Miss Natalie. Convince them so I can be a regular.
Well, if you're ever in fucking town, you could be.
That's fair. That's fair.
Mister, I'm all over the place. Where you got to be tomorrow?
So tomorrow they have me going to Wichita Falls, which is 2 hours away. They got me going to Irving, which is about an hour and 20 away. And they got me going to Waxahachie, which is about another hour and 20 away. The branch is located in Grand Prairie. So we get to, if we have service calls or customer calls like this, we get to clock in as soon as we leave the house and start our day. And so with that being said, I like to leave a little bit early to beat traffic so I can keep the customer happy. Or I will let the customer know that I'll be an after-hour shift kind of deal, like when they close down shop or close down the job site. And I'll be there. Just don't lock me in. You know, I'll lock up. You give me the keys or whatever you got to do. I haven't had to do that yet. I've had a lot of people say, hey, they'll wait for me until I'm done with what I need to do, and then I'll get out of there. Other than that, it's a lot of traveling. There was 1 month, dude, it was crazy. I was in Beaumont, which is in fucking Houston pretty much, or Galveston. Then Galveston, then Houston, then fucking San Antonio, then Austin, then back to Dallas, then back to Wichita Falls, then all the way back down to Beaumont again. I call that the 5-star treatment. They put you here, then you go 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 here, and then you stop here in the center where it makes complete sense. Not bitching because it's good drive time and good hours. However, why don't you make a system where it's like, okay, cool. You got all this right here. Let's knock that out in one day and start working your way down south. We'll make that a week trip, and then you'll go right back home right here. No, they want to do boom, 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 boom. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
More money in my pocket. But at the end of the day, it does get tiresome. A lot of windshield time does. I didn't realize how tired you can get from a lot of screen time or windshield time with just your eyes alone. You're like, they felt heavier.
Yeah.
My contacts were constantly drying out. I got major headaches. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's partly the reason why I had to take my glasses off. I was like, God damn, the screens and the lights and everything else. I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, my eyes are like burning.
Yeah. There's been times, dude, where I'll just raw dog it. I'll take them bitches out and just go blind or glasses. Like, fuck this. Sometimes we don't need to. R. What should go?
R. ARW.
R. Why are you women making weird noises?
Yeah, we got O and AWR.
R.
O. R.
Y'all go.
Oh man, that's funny.
What a good day today, man. Good day.
So, what did you do today? Well, how was your day?
Shitty.
Shit!
It was fucking hot. It was like the heat index of 107. It was fucking bullshit. And then it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I had a customer that didn't fucking listen to me, and I think he got fired.
Oh, was that? Oh, that was today.
Yeah, that was today.
Yeah,
I wasted literally 6 hours today on one unit because a customer decided not to listen to me. And again,
and what town was this in?
This was in Irving.
Oh, okay.
I was on a job site, and it was a Microsoft data center.
Oh shit! Are they expanding?
Yeah, they are, dude. It's insane. I was at from my understanding, when I was at this job site, it was I found myself where the tracker last pinged at gate 8, and there's like 21 gates. Homie had to walk 11 buildings to find one asset where my gut feeling was say, hey, start from 1 and work your way up. No, I started from 11 and worked my way down to 1 because that's just the location of where I was at or at the job site, right? And of course, the unit that I was looking for was at the very last fucking building. Oh, so we spent like 2 hours of just completely traveling.
So which campus did you go to, Microsoft? Was that the one off of George Bush?
No, this is a new one. It's called off of Houston Road.
Oh, okay.
I remember seeing it. It said something about Houston Road.
Because I used to work at a company that was across the street from Microsoft.
She got me. She's like, "Fuck yes, windshield time. Isn't it great?" I'm not complaining, dude. I'm really not. I'm all about it. Like I told my boss, like, dude, I'll be your hucklebearer. by all means, like, you want me to be your bitch and drive and just to drop off a box? Let me know, dude. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Not a bad deal. I'd rather do that than sweat my ass off in 106-degree weather.
See, me, I'm like, I hate driving. I'd rather be working, because to me, like, driving, I'm not accomplishing anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm literally unproductive. Like, that's the way I look at it, like, mentally, because I'm like, I'm not producing anything. I'm not creating anything. I'm not.
Well, you're also not in a field where it's like, hey, driving is important, to where it's like you're still helping out even when you're driving.
Right. To your point,
I got the same aspect, like the same. I get the same feeling when I don't get a lot done.
Yeah.
But when I got a boss that says, hey, I need you to go here, point A, point B, it's like, okay, cool.
Well, and then speaking of, like, you work outside, so like to you, that's like air conditioning, and like you're
dude.
like, fuck yes.
Orgasmic.
So
It's so nice.
I worked when I was 15 to actually 18. I worked as a carpet cleaner for one of my neighbors across the street. He owned a carpet cleaning company.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, like, working in apartments and shit, and you're working with 125 to 150 degree steam. Actually, no, 225 to 250 degree
cheese and rice, dude.
And then a lot of the apartments we went into had no AC, like, because it was a vacant, right? So of course they're not going to fucking pay for the electricity, blah blah blah.
Yeah, they're not going.
So you walk in there and it's already 100 degrees.
Yeah.
And you're hitting it with 220 fucking degrees steam.
You're cooking, dog.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you're
my blue shirt, it was like this color, was white from all of the salts from your body just fucking just
like
dying,
laying on concrete, just sucking it out of you.
So yeah, I used to love and look forward to whenever we got in that van and that AC kicked on. I was like,
well, you got to be careful with that too, because I've shocked myself to the point where I've almost like passed out. Let me tell you this story. So there was a time where I was McKinney just opened up. This was last year, 2023, and it was my first summer as McKinney as a tech. So I was working in the cab unit, installing a tracker and making sure the circuit board and all that stuff was working. And I was like, oh, I'll knock this out in an hour. No big deal. Well, it's 105 degrees minus the heat index. I don't know what it fucking was.
Yeah.
And I was in there and something felt so off, dude. I'll never forget that feeling. It felt weird. It felt woozy. I felt weak. I'm drinking water, dude. I'm fucking taking salt tablets in the morning so my fucking muscles absorb all the liquid that I drink. I'm drinking electrolytes like liquid IV or whatever the fuck it's called, and I'm just not feeling it. I remember standing up out of that cab unit, and I'm like, I need to get to where someone can see me.
Yeah,
I'm not confident in my ability that I can walk right now.
Oh shit,
dude, it got that bad, and I don't know how it snuck up on me, but I apparently was having like a heat stroke from what the doctor said, and so I got in my van. Drove to the front. I said, if I pass out right now, I'll at least hit a car and somebody's going to see this.
Yeah.
And they'll come get me.
Right.
I wasn't flooring it, but I was definitely hugging the brake going downhill, trying to get back to shop.
Right.
I got in the shop and the front desk said, dude, you look like, they said, pale, like I saw, like they thought I saw something like bad, like I saw a ghost or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember them even talking to me. I just beelined it straight to the break room to get one of them icicle fucking IV things and cool off. And as soon as I opened the lid, I remember falling, thinking I was grabbing the chair. And I yelled for the driver. His name was Zach. Like, Zach! And he was already there. He goes, dude, as soon as I saw you come in, this was not right. I was like, I think I fell out of the chair. He looked at me and goes, what chair, dog? You're not even near a chair. I looked, dude, the chair was like from here to that closet door.
Oh shit.
I thought I was touching the chair. That's how fucking fucked in my brain I was from the heat.
Bro, like, so to your point, in the last 6 months, I've had 3 fucking like heat beyond exhaustion. Like,
bro, they say you have it once, you're susceptible to have it multiple times.
And I've never my entire life, even when I told you about carpet cleaning and all that stuff in the fucking 100-degree heat, never had that issue until this year. And I literally happened 3 times. It happened when I was in North Carolina, and literally, like, it was the first time it happened when I was in North Carolina. And I literally projectile vomit, and I was on a fucking zip line course.
I've done that where I was throwing up because of the heat.
Yep. And literally, I'm
first signs, they say, is throwing up.
Yeah, so I was
one of the first signs.
I was tethered and I was just puking, and like I'm sitting there hanging on this rope course, right? And I'm going, I don't know if I can get to the fucking end. And luckily, the tower was right to my right, so I just fucking, after I puked like 2-3 times, I just barely remember getting, and then I remember getting to the station where I could actually get off the course.
Yeah.
Because I was almost near the end, which I was like, I can't fucking quit now. Like my mentality, my brain says one thing, but my body says, fuck you.
Yeah. That's how it works 90% of the time still.
And so I remember walking up and I see this bright orange fucking Gatorade cooler. And I'm like, that thing could have been Jesus himself, because I was like, it was glowing.
Bro, it's crazy
I was like,
what your mind can do to that stuff.
And like, I walk up to it and they're like, you can't have that. I go, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm
get fucked.
I was like, I'm literally like, did you not see me throwing up for the last 20 minutes? And I'm like, and you're denying me fucking water? I go, that's the reason why I threw up, is because the whole rope course, which is 2 hours long, there's not one fucking place for water.
I would 100% said, bet. Let me pass out. And I'm like,
Whoa.
lawsuit.
Oh,
Make
dude,
me
I
rich.
was
Make me fucking
I was
rich.
so fucking pissed. And in fact, I might actually call up legal on that, because that
Was that recent?
It was very recent. Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I will be a witness. I was there in spirit.
We got video proof of it. We got pictures of me puking. We got there's tons of proof of it.
I would fuck those guys.
Yeah, and in the fact, I was so pissed off when they denied me water. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah,
like,
we would be fighting, and I would be banned from that establishment
and here's
for a
the
good
worst
cause.
Here's the worst part. So they walked me down the stairs to get to the ground, and then they pointed to the concession, and they're like, "The water is over there." And then
So they want you to spend money, life or death. And hey, go buy my drink, but here's a free water for you, even though we're already seeing you showing the signs of a heat casualty.
Right.
Go ahead and just go give us your money more.
Yeah.
But don't sue us because you almost died on the establishment park ride or where the fuck it was.
Yeah.
Dude, get fucked. What's the name of the place? Go leave a fucking nasty Yelp review right now. Fuck those guys.
And it's actually, here's the fucked up part. It's even more fucked up. This is the Olympic whitewater course for the Olympics, where they fucking train for the kayaks and the whitewater rafting and stuff. They train at this facility. It's the whitewater facility in North Carolina, Charlotte.
Get fucked. I hope the Olympics doesn't do that again.
Ugh.
That's bullshit. Well, you know what's crazy is how crazy your mind will play games on you when you are dehydrated. Like I from what I can remember, when I was about to go down, or before I went to go down, I thought I was fucking grabbing the chair.
Yeah.
But he said, dude, you're not even fucking a foot away. You're like 12 feet away from the fucking chair.
Bro.
I was like, what? I physically touched it. I know for a fact. No, I apparently did not.
Oh,
no idea.
I walked because they didn't escort me. Like, they literally walked down the stairs with me. I walked into the kitchen. Yeah. Like, I literally walked in and was like going, where the fuck am I at? Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude. and then I realized, like, once I started seeing them prepping and everything else, I'm like going, I'm in the fucking wrong place. And so like I had left out of there, and then I'm like trying to figure out where the fucking water is on this place.
Yeah.
And then I finally found the concession stand, and luckily I went there and they actually gave me free water, thank God.
Yeah, because that would have been a lawsuit if you were in a body bag. You know, people just never cease to amaze me. It wouldn't surprise me until if one day we hear saying, hey, you know what, we're going to tax you for breathing oxygen.
Oh yeah,
you just breathe way too much. We can't have it no more. It's like, bitch, I need it to live. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me, dude. Just if you got companies doing that shit, you know, there's some fucking dirty ass politicians like, I could make money off of this. What can we do to fuck these guys up?
Oh yeah, anytime they can make money off of anything, they will.
Yeah,
they will try.
It's fucking crazy. She goes, Willow.
Oh, and
that's the puppers.
Yeah,
I think she saw her.
Oh yeah, Willow always likes to try to make an appearance, especially in the later hours.
Oh yeah,
she's like tries to give us warnings.
Yeah, she's like, hey, Dad, it's time to go to bed. Get this dude out of here. Well, what? We were almost at 4. What we did 4 hours last time?
Yeah, I think it was actually 5.5.
5.5. Yeah. See, I think it kicked us off at 4, so that'll be my curfew.
Yep.
Because I do work in the morning, so at solid 4, I will be heading out. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I have a meeting with the owner of a company tomorrow. They own like a promotional company and stuff like that. And ironically, such a small world. I found out that one of my friends that I used to play sand volleyball with in the summertime She works there, and she
Who
left.
is it?
Who's what? The company?
No, the sand volleyball girl.
Her name's Cassie.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like my MILF that I had at Marty's.
Oh, I remember her. Whatever happened to her?
She came to her senses. She realized I was too young.
How old was she at the time? Wasn't she like?
She was 33. I was 21. Barely 21. She knew what she was doing.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I rember the first time she came in too.
Yeah, she told me, she was like, you were like fine wine. You keep aging better when you get older. I was like, bitch, all for it. You can butter me up. I don't give a shit. You did.
So how was that rooftop, bro?
Oh fuck. I forgot.
So walk me through that whole fiasco.
The public only knows that we danced on the rooftop.
Because here's the fucked up part.
Leave it as
I opened that motherfucking place, and the girl that I dated.
Bitch, I was right there with you. I was there before the roof was on the damn thing. I helped open up the damn place too.
But what I'm saying is, like, I had manager access. Like, I could go there any day, night, and everything. And I'm like, and I still didn't get to break in that motherfucker. And this motherfucker over here is breaking in the rooftop.
Bro, if you knew
You
things
asshole.
that I do, that I knew how to do, like picking locks, for example, that thing was locked. It's not fucking hard to pick a lock.
Yeah.
It's not. They sell kits on Amazon, by the way, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I have one on my stairwell.
Don't see, there you go. There you go. It's fucking not hard. But it was good at the time because Manny didn't give two shits
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
Until he was on the radar for like being a weirdo.
Yeah.
They started really locking and doing his job.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, the fucking gate was wide open, dog. Nothing was there. Music was still playing. We started dancing, and you know, one thing led to another. That bar top. Don't eat at the bar top. Don't eat at the bar top. But it was, dude. She was legit. She was cool. I miss her in an extent, like as a person,
Yeah.
personality.
Uh-huh.
She's a great company.
Whatever happened to her?
She moved back up north to go be with her, I think, baby daddy. She came to her senses and was like, I need to be with my daughter.
At least she did the right thing.
Yeah, she did the right thing.
Uh-huh.
But no, I lied. She she still did the right thing. She went for the daughter, but she didn't go back for the baby daddy because she was saying, hey, you should come up with me. And this was like in Montana or some shit like that. And I'm barely 21. And I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? I'm
Yeah.
not gonna take care of you and a fucking kid that ain't mine. That's like 13 and says, you're not my dad. You know?
Right.
Like, what am I gonna do? Other than just fucking bust nuts every now and then. You know? Like, how can I help?
Eat every day.
Yeah, how can I help?
Yeah.
Like, I can't fucking keep it like job at the time. I'm just a server. You know, I had no idea of work ethic and all that stuff.
Well, in your defense, so was she.
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong, which also was kind of like a red flag. And this
Yeah.
goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, like there's nothing wrong being a server at a certain age. But when you hit that age and you think it's your life and it's, you know, you're proud of it, you know, it's like, okay, cool. Well, what happened?
Are you referring to JD?
Who hurt you, dog? Who hurt you? JD was an animal and a character in himself.
Oh, God.
And he belongs in prison because he was a weirdo.
Yeah.
Especially the damn hostess, dude.
Oh,
Fucking
God.
Holly Weird. He definitely fit the fucking criteria.
Yeah. I remember when he found out that, like, I was, you know, involved in the movie industry and stuff like that.
You and Tom, and he thought y'all were like fucking nothing without him because, oh, I did this since I was fucking 18. Bitch, you're fucking 52. Where's that? In fucking nowhere. You're over here serving fucking bitchy ass soccer moms. Congratulations.
And I'm like, and I'm your manager.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like, bro, like this dude's barely done anything at that time.
Yeah.
You haven't done much.
Right.
And he was like, I did this and this and this. And then you were in time like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Just stop talking, you fucking gray-haired bitch.
It was
Like,
so
stop.
funny. Like, Tom and I would look at each other. We're just like, dude, we're never working with this guy.
Dude, it was bad. I didn't even fucking know the dude enough. I just, from being a third party looking at y'all's conversation, I'm like, I want to fuck this guy up. Like, who the fuck is he? And I'm cool with you and Tom before I really got really cool with you and Tom. I was like, where did this guy get off to think that he could tell other people, like, nah, you don't have what it takes to go to Hollywood. I've been there. It's like, man, fuck you. You're here in Texas now serving fucking food. Means you sucked ass. You didn't suck a good enough dick to fucking make it. Why are you here? Shut up. Is he dead now? What is he doing?
Shit, I have no idea.
I haven't seen anything on his post. I think I have him on like Facebook or something.
Do you really? Oh,
dude,
shit.
I haven't. I just figured out my Facebook password, and I was able to get on for your fucking podcast 2 weeks ago.
Oh my!
I figured that shit out for you, boo boo. I haven't been on
thank you, brother.
years, homie. And I saw him. He was on there. I was looking at. I was after we got off. Like after my fucking computer charged, I was creeping. Like, who am I friends with? I was like, JD. I was like, why the fuck am I friends with this dude? Why? He's so complete opposite. I never liked him. Never talked to him.
I never got good vibes with that guy.
No, that dude fucking banged 12-year-olds, dude. He's fucking weird. Yeah, 100%. He fucking like them Chinese one. The name was like, I'm too young. He goes, oh, that's a weird Chinese name, but I'll fucking take it. No, I'm too young. That's a weird name. Let's keep going. What? Yeah, no, that dude was weird, man. Fucking super weird. Don't be a JT. Don't be a
JT. Oh man, so many crazy.
Yeah,
times.
I don't miss that place though.
Do you remember when I was at Hillside and there was like 5 or 6 Devons, and I was like, I've never worked at a place in my life.
Yeah,
where we had the most common fucking name. I was like, what?
Who was that fucking skinny bitch Devin? I called him skinny bitch Devin because he was just a bitch, dude. He was out to get everybody for their job because this was his career path, and he was on like baby mama number 3. Okay, and I was like, why are you after people's job? Well, this is serving. This is a serious career. I was like, I get it. Congratulations, but are you gonna be a manager? No, I like serving too much. Get fucked, nerd. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm going to run my drinks. Let me make my money. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't do it right. What do you mean I didn't do it right? I didn't have enough ice cubes. What the fuck are you talking about? It was that kind of weird dude.
Oh, wow.
But he got fired from Hillside. Yeah, he got fired.
Oh, wow.
He was getting weird with one of them hostess, too. Dude, I'm telling you, serving is...
Oh, I know. It's
is a fucking playground for drugs and, I guess... pedophile, creepy, crawly people.
Well, I mean, I know, like,
dog.
I don't know about the pedophile part of it, but like, I know, like, everybody hooks up with everybody in the restaurant industry, and that's one of the reasons why I was like,
this is true.
I'm out.
But, dude, it was easy. As shitty as this sound, it was just like the fucking bartenders, or just being in a bar back when I was serving bar back, I was still getting like them soccer moms. Mm-hmm. And I'll never forget this one bitch. She goes, what are you doing tonight? I'm like, working? She goes, you should come home with like me. I was like, no, I don't want, no. She goes, well, my husband's gone. I was like, well, no, even more. No, even more. That's how people die and end up on the news.
There's a thing called cameras.
Yeah, exactly. She goes, I'll never go back to any type of restaurant job. I don't blame you, sweetheart. It's fucking sketchy. Okay. And, but I remember fucking the hostess when I would ask, hey, can I check my tables and do all that stuff? Because you know how you do at Marty's and even Hill. So you go to the hostess, like, hey, my table's clean.
Yeah.
Let me know. You can sit me whenever. And I was that one of those guys that would go to the hostess and be like, hey, look, fucking seat me back to back. I don't care. I could handle it. You could handle it. There's like a very few people that could handle it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how. Maybe that's just the ADHD or the autism kicking in. But I was fucking programming wire, boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
I made it like a complete circuit. I did that in like 15 minutes.
I told him, I was like, I'd rather you set everybody at the same time because then I can knock all the drink orders,
bro, 100%,
all their food orders. And like I don't understand this. People getting pissed off, double, triple sat. I'm like, I fucking love that shit.
That's your business. That's your money.
Yeah, that's my money.
That's how I looked at it. It was like, okay, cool. I got a table of 5, or I got a 5 table section.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 5 lots. I got to handle these 5 lots and keep my tenants happy.
Yep.
In order to keep the money coming, you know.
Yeah.
That's how I looked at it back then. And you got to, and those rules will still apply if I were to buy properties. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you just got to do all that stuff. And you got people like you said freaking out like left and right. And I would always go to the host stand and be like, hey, I'm ready to get sat. And then and I remember one of these hostess, it was at Marty's.
Uh-huh.
She was like, I'll seat you, but you can't tell nobody else. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, well, JD, he thinks I'm favoring you. And then he got really creepy towards me. I was like, well, then fucking tell a manager.
Yeah.
I'm not, you don't need to favor me. I don't give a fuck if you seat me or not. I'll have a fucking chill night. I made enough that I need to do.
Yeah.
But what is JD saying? He goes, oh, I'll take care of you if you like seat me. What does that fucking mean? How do you take that? Well, I don't know. Well, then fucking follow your gut. If it's creepy, go report it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with Manny. Manny got creepy.
Oh yeah.
Creepy with a lot of them hostess and servers, and I'm not going to name these servers names, but they came to me and said, "Dude, you need to do something." And they know how I am with everybody.
Oh, dude, there was one night we were up on the rooftop, and I literally had to leave because I was literally about to beat the shit out of him.
I reported him.
Yeah,
I reported him, and I remember, I'll never forget it. He tried firing me because that stupid bitch. Oh, what's her name? I called her out for not doing her job. Remember at the takeout? It was the talk of the century. Still, I don't know if it still is a talk. The bitch slapped me in front of everybody and the customers. I said, "Stop do your fucking job." And
there it is.
Oh, it's time to go night. I'll finish this story and I'll be out of y'all's hair.
All right, hold on.
I know you got to get the lights back on.
Let me turn everything back on. It's gonna be a wide angle zoom, so that's the only thing that sucks.
So put my wiener away. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, put your wiener away.
Shit. Okay, I want to tuck it in real quick. Let me just get a little.
Oh shit, that one didn't turn on. Fuck, man, what the fuck?
It's because my wiener's so glorious it broke the camera. Damn, fucking light, dude. Holy shit.
What's up, everybody? We're still here. There we go. Now you get to see a wide angle of the whole studio.
It's a pretty sick nut, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's kind of sexy. I'm not gonna lie.
I told you. When you brought me in, I had to hide my wiener for a bit. It was fully aroused at full. My friend would say, "Dick solid." It was a solid work. You did a fantastic job setting this stuff up.
I appreciate it, man.
The wall, the little fridge, and just the little banter right there, the flag. It's solid work, dude. Solid work.
Thank you. Not bad for an amateur, knowing what the fuck I'm doing.
Solid.
Make it look like
anybody else tell you otherwise. Fuck, solid work. But where was I? Oh, so yeah, man.
Yeah. So you got slapped by.
Yeah. So that bitch slapped me because I told her start doing your fucking job.
It wasn't Christina or Chris.
No,
Okay.
I couldn't. I would talk to the twins and ask them who that bitch was because they were fucking gods. They were like, "Oh my god, Ross, you did the right thing," and then why'd this bitch slap you? She got fired. They fired both of us.
Oh shit!
And 100%, Marty did not want to fire me. He did not.
Yeah.
He trusted Manny. That's the problem.
Oh, and that's ultimately why I left too, because of fucking him.
Yeah, and Manny got wind of me getting a crew together to report him for sexual harassment. That's how bad it was. I
remember that.
I had like 8 or 9 girls in text message saying, "Yes, I will let Marty know if you do this for me." They have come to me because they knew how just like I am now. I have no filter.
Yeah.
I fucking said that to even Manny when we were fucking serving. Like, "You're a fucking creeper. Leave me the fuck alone."
Yeah.
Go prey on someone else. Leave us alone. Let us work.
I've
done that in front of customers, and they're like, "Dude, you can't do that." I'm like, "Dude, fuck you. Don't be a creeper towards everybody."
Yeah.
And so I remember that he fired me, and I'm not gonna lie, I got emotional. I cried because I was like, this is like my first job I really thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah.
I had a lot of friends, including you and Tom and the twins and I want to keep thinking of you every time. See, that's how much I love you.
Oh man.
I know. I got a boner right now thinking of you. And but no, it was like fucking Miranda, all those guys that were there, and just it was crazy.
Fucking Will and all them.
Will,
like,
Will was one of them. Taylor, J Moss.
Yeah,
he got fired by Marty's, by the way. Finally,
who did?
Will.
Oh, did he really?
I don't know the full story, but apparently he finally got caught drinking and doing crazy, stupid shit at Marty's.
Yeah,
it took him fucking 20 years almost, but fuck.
Yeah.
He was doing that since day one. I was like, dude, come on.
Yeah, you're just now
you're just now learning about this Marty, dude. Really?
And how many cameras you have? Like, really?
For real. You were picking and choosing. Ignorance is bliss.
You
finally found somebody that could replace Will. You got rid of him.
Yep.
Could just admit that's what I think happened.
Yeah.
There's no way Marty's that dumb.
Yeah.
To not see the writing on the walls and the way the liquor sales were going. It was like,
yeah,
something's not adding up. I got less liquor, but less money. What?
Yeah.
And so, anyway, oh fuck! I wish I had that text because I remember reporting Manny after I got fired. And then the girls said they went to Marty and told him the same thing, and Marty denied it because I have it in text still to this day, just in case I ever have to use it.
Yeah.
And he never replied to it. My dad, who's head of HR for the company where he's at, he's not going to reply to you because he's covering his ass. He's saying like you never knew.
Never got it.
Yeah, exactly. And kudos to him. Whatever. He hired me back twice because I would say he realized he was in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that takes more of a man to realize that. But he's like my dad at the same time. He never apologized.
Yeah.
His apology was, hey, come back. That was his apology.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You know what I mean?
You want to hear something fucked up? So I ran into Marty one night at Buffalo Wild Wings of all fucking places.
Oh, the one in Highland Village?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot who he was there. He was there with Susan, which I thought was weird.
Susan's cool.
Yeah, Susan was cool. Like her and I, like we always like we bullshitted and everything else. Like she was really, really cool. But Marty, like basically we were talking and stuff like that, and I told him where I was at, and he's like, "Man, you're always into like that tech and all that sort of stuff," because I was working at AT&T at that time. And so I was talking to him, whatever, and he goes, "Hey, you know that salad that you used to order all the time?" I go, "Yeah, my Devon salad."
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Yeah, it's the #1 selling item on the menu," and I was like, "You motherfucker!" I'm like going, and then he had the audacity to tell me it's the Marty B salad. I go, "Bitch, you should name it the Devon salad because that's Devon's fucking salad."
That's dirty, Marty. If you're watching this, come on, man, give him some credit,
or at least throw a bone. Like, give me some money for that shit,
something,
because you screwed me 10 ways from Sunday. So here's, I don't know.
Yeah, you told me that story. That's crazy that he argued that with you.
The Aloha system and how
it wouldn't count your like 13 extra hours or some shit like that.
Yeah,
that's insane. Like how do you get away with that? And
after like check after check, and I had to keep going back to Marty. I was like, "Hey, this isn't right. This isn't right." I'm like, my hours don't match up to the pay and this, that, and the other. And I was just like, finally, after like I think the third or fourth time, I was like, "Dude, I'm tired of trying to chase a fucking paycheck. Like, you haven't obviously fixed it, so you don't give a shit enough to fix it."
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah.
And it was, of course, Manny.
Which makes sense, because I was like, where the fuck did you go? Like, we heard nothing from you, dude. I remember texting you. I'd never gotten anything back. I texted Tom. Tom never said anything. So I don't know if you were going through something, which is fine. You know, you don't have to share this on the air or anything. But I was just like, where the fuck did you go? You and like 3 other people like left just randomly.
Well,
and it was because of Marty's, I think, at the same time. But you got to give the man some credit. The dude was super stressed out. He's nowhere like that anymore. Have you been to Marty's since then?
No, I haven't.
He's mellowed out.
Well, I would imagine he's got 17 fucking properties now and different businesses and shit like that are generating. So he doesn't have all of his eggs in one basket. So
yeah, but at the same time, I think he's going to overwhelm himself by having too many like that. I think he has a lot of investors now and like partners, which is going to help him out. Oh, why you say ooh? I think that's going to help him out, right?
No, you don't fuck with investors.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then it's no longer your business; it's their business.
Yeah. Why did you say hide the toys? These sex toys?
I don't know. She said that a little bit ago. I saw that and I was like,
See, how are you not seeing it and I'm not seeing it? Are we on the same pathway? Well, I see Molly's laughing.
Yeah, like she said that at 11:01. I saw it, and it's 11:07 now. So
what the? Am I just not paying attention?
Apparently not.
It's probably like I said, homie with an extra chromie, guys. There's nothing wrong having an extra chromosome. Be the guy with the extra chromosome. It's more fun. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Manny finally got fired, and he texted me along with Will saying he wants to kick my ass because I got him fired. And I was like, dog, get a life.
Yeah.
Remember, just stop. Never heard anything back from them. Marty said, hey, man, you should come back. I was wrong.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, what?
So my first experience with Manny, so I interviewed with Marty, and he was like, oh, my God, this guy knows front of house, back of house. He knows, like, all of it.
Yeah, because he was a dirty fucking downtown Dallas bartender fucking roofing them damn bitches. That's why he knows all that shit.
Well, no.
Finally got caught.
No. Marty was telling Manny about me and my experience, and that I've opened up.
Oh,
that I opened up my first bar when I was 21.
I still stand with what I said, though.
No, but you're right. But here's the fucked up part. So then he's like, you know, he's telling Manny all this stuff about me and stuff like that.
It's the Las Colinas Wi-Fi. What?
Oh. So Manny literally picks up my resume and like does this number, like totally not even fucking looking, reading it, whatever. And he goes, yeah, how do I know you actually did all this stuff? And I'm like,
get fucked.
I was like, that was my first experience with Manny, and I fucking hated him ever since.
I wouldn't.
And then he
wouldn't blame
gave me more reason as every day went on Could fucking hate him even more. And the messed up part is like when I was in charge of inventory, he had one job, which was beer. Not beer wine, just beer. And we were constantly running out of fucking beer. Yet we never ran out of wine. We never ran out of liquor. And I'm like going, the one job you had, you can't fucking do it. And I'm doing all of the liquor and all of the wine in multiple locations. So and I go, and all the beer is in one fucking spot.
Was it Manny or was it fucking?
It was Manny.
Manny the whole time? Yeah. Dude,
yeah.
He was sketchy. If you didn't fit his criteria or fit his narrative to fucking get what he needed to get done.
Oh, yeah. He knew that I was
going to wool over Marty's eyes.
Yep.
You got to go.
Yep.
You're going to ruin it for me.
And like, me and him. Yeah, me and him butted heads so many times because I remember that. I call him out on his bullshit. Yeah. I'm like, you little short shit fuck. I'm not.
A lot of people did. Yeah, he was like 5'0" with a fucking. I think he had surgery. He had the damn that. What's that? Is it cleft lip?
Cleft palate or something?
He had that. He had that scar. And then that's why he grows his hair out so you can't see it.
Right.
I remember seeing that, and he was also in the Navy too. And I remember calling him out for that, dude. You for somebody being in the military, you have fucking no integrity.
Exactly.
No integrity. And he just looked at me and goes, tough shit, man. You still got to go. I was like, fuck you, dude. No integrity. I remember saying that to his office.
Yeah.
I remember when he fired me and then I got hired back on. I was like, I hope he saw that and I hope he's fucking just like, rah!
Man, I wish we all would have just ganged up on his ass and just throw his ass in a fucking cooler and lock that shit.
Yeah.
Say, fuck you, man.
Yeah, he was bad juju. And then we had another guy that came in. That I can't remember his name, but this is after your time, and he didn't know any. He was coked out. It looked like he was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs too. He was like just constantly gone, and I told him like, hey man, I'm leaving for the military as well. Like, don't schedule me. He scheduled me. I was like, whatever, I'm not gonna be there. And then Marty was like, you have some nerve to shit on my fucking establishment after I gave you multiple times. You gotta realize this is wrong, and if you don't, you're in for a rude awakening. I told him like, dude, you're the one that chose a sexual predator over me, and I fucking told this manager that I can't do this on this and this date because of military.
Yeah,
I can't. I have my orders. I got everything for you, and you chose to ignore it. And that's what I was saying earlier. Is like my dad, like, he's not going to reply to that because you called him out on stuff that you knew he knew.
Yeah,
and he's do that for legality issues, and then more power to him, whatever. But after that, they fired that manager, and he was like, hey, you want to come back? I was like, no, I'm not coming back a second time, dog.
Wow.
I got it back once. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah.
And it was funny because me and Chloe, we went out to go to Marty's. We always go to Marty's, sits and talks to us for like 15, 20 minutes. It's good fellowship still. Great guy still.
You still go?
Yeah, I still go.
When's the last time you gone?
Probably about 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. I was actually going to go Sunday until the fucking boat decided to die on fucking lake.
That'll ruin the whole day, dog.
It did, like literally. Yeah, by the time I got home I was so exhausted, and then I didn't realize like I was so sore from physically moving the boat because my boat weighs about 10,000 pounds.
Oh yeah, easily.
So it's not fucking light, and I'm sitting here trying to push this motherfucker so it prevent it from getting washed up on shore. And I'm trying to push and then I'm like, finally I got home and I'm like, I'm so exhausted. Plus, like, we were fucking just fried. Like, we started this at like 10:30 in the morning.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
So we were literally on the lake almost 12 hours. Like, it was insane.
That'll do it.
Yeah,
that'll do it. But last time I went was probably about a month ago, and he was like, hey, do y'all want to come back here? You guys were like one of the best servers. And I was like, I'm good, dude. I got a career path now with military. I'm good. I'm sorry. Like, I'll take it. I'll do it, but you got to, do what I want to do.
So what are you going to do? Speaking of that career path, what are you going to do like now?
I think I'm going to stay with the military and figure out if I'm going to stay with technology.
Is that what your new? So you mentioned before you were going to get into architectural and design and stuff.
That was way back in the day.
I know, but you didn't tell me what your new plan of attack is.
New plan attack is, I think, stay with my company, try to work my way up, and then learn it, know it, and then maybe one day figure out how I can have my own rental company where I can rent out equipment or something, or have my own construction company where I can go do jobs and use equipment share. I'm not with equipment share anymore, but be a customer for equipment share, but have my own job now, so that's where I see myself, but I don't know yet. Only time will tell. I'm taking it day at a time.
Well, the cool thing is a lot of the auctions and stuff that I belong to, they actually sell a lot of that equipment.
A lot of old equipment.
Well, not only old stuff, but also like, I mean, downstairs I got $17,000 fucking projectors and shit that are only a year too old.
Flip them, dude. Why are you holding on to them?
I am trying. The problem is nobody's got money.
Dude, like I said earlier, way at the beginning of this 4-hour podcast, it was like, did you watch the economy crash today where we went, Ireland went, and Japan went? I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it started
1,000 points down as the DAC or whatever the fuck it was.
$2 trillion lost in a day.
Dude, no one's ever seen that. It's happening.
Yeah,
and that's where I go back to tell you people, fuck college unless you're a lawyer or a nurse or a doctor or whatever you actually need a degree in, and do a trade, save money, and become valuable to the country and the economy that you live in. Don't get a fucking associate's degree in business or arts. Know your shit. Anybody can do that. Don't be an anybody.
Well, actually, they should get something in business, because that's the problem with a lot of people. They have these great ideas, and even you, if you want to run a business, you need to understand the fundamentals of business, because something
you don't need to go to school for. You can learn business easily through YouTube alone, from what I've already looked up.
No, you can't.
Bullshit.
No.
You can buy books at Barnes and Noble.
Okay, what's KPI?
I don't fucking know. I didn't do business yet.
I thought you learned everything from YouTube.
No. I said I could see some of it, but I don't fucking know. I could learn how to. Dude, that's how I learned how to fucking work on engines and shit from YouTube.
It's not the same. Trust me. Like, there's a lot of people that I've met, and a lot of people that have great ideas and stuff like that don't have any business sense, and they operate businesses. And actually, you remember Raymond, right?
Raymond, that sounds familiar.
You remember
Everybody
Brittany?
loves Raymond?
You remember Brittany at Marty B's, right?
The redhead, right?
Redhead, yeah.
Yes.
It was her boyfriend at the time. No, yeah.
He's not the one that shot fireworks at me, was he?
Yes, at his house.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, yeah, you remember Raymond.
I do.
So anyway, he ran a car show for years and years and years, and I told him, I was like, you don't have a business. And he's like, what do you mean you don't have a business? He goes, I've been running this for 10 years, blah, blah, blah. I go, you still don't have a business? And he's like, what do you mean? I have a fucking business. Like, I have a tax ID, blah, blah, blah. I go, you don't have a business. I go, you have a hobby. I go, you don't have a business because you can't replicate it. I go, a business and a person that has a business has a structure. They have a business plan. They have a marketing plan. They have strategy. This goes back to the political thing.
So you still step on like a step 1 and 2, not like the 5th step where it's like reduce or multiply and reproduce or whatever the fuck it's called.
Well, you got to have your foundation first.
Yeah.
And then, so you build your foundation. So you have your business plan. You have your, all your KPIs. So you have certain milestones that you're supposed to hit, certain dollar amounts and all that sort of stuff. Customer acquisition, how much it costs to acquire a new customer. The marketing expenditures, revenue coming in, your cost. Like, there's so many things that
there's a lot that could happen.
And here's the best part. Here's the best part. When you run a business, you're not only the owner of the business, you're also the financier. You're the HR. You're fucking 7 different
everything.
And so, like, I tried to explain to him, I go, if you're running a business, then you're all of those things. And I go, but you don't have any of those things.
Is he still selling cars?
He still has his car show and stuff like that, but he's got a full-time job. But I told him, I was like, if you ever are serious and you want to make this a business, and he got so pissed off, and I was like, I'm not criticizing.
Some people can't handle.
It's like, I'm not
criticism.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not criticizing. You've done successful, and I go, and your dad, this was not his business, because he basically acquired his dad's business, but his dad had a full-time trucking logistics load capabilities, that sort of stuff. He had that business, but he just had this on the weekends so him and his friends and shit could hang out.
Yeah.
It was similar to how I have a podcast so we can all hang out, drink and shoot shit, talk about whatever. So like, and I tried to explain it to him. I was like, there's no harm, no foul. Like, there's no issue with having a hobby, but understand it's not a business. I go, because you can't sell it. You can't replicate it. You can't duplicate it. You can't hand it to somebody. And I go, and then my dad taught me this at a young age. He goes, you don't have a business if you walk out that front door and you are run over by a bus and that business ceases to exist. That means you don't have a business. That means you are the business.
Yeah.
And then if you're gone,
that's a good way to. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, and so that was one of the things my dad always instilled in me. He goes, "If your business can operate without you, then you have a business."
Yeah,
that means because
you are the business. And without you, your business is nothing. So don't die.
Exactly,
don't die, dog.
And it's ironic because the company I work for now, they basically said the same thing. They've said, like, because they realize, like, I have all the keys to the castle. Like, I brought my own computer, I brought my own cameras, I brought my own everything to the table. Basically, I brought the table to the fucking table,
as you should, as you should, King.
And so, like, they realize they're like, if something happens to him, God forbid, like, our whole fucking business is fucked because all the files and everything reside with me.
And they have to get they don't have rights to access that.
Exactly,
it goes straight on the will or whoever gets the beneficiaries of all that stuff. So.
Which ain't gonna be them.
It ain't gonna be them, so it worked out pretty good. So
yeah, so that was kind of one of the things that it was ironic because they brought up the same thing, like what happens if you step outside, you get run over by the bus. And I looked at them, I'm like, you used the exact same fucking analogy my dad did. Like, were y'all fucking friends in a past life or something? Like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, no, that was kind of one of the analogies, and I was like, kind of like over the years I expanded off of that. Like, yeah, he's got a good point because
it makes you wonder too, like if there's there's clearly a higher power, if you want to argue that, right? That you were put in that slot because you've heard that. Like, what are the odds of a company telling you the exact same thing your father told you?
I know, it's crazy.
So it makes you wonder, like, what the fuck am I here for? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's something that you gotta like just kind of like look back on. It's like, I'm here for a reason,
right?
Which you got to go back and like be like, hey, like we talked about earlier, you're at that 3-year mark now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna go? What are you gonna do?
That's all dependent on them and like what they're willing to bring to the table. Because at this point, I'm not willing to drive all the way out there for no reason. Like, to me, it doesn't make any sense to waste my gas, waste my time, waste my energy.
Like we talked about, you said you want to have something like a purpose. You can't see yourself just driving. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, no.
To me, like, that is 2 hours every single day that is completely wasted. And then you multiply that times a week. That's fucking 10 hours a week flushed down the toilet.
Dude, it's crazy.
That's 40 hours. That's an entire week per month. Then nothing happens.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was Patrick because he's salty. That was his salt shaker.
That's right. Alrighty, Bubba. I don't want to be that guy, but
all right, homie. Well, I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate the conversation.
Dude, I will always be here. It's your world. I'm just living in it. You tell me when you want me to show up again. I'll show up, dick out, ready to rock and roll.
All right, so next Tuesday, I'll be in Vegas. So we can try.
How are we going to do that?
Well, I mean, your phone. I can send you the link.
But you don't have any of your equipment.
I got my phone.
Oh, okay.
I might do a little, like, pop up from the casino.
Go enjoy Vegas, dog. Fuck that. Go enjoy Vegas.
Yeah. I'm going to be there for a week, so it's going to be.
For work or for pleasure?
Well, the first 3-4 days is for work, and then the next 3-4 days.
Pleasure.
Pleasure, yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So, yeah, I got a pretty sweet deal, so I'm like,
good.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
The whole vacation, everything is like all of like $500. Like, it's not.
Fucking steal it, dude. That's called a workcation.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking milk that tit as long as you can enjoy it, and you say, yes, sir. Yes, master. Where you want me to go next? Fucking hell yeah, dude.
But the cool thing is, it's an AI convention. Oh, and
is it? It's a convention.
Yeah, it's an AI convention. It's called AI 4.0. They've been advertising all over fucking Facebook and Instagram.
I shall YouTube this when I get home.
Yeah, definitely. And the cool thing is, I actually had, NVIDIA, the software chip maker.
Yeah.
They reached out to me. Like, I was like,
really?
Yeah, I was like going, holy shit. Like, I haven't even attended this event yet. And
I think that's one of our competitors, or not our competitors, but one of my dad's competitors.
Yeah, it is.
He's at Micro ST Electronics.
Yeah.
And so, like, he remembered saying something about like somebody like that. It sounds super familiar.
Yeah, they're the creators of the GPU.
Yep, that's them then.
Yep,
that's them then.
Yep.
Remember my dad saying something about that.
Them and TSM are probably his Taiwan Semiconductor. They're probably his competitors.
Very possible. I don't know if he doesn't talk about business big. He really doesn't, because I'm sure it's like a don't tell, don't. You know what I mean?
I'll pick his brain.
Maybe we'll see if we can get him in here on this stuff. You probably get a kick about this, but
heck yeah,
he don't really talk about much business other than like, hey, we got a meeting, keep it down. I'm like, Yes, sir. I am almost 30. You can still kick my ass. I'm okay with that. That's fine.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we will see you next Tuesday. CUND. What?
Yes, sir. Do it. Remember, don't be weird.
Yeah, don't be weird.
Love the Lord. Do what you got to do. And, yeah, don't be weird.
Thank you for the moment.
I gotta get my catchphrase of exiting and entering.
Yes,
I'm gonna figure that out.
Right,
we're gonna give it time.
You got some time, man.
Some time.
We can work on it.
Some time.
We can work on it.
We'll figure some stuff out.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. I love you long time, and we will see you next time. Later.